Chicago, New York, LA, people who are citizens who commit crimes, they get separated from their families all the time. And you don't see mass protests. This is about one thing. This is about preserving illegal aliens so they can juice the census, keep the numbers, not to lose electoral votes in the most moved out of states, California, New York, Illinois. They don't want to lose electoral votes. They want those illegals to count in the census, and they don't want to lose congressional districts from a new census either. So they're fighting to keep them. And they do that at the expense of hardworking men and women, even if they're in big cities and they might vote left. They're still American citizens, and they have been hung out to dry, and the domestic terrorism has been enabled. Here to join me to talk about it, post-millennials, Andy Ngo. And Andy, you know, you've been a expert of this. You've seen this Summer of Love dating back. We've all seen it. Is this more of the same? Is this more of what we saw, the same playbook over and over? Are they doing anything different or creative to persuade anybody, or is it the same playbook? Again, they have terrorists come in and then they cry and they play the victim. What's going on here, Andy?
More of the same playbook because it was so effective in 2020 and even before that. Remember that in the end, after 2020, we had dozens of cities where certain neighborhoods were essentially leveled because of arson attacks and nightly riots. And those who were arrested were let go, and they eventually sued those cities and received millions, tens of millions in settlements across the U.S. So they were actually paid by taxpayers to riot and to terrorize. So why wouldn't they use the same tactics again? However, with that being said, there are a number of key differences. One, BLM is not playing a role in the insurrection this time. However, they've been replaced with something else. We have Mexican insurrectionists, Mexican nationalists, those who may be illegal migrants or are children born of illegal migrants who have loyalty to their family's country of origin, and they feel that the United States is illegitimate and that the territories of California, Texas, and the states along the southern border actually are Mexican territory, and therefore they have a right to violently assault law enforcement and attack the federal government to try to gain this land back. It is an insurrection by textbook definition.
It really is. And, you know, it's kind of funny. If you can't take it by force, you don't own it. So the people who are out there protesting for Mexico that they need to take it back, it's quite laughable. But, Andy, I want to ask you about this because it seems like this is expanding into cities all across the country now. It's almost too predictable. We have this clip here, Eric Adams and the situation in New York developing. And the question is this going to keep metastasizing? Let's roll this clip.
And when we make an arrest, it's because individuals have crossed the line. And we are aware that there are members from Antifa who have made their way into the city. And we saw this before. This is not the first time we have saw outside agitators that continue to disrupt the right to protest, and just not going to be tolerated here in this city.
Andy, obviously, this could bubble up and become terrible if you have it happening all over the place. And the National Guard isn't simultaneously getting deployed everywhere. I mean, you can see that they're trying to stop it in these left-wing states from the National Guard coming in. What do you think the best way for the federal government to resolve this thing is, as it seems like it could really get out of hand in every single big city if we don't nip it in the bud? How do you suppose to go about doing that and ending this quickly so we don't see a repeat of what we've seen?
Well, one, I'm very thankful that Mayor Adams named Antifa. They are playing a role in the riots that we saw. We've seen basically up until now and continuing going forward that Democrats have this reluctance to even acknowledge that Antifa exists. In fact, they deny it, and they call those who report on Antifa, like myself, conspiracy theorists and liars. But there is a black bloc anarchist element in some of the riots that we've seen. In terms of what could possibly be done, I wonder if it's maybe a little too late. You know, it was only on the third day of rioting in Los Angeles that the National Guard were able to mobilize to protect the federal buildings. But by then, there was already a lot of propaganda and incitement put out online by Antifa media liars, liberal media liars, and Democrat politicians. So it's inspired now violence in Seattle, Atlanta, Chicago, in Texas, in New York City last night. And it may become a 2025 George Floyd moment. Certainly, that's what the violent extremists on places like Blue Sky and Reddit are trying to make it become.
It is unbelievable. I mean, this is textbook domestic terrorism. And every time they don't call it that on the left, they are enabling that. Andy, no, from the Post Millennial, thank you very much for joining us tonight, sir.
My pleasure.
All right, we continue on here. And, you know, if you're watching Real America's Voice, obviously you're seeing the reality of what's going on. We show you the cop cars getting lit on fire and the buildings getting looted. But if you watch CNN, there's a little bit of an alternative reality here, an alternative reality where it's all peaceful protests. And Gavin Newsom, who I was talking about before, he is the hero. This is his big moment. He's going to be the leader of this peaceful rebellion. Listen to how out of depth these psychopaths, propagandists truly are. Roll it.
When there are inflection points, usually, you know, where people feel that Trump has kind of done something that they consider particularly problematic, there's always an entry point for a Democrat to kind of become the face of the resistance on that issue. You know, Cory Booker had his moment, for example. And so we've seen Democrats able to make a moment out of these opportunities. I think Governor Newsom is definitely having a moment.
Yes. He's having a moment. He's having a moment that I think is his best moment since, you know, he allowed the city to go on fire after he decided to save wildlife fish that could fit in the palm of my hand. No, Gavin Newsom's presidential hopes and ambitions are crumbling before our very eyes. And like I said earlier, it is quite unbelievable to me how one could say after the summer of love and after $1 billion of damage was done in each and every major city that maybe if a Democrat ever wants to win an election in the next 50 years, you might want to move away from enabling domestic terrorism. Even the Latino voters are voting more overwhelmingly for President Trump, and new polls show that over 50% of the Hispanic community supports the mass deportations. Now, at the White House, Caroline Leavitt has been very busy refuting the fake news, and between Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom, she probably could talk for 9 straight hours in her daily briefings. Here is Caroline Leavitt doing some, we'll call it easy work on the radical left fake news media. Roll it.
Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom fanned the flames and demonized our brave ICE officers. Instead of defending their city and their state, Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom claimed that in order for the riots and the violence to stop, ICE needed to leave and immigration raids must end. In other words, the position of the Democrat Party is that the federal government is not allowed to enforce our laws and to arrest and deport illegal alien criminals. They're attempting to use a violent mob as a weapon against their own constituents to prevent the enforcement of immigration law.
Yeah. That's a really good philosophy to govern the country on the left. Gavin Newsom, Karen Bass. Let's feed into and bow down to the demands of mentally ill people who have no problem getting up in cops' faces, spitting at them, and then taking rubber bullets. Oh, if they're upset by the presence of the National Guard and law enforcement, well, then that is an escalation that we need to introspectively look at and do something about. No. If you go into the street and you spit at law enforcement and you get in their face and you light buildings on fire and you jump up and down on cop cars, you deserve a lot more than a rubber bullet. And it's now come out that they're going to charge these people. The Department of Justice is talking about charging them with a stipulation that could have them facing 20 years behind bars each. Maybe that'll do something about it. Because, you know, they got away with it. All these Antifa people, they're back out there. And it's also interesting how the groups that are being funded have gotten away with it. Pam Bondi and the DOJ saying they're going to look into who did that. Gavin Newsom and the left know what's going on here, but they are told by a higher force to let it go and let the chaos happen. Because let's face it, at the end of the day, it's better for Democrat business when the voting bloc is doing bad. That's when Democrats exploit their voters. A little more from Caroline Levitt here. Reporters saying that the protests are peaceful. Will they ever learn? Roll it.
You're saying the majority have not been peaceful, the majority have been violent.
I just read for you the arrest numbers. We've arrested nearly 400 illegal aliens alone, just illegal aliens who have been arrested in these riots since June 6th, since they began.
Thousands of people on the streets.
Yeah, and we've had hundreds of people who have assaulted law enforcement officers. Are you saying that that's that's appropriate behavior? Are you saying that the president shouldn't take action? The Democrat governor and the Democrat mayor of Los Angeles have failed their citizens.
I think mainstream media in today's day and age is almost performative comedy. These are peaceful demonstrations. What are you talking about? There is no evidence on the contrary as CNN rolls the burning cars. They get the really zoomed in angle of one street corner where 4 people aren't looting a Foot Locker. It is unbelievable. Here joining me now, he's been on the ground and he's been reporting the real news on what's been going on. My friend, Ben Bergquam. Ben, I'm glad you are safe, my friend. Just give the people a little perspective on what you've been through the last couple nights. I know you're now traveling, but talk about the last couple of days, L.A., and let me ask you this. How peaceful on a scale of 1 to 10 is it, Ben?
Well, I've been in LA the last 3 days. I'm in a nondescript location today. I'm going to be actually riding out with ICE tomorrow, so we can't say exactly where we're at. But look forward to that. ICE operations continue, and we look forward to continuing to ride with them. But we've been there, seeing it. The worst part to me, it's not just the fake news, which they are. They're treading water for the criminals, these politicians. But to me, being out there at these these protests and riots are the fake churches that are involved with this as well. It's the same churches that profited off of the invasion of our country. You've got Catholic Charities out there. You've got all of these democratic, demonic churches, fake churches out there, pretending like this is humanitarian work, giving cover for the violent people that want to attack not just law enforcement, but anyone that stands up in their way. Anybody who comes out there in support of law enforcement or anybody who comes out there in support of President Trump is immediately a target. Even our media network, the first day I got there, I was surrounded by Antifa. First, they started taking my picture. They were listening to what I was saying, and had the our security guys not shown up when they did, it would have got really ugly. But this is it was great you had Andy Ngo on. We've been doing this for a long time, dealing with Antifa in Berkeley, stitches in Berkeley, in Portland, getting spit on in Boston. It's the same groups. It's the same communists. It's this anarcho-communist combination of people that want to destroy this country, and all they do is look for the next thing that they want to get exasperated about. It's the next hysteria. It was George Floyd. It was Black Lives Matter. It was Trump's a fascist. Now they're the fascists, but Trump's still a fascist, but they still want to wipe Israel off the map. Now it's Palestine and illegals. It's this intersectionality of all of what's unholy in America. And until we get that under control, until we realize this is a cancer and we root it out of our society, it's going to be something we have to battle every single year, every single day.
And just for the folks at home, Ben Bergquam is like a big dude. So the fact that Antifa is getting up in his grill, I mean, these people are savages. Ben Bergquam is one tough cookie. Ben, I want to ask you about the response. Obviously, much being made of the National Guard, the Marines being sent in, LAPD talking about being overwhelmed, or are they not? It depends on who you listen to in the fake news. So what do you think about the response, and how has that been viewed on the ground by the local law enforcement, National Guard, Marines coming in? What's been the scene since they've arrived? Has it made things more peaceful, and how are people on the ground reacting to that?
Yeah, it was a night and day difference. It was 3 days of pure chaos being allowed by Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom. And yesterday we saw a total flip. I was there when CHP came in. We got National Guard. Their strategy changed. Their tactics changed. They went from letting these guys just run around like screaming nut jobs, and they actually took them and started corralling them and arresting them. I saw mass arrests yesterday that really stopped a lot of what was happening. You have to arrest the really bad guys early so that they don't get whipped up into a frenzy in the evening. If you can take these guys out early, you can stop more of the violence at night. And that's what we saw yesterday. And it was a pure result of President Trump putting pressure, sending the National Guard, having the Marines on site, stationed off site, ready to move in. And that's where we're at right now. So it's quieted down a lot in LA, but it's all because President Trump put pressure on Gavin Newsom and on Karen Bass to actually do their job and put the citizens of LA first.
And it's funny because they said it was an unnecessary thing. What if they didn't send him in? It was going to burn for 9 days and 10 days, and more people would die and have their lives ruined and their businesses destroyed if they didn't do something about it. Ben, I want to ask you one last question. Obviously, we're seeing copycats going around in all these other major cities. Seems like it's sprouting out. Do you think this is a strategy that the left is going to try to run in the next couple of weeks ahead? Do you think that they're going to try to cause mass chaos in all these states and try to have the National Guard go everywhere? What are they doing here? It seems really ominous the way you see this popping up in other states. What do you make of that, Ben?
Yeah, it's all coordinated. It's just like we saw with George Floyd. They were just waiting for another George Floyd. This is what we're going to see for the next 4 years. These are traitors in our government. These are traitors in our society. They're enemies within our country, and they're foreign enemies in our country from that were allowed in under the invasion. This is going to continue until we root this cancer out of our society. But you have to go to the organizations behind all of this, the money behind all of this. Look up the organization nokings.org. That organization, along with Act Blue, Indivisible, all of these organizations that are working to undermine this country, we need to find out the corporations that are actually sponsoring this, the individuals, corporations, and organizations that are behind this, and we need to prosecute those people. When we do that, and we do the 20-year sentences that Pam Bondi's talking about, then you're going to see this finally come to an end.
100%. Couldn't have said it better. Ben Bergquam, stay safe out there, and thank you for all you're doing. Seriously, it takes someone really strong to do what you're doing. Thank you, Ben. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Stay tuned till tomorrow. It's going to be epic.
All right, guys. I'm going to tell you about our first sponsor of tonight, and those are our friends on over at AMAC. Folks, President Trump is back, and just 5 months in, we are winning again. The border secure, illegal aliens are being deported, DEI is gone, and our military is rebuilding. But Trump cannot do this alone. You need to join the fight by becoming a member of AMAC. AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is the conservative alternative to AARP. And for only $12 a year, you can get access to AMAC Magazine, major discounts, plus free resources. But most importantly, you're joining a patriotic community that fights for family, faith, and freedom. Stop complaining. Start engaging. Save your country right now at amac.us/grant. AMAC's got your back. All right, guys, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with so much more. Don't go anywhere. the show, everybody. I am Mike Crispy filling in for Grant tonight. Now, President Trump has promised not only is he going to make America great again, but he's going to make the arts great again. We are taking that back from the left. Take a look at this. Roll it.
The deferred maintenance of the Kennedy Center is criminal. It has been terrible. Mr. President, we said today in our board meeting, our great new CFO went through the 24 and 25 budgets of the Kennedy Center and found $26 million in phantom revenue, fake revenue. It's criminal. We're going to refer this to the U.S. Attorney's Office here.
So it seems like the arts before President Trump came in was nothing but degenerate drag show DEI. Oh, and money laundering on top of that, because, of course, Democrats, right? But our very own Brian Glenn is on scene right now, witnessing live the resurgence of the Kennedy Center, becoming greater than ever before. Brian, what is going on? President Trump, J.D. Vance in the House. Tell us about what's happening tonight at the Kennedy Center.
Yeah, big night here at the Kennedy Center. Now, tonight is just kind of a, if it will, a special performance of Les Mis. Tomorrow night is the actual official performance. But yeah, what a sneak preview President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance and others are getting tonight. Now, I know there was some rumors of people not wanting to perform, but that question was asked to President Trump earlier. A reporter asked him, what's your thoughts on some of these actors not wanting to perform tonight? His answer was quite simple. I don't care. I run the country, and so I thought that was very appropriate on that. But it is a very special night, and it seems like, you know, the Trump administration with having a management, if you will, over this world-class facility. This is my first time in this facility. Let me tell you, it's special. The bones are great, and those are the words of President Trump. He is an architect. He is a builder. So he looks at the bones, the framework of this building, Mike, and it's awesome, and it's only going to get better.
And, you know, I think President Trump is having a good time. I mean, it's funny because the guy is negotiating deals with China. He's stopping L.A. whack job protesters, stopping world wars, but he's having a nice time. He's got a smile on his face tonight. And you got a chance to talk to him and J.D. Vance. I think we have that clip of President Trump getting asked a question from Brian. Let's go to the Trump one if we got it. Let's roll that clip.
Mr. President, we're making theater great again, aren't we, tonight? We're making theater great again.
Yeah, Brian, and I'm glad you're here.
Glad to be here. What does it mean to be here tonight? Now this is under your administration. You're bringing class back, the golden era of theater.
We are. We have a golden era here in the country. You see the trade numbers came in today. They're fantastic. The deficit was cut in half over a period of 2 months. We cut what they tried to destroy our country. They were destroying our country. And you saw how good the numbers were. We took in $88 billion in tariffs in 2.5 months, and that we didn't even start yet. No, we're bringing the country back fast, and I'm very proud to have helped Los Angeles survive. Los Angeles right now, if we didn't do what we did, would be burning to the ground. And that's not over yet. You know, these are radical left lunatics that you're dealing with. And they're tough, they're smart, they're probably paid, many of them, as you know, they're professionals. When you see them chopping up concrete because the bricks got captured, they're chopping up concrete and they're using that as a weapon. That's pretty bad. And thank you very much for your question.
You're a New Yorker. You've been to 1 million theaters. Do you remember your first theater production that you attended?
Yeah, well, a long time ago. I would say maybe it was Cats.
Cats. First Lady, do you remember your first theater production you saw?
Phantom of the Opera.
There you go.
Are you a Les Mis fan, Mrs. Trump? I am.
That was great.
I am.
I love that. I love that, Brian. And I want to ask you this before we get to J.D. Vance. You know, Trump, it seems like he's been working around the clock. You know, he put out that phone log with Gavin Newsom. He's up at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning making phone calls, not getting a lot of sleep. You're with them, you know, almost every day, whether it be in the White House or on the trail. How's President Trump's spirits right now as he's taking on like 17 different things simultaneously and now enjoying the show?
Yeah, I don't know how the president juggles so much that he does. We all know his schedule. He's up early. He's making the phone calls. He's meeting with his staff and then dealing with the problems of not just this country, but the world. And then, of course, on a Wednesday night, he's here at the Kennedy Center. So he squeezes in a lot in his day. And I would imagine that if you talk to the folks that cover the Biden administration, there was a press lid probably at 1 p.m., maybe 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Not this president. He is working probably 12 to 14 hours a day at least. I know that when I was with him on the campaign trail, I don't know how he did it. This guy was doing 2-3 stops a day, 5 days a week. So he is a machine, but he looked good tonight. Him and the First Lady looked very stylish, walking the red carpet, and you can't ask for more. Even I asked him if he was going to fill up on a little bit of popcorn, a little bit of Diet Coke, a little snack while he watches the performance.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. Could be 4 or 5 Diet Cokes. That's what keeps them running. That must be the secret. We also have Brian, who got a chance to talk to the Vice President and Second Lady, J.D. Vance and Usha Vance. Here is that. Let's roll it.
We're here to make the arch great again, aren't we?
Sorry?
We're here to make the arch great again.
All right, man. Good to see you. Look, it's going to be a great night. We're going to have a great time. And I've never seen Les Mis, but we're excited about it. I know the president's excited about it, too.
You guys look stunning. I got to ask you, did you ever go to plays as a kid growing up?
Not a big play guy as a kid growing up. Was not a common experience for me and my family. But it's one of the great things about America is here I am as the Vice President of the United States, seeing this great performance under the leadership of the President and Ambassador Grinnell. I'm excited about it.
Second Lady, did you grow up seeing some plays as well?
I did, yes. Yeah, so this is an experience that we
she's more of a fan of the performing arts than I have, but it's something that, as all husbands learn, when your wife really likes something, you learn to like it too.
Good. Have a good night. Thank you.
Very nice. Very nice. So, Brian, J.D. Vance obviously making some headlines in his own right. You know, we see him really sounding off on a number of issues as well. Talk about the latest J.D. Vance. You've had a chance to cover him up close too. Very important times. He's been out there. He's here tonight enjoying it. What's the latest you've noticed on J.D. Vance in general, just covering him?
Yeah, one of the things I really like about J.D. Vance is he's very relatable. I love the fact that he didn't give me some staged answer that he, watched the performance of Oklahoma or anything like that. He said, look, I'm not a theater guy. This is my first one. I like that. That shows sincerity. It shows honesty. And, of course, Usha, more of a fan of the theater than the vice president. I just like that aspect of him. And even when you saw him on Theo Vaughn's podcast just a few days ago, the authentic style that he has on his delivery, not just the way his answers, but the way he carries himself. I think that's why MAGA really has drawn close to Vice President Vance. And I think he's so crucial in a lot of these negotiations because he does bring a different style to them. And perhaps if someone's not, warming up to President Trump's style, Vice President J.D. Vance has a different approach to a problem that they might be able to solve. So I think they're really a great 1-2 punch to take still a term from UFC.
Very, very complimentary. Yes, for a term of UFC. Brian, I want to ask you one more question while we got you. The military parade is coming up. Everyone's talking about the military parade in D.C. It's going to be historic, 250th celebration. Talk to the people a little about what you expect with that. Rand Paul was like poo-pooing it, which was disgraceful and weird, quite frankly. But talk about the energy with the military parade. Seems pretty cool and exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be very cool and exciting. I will be in the presidential motorcade for that military parade. Now, yesterday I was at Fort Bragg and I got to see a military demonstration. And just based upon what I saw yesterday, I cannot wait to see what the parade looks like on Saturday. If you're looking for timing wise, if you live in the area, be prepared for a lot of road closures. You're not going to be able to get around as easily. Even today, Mike, around the Capitol, some streets are closed down, but you're talking about 7,000 troops marching the streets up and down Constitutional Avenue, talking about tanks from just about every World War I, II, the Korean War, Vietnam War. It's all going to be on display. And, of course, we'll have full coverage, multi-camera coverage on Real America's Voice. Everything from the motorcade to the staging around 17th Street. Looking at the timing as well, I've been told around 6:30 to 9:30, and the night caps off, Mike, with an amazing, big, beautiful fireworks show right there in front of the White House.
Oh, I love it. This is what we call the golden age of America. Brian Glenn, thank you very much, sir.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with so much more. Don't go anywhere. To the show, everybody. Mike Crispy here, filling in for Grant. And, you know, it's quite interesting to me how, if you look at the left-wing cable channels, they have said for months now that President Trump's Liberation Day tariffs would end up crashing the economy. Remember all of that? Now, they said it with absolutely zero economic basis. They just said it because that's what they do, to instill fear on everyday Americans. Not mentioning the fact that we've been ripped off every single which way. No. Just saying it because they're looking for ways to drive down President Trump's approval numbers. Now, nobody's tackled the problem that has spiraled out of control and has led to our businesses and industry in America being hollowed out completely. Here's Howard Lutnick talking about it, and I guess they weren't showing this angle of it too much, but Howard Lutnick and the Trump administration have been onto this. Roll it.
We have our tariffs. They are excellent. They are great for America. The trading deal is great for America. And they've agreed we're going to examine how China can do more business with us. You know, we've got a giant trade deficit. How about China? You buy more of our agriculture. You buy more of our equipment. And I think they've agreed to that. We're going to go through that over the next couple of months. But this feels very, very positive.
It feels positive. And you know what? He was right. Fake news wrong. I think that Trump was right about everything, I think we maintain our undefeated streak. President Trump putting out on Truth Social this morning that China has, surprise, surprise, come to the table. What a shock that the world's greatest consumer buyer, that's the United States of America, calls the shots. We have, as Trump likes to say, the cards. China doesn't exist if the USA isn't going to buy. So obviously they would have to do something about it, right? Obviously they would have to do something. The liberal media said, no, let's keep getting ripped off forever. Now, Caroline Leavitt and the White House have continued to talk about this, and it's been a big win for the administration, a crowning achievement as this thing is on the verge of being signed. Let's hear from Caroline.
The president is talking to them about the details of it now, but what the president heard, he liked. China has agreed to open their markets to the United States separately of this deal, and when it comes to this deal, we're going back to the terms that were agreed upon in Geneva for the release of some of those critical minerals and the magnets from China to the United States, and we have agreed to fully comply with the Geneva Agreement as well.
Here to discuss it is David Argyle, who is a CEO who deals in the topics of rare earth minerals and really is an expert on this topic. David, thank you very much for coming on. What do you make of this? A win for the Trump administration? Did you see this coming? And what do you think China's thinking right now as they're coming to the table ready to sign a deal?
Mike, thanks for having me on. Trump won, Xi lost. And here are the reasons. The pressure point that China has over the West when it comes to magnets, they pulled that card in 2011, 2015, 2019, and again in 2025. And that's the way you can bring industry, key sectors under supply pressure. President Trump understood this to begin with, and then moved aggressively to cut supply of what China needs, the ethanol supply chain, visas, high technology. So he played it to the very end, and he outplayed China. In the meantime, what it has done, it has helped to establish the reindustrialization of the Midwest, because our companies, Riots, we are building that rare earth to magnet supply chain.
So, it seems like if you turn on CNN or any of these channels, they were saying that China would never make a deal. They're a proud people. They'd go belly up before they came to the table. What you're saying is that President Trump was playing multiple points of leverage on Xi, and now they had to come. They had to make a deal. How do you think Xi, obviously he's an authoritarian leader, how do you think he spins this to his people? If you're in China right now, you've built up this economy, you're trying to survive, do you think China stays an international superpower? Do you think this weakens them? Do you think they could coexist with the United States? How do you think this is going to play a role in the future of, international geopolitics and who's at the top and who's calling shots, both economically with rare earth and obviously militarily? It all kind of rolls into one. How do you see that shaking out?
As they say, in time of war, prepare for peace. In time of peace, prepare for war. How that plays out in tariff and trade wars is that deals are always transactional and they survive for a period of time. Round one, Trump wins. Xi has control over a centrally planned economy. He will move to provide additional liquidity into China so that they maintain employment rates. I had the pleasure of living in China from 1996 to 2006 and built an industrial mineral supply chain there. And no one can say they understand China. It's too big a country. But I do have my particular insights. Xi will remain a dominant, controlling leader. The Communist Party of China won't lose any sleep over what happened. But they do look at numbers. And the numbers weren't looking good for China. And so therefore, within China, media is controlled. Therefore, the messaging will come out that China won. And I think that is also important because in China, you have to save face. He'll manage to do it his way in his country. But on the global stage, Trump won.
Wow, that's actually a great point. Is that, we're hearing about this, but will the citizens in China even hear about it? The answer is probably not. Do you expect these two leaders to get together? I mean, obviously they're going to get together soon, but do you expect this to be the sort of relationship that they could grow on? Obviously, Trump just coming in 3.5 years. Do you think they're going to continue on this trail? Do you think they're going to be able to coexist like this? Do you think it keeps up through the term, David?
President Trump struck a deal with President Xi in April, early May, and China reneged on the deal. They were supposed to release magnets into the market, and they released a very small portion of magnets into the market. And hence the trade deal hit a pause and escalated again. We should be prepared that China might not live up to the current arrangement that they've already reached in London, and therefore it might tick up again. That's no reason to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So this will take a little bit of time. In the meantime, what has been clear, and under this administration, which is different from the previous administration, this administration is working hard with the Department of Defense to build that independent supply chain outside of China with their, excuse the pun, without their trump card. Their trump card is the underbelly of magnets. Now, the United States if it has its own independent supply chain of magnets outside of China's influence, they don't have a lot to play next time around. And that's David, what we're doing. That's what our company's doing.
And that is such a great point there. David Argyle, sorry we had to cut it there, but we really appreciate it. I'll be back on to talk about it. All right, guys, you see it there. Another victory, President Trump. I want to tell you guys really quick, do not miss this. Coming up on Real America's Voice, Friday and Saturday, we will have live coverage of TPUSA's Young Women's Leadership Summit. Hear from names like Riley Gaines, Tulsi Gabbard, and more. Live coverage starts right here on RAV, Friday to Sunday. Let's go. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. back to the show, everybody. I am Mike Crispy, filling in for Grant, host of Last Call with Mike Crispy on Saturday nights on Real America's Voice. If you like what you're seeing, you can check it out. Joining me now to talk a little bit more about what's going on geopolitically, China, the dollar, is our friend Philip Patrick, precious metal specialist from the Birch Gold Group. Sir, good to have you on the show. What is the significance, you think, of this week's trade talks with China? What do you make of all this as it relates to our economy, the dollar, everything that goes along with it? What's your take on it?
Look, I think the negotiations were critical. Both nations, I think, at this point desperately needed to restart growth. China to combat their own economic downturn, which is getting worse and worse and worse. And of course, U.S. manufacturers now need access to, rare earth minerals and things like that. So the deal that was struck looks to be a good one for us here in the United States. The deal includes a 55% tariff on Chinese imports, combining the prior 25% existing tariff with a 10% fentanyl tariff and a new reciprocal levy. China, meanwhile, will reciprocate with a 10% tariff on U.S. goods. So this was a good deal for us in the United States. Importantly, China have agreed to curb or to ease export curbs on rare earth minerals, at least for the next 6 months. So it was a good first step, but I think there's more to do. We need to address things like trademark infringements and other things, but it was a good first step for the administration.
A good first step. And, we got, obviously, the tariff threat. We're getting that under control. But what about the matter of interest rates? Obviously, President Trump, talking about Jerome Powell, says it's too late, wants the interest rates cut. What do you make of that? Obviously, there's been some resistance and some friction there. What do you make of it for the people at home who are trying to figure out what's going on with Jerome Powell and the Fed?
Yeah, look, I think Trump's right. There's a strong argument now for the Fed to lower rates. First of all, we saw inflation, or the pace of inflation, slowing for the first time in a while, which is encouraging. We saw negative GDP growth for the first quarter of this year, which means we need to stimulate the economy. And spending, or consumer spending, is down quite significantly as well. All of these signal a rate cut from the Fed. The problem is they're suggesting that we may see a spike in inflation on the back of tariff policy. So I think at least at this point, it's going to be a wait and see approach from the Fed to see if inflation essentially rears its ugly head towards the latter part of the year. So economists now are suggesting no rate raises for now, but we'll see how it plays out. I think they should. We need to start driving the economy forward.
Yeah, and obviously with the economy, it all kind of circles around. They call it the almighty dollar. Obviously, over the last number of years, the dollar's purchasing power has taken a real beating. So what do you think are some of the motives of it? And for the people at home, they hear about gold, purge gold. So what do you make of the people at home who are taking a look at it and they're saying, well, I don't know about the dollar. They're unsure about it. Dollar stood for a while, but it seems like, it's going down. There's a de-dollarization, seems like all around the country they're getting together. There's a sentiment around it. What do you make of that? And what can people do to protect themselves and react to this news as it's playing out?
Look, it's a great question. The reality is it's happening already. So U.S. dollar holdings by central banks are at 30-year lows today. And that trend seems to be continuing, mostly from the Biden administration. It really started in 2022 with the weaponization of our dollar, seizing of Russia's assets. It forced nations around the world to start seeking alternatives. So what we have coming up in July, a matter of weeks from now, is a BRICS meeting in Rio, where they're looking to announce they're sort of moving ahead with a shadow financial system and essentially pushing ahead with de-dollarization. In climates like this, of course, precious metals are the place to be. It's the same reason that central banks around the world have been dumping dollars and replacing those dollars with gold. 2022, 23, and 24, central banks around the world set records. So I think this will be a trend. More diversification globally, more de-dollarization globally, and ultimately that climate, that environment suits gold. And it's why it's skyrocketing in the climate.
100%. The numbers don't lie, as they say. Phil Patrick from Birch Gold Group, thank you for joining us tonight, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back to wrap the show. Don't go anywhere.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim their guns are religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
And welcome back to the show, everybody. I am Mike Crispy. And, you know, President Trump was giving a really resounding speech at Fort Bragg the other day. The military was there cheering President Trump, booing Biden, cheering on Hegseth as he said, we're done with the DEI nonsense. But, you know, on Capitol Hill, those left-wingers that have been there forever, they are so out of touch with what we want and with what the troops want. But you know what? Pete Hegseth, he's got his finger on the pulse. Listen to this exchange with him and Tammy Baldwin.
You chose Pride Month to direct the Navy to rename a ship named for Navy veteran Harvey Milk. This committee will continue to pursue serious work in the interests of American national security, and I ask you to choose to join us in that endeavor.
Senator, we're not interested in naming ships after activists. That's the stance we're taking.
And there you go. No more of the woke BS. Because as President Trump says, everything woke turns to blank and is right on the money. Thank goodness we have Hegseth.
Your TV sounds funny in the evening. You're watching live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night. Welcome to the program. Dish Network Channel 219, Pluto TV Channel 240, Samsung TV 1175, that is Samsung TV Plus, Roku TV. You can also catch the show Apple TV, Amazon Fire, as well as Select TV 106. Remember to follow us on all the socials as well. Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it these days. Kick Getter, of course, Instagram at LFS6B Show, and like and share, like and share, like and share. See if you can get as many people that it could be a liberal in your life. Share it to them. Wow. Let's see if we can convert them. In the meantime, welcome back on a Wednesday night. To my left is Vin Buddha. Vinny Mac, how are you?
I'm doing good. Busy day.
Busy day.
Yes. Working very hard and tending to a 156-pound beast.
Yes.
All day.
I understand.
Yes.
That's very good. I understand it. And I've seen pictures. It's a large beast.
It required a lot of attention today. I was working it hard, too. He was just watching me on Zoom calls and, doing all the nonsense that I'm doing. Just looking at me. You ever get that stare down? The stare down that your dog or pet gives you?
I used to get the side eye. Like bulldogs and boxers are very big on the side. They give you the side eye. Like, I see what you're doing. Knock it off.
And then a good slobber on the leg will really get your attention.
Which is always nice. Yeah. So Vin's here. He's got some stuff. He's got some news as well.
Oh, yeah.
But I think the man we've all been waiting for is there in baby blue this evening. I guess he ran out of purple.
Look at that.
Maybe he used it all over the past week.
Never.
The one, the only, Slick Rick Amirati. Slick, how are you? Welcome back.
Man, it's great to be back with you guys. I really missed you and, more importantly, the audience. I missed them. So it's good to be here tonight. Good stuff, man. Thank you.
Good for you. And like I said, welcome back. Any stories to tell. How was the experience? You went out. I think you left us last Wednesday, right?
Yes, correct.
And how was the experience?
One word: epic. It was an epic party. It was just incredible. 6 nights of just so many stories, so much to talk about. But it was just incredible. Getting to talk to the family, finding out about a lot of upcoming. Prince is pretty exciting. They're going to be on Broadway. They're going to do Purple Rain. I mean, a lot's still being done with Prince. That's going to be a magnificent. They're going to put a young spin on it, so that they're trying to draw in the younger crowd because hey, they're no fools. We're all getting old. We can't even stand for 2 hours for a concert anymore. Right. Complaining and moaning at 60 some odd years old.
You're probably the only one man or woman who can wear heels like that too.
Yeah, that's another story. Yes, and that is very true. Yes, in fact, the guy who runs Paisley Park, he wants me to be a stylist. I said we can arrange that. But yeah, it was one thing after the next. But it was so great to be there, and but it's good to be back. It really is good to be back. Get back into politics. I got to tell you, almost zero politics are spoken.
You know what?
And
it's good to take a break.
Yeah,
totally. It was like a total, like everybody was just cool,
Right. Everybody, and you need that sometimes.
It's like a utopia.
It's like that's why you go to concerts. That's why you go to movies. That's why you go to sporting events, because you don't want to deal with all the other crap. You just want to focus on this one thing that entertains you. Have a good time. The left doesn't see it that way. They need to interject politics in everything usually. But with that said, you were in Minneapolis.
Yes.
And
home of the very blue state. There's no purple about it.
Right. And you see all the stuff that's been going on in L.A. and now it's spreading to Chicago and some other left-wing liberal cities. Did you see anything? Was there any grumblings? Was there any protests going on by you, or was it?
You know what? The worst thing I saw was out by us in Setauket. I saw them out there with a sign that Trump's a racist. I couldn't believe it on 347 coming in today. That's the first thing I saw. Minneapolis, I saw zero. I see a lot of poverty in the inner city, though. A lot of begging and a lot of poverty there. Very impoverished.
That city's completely changed. That was a pretty good city, I have to say.
Beautiful.
I mean, I had a great time there. I've done a lot of business there. I've been there many times.
Not so much now, Vin. It's kind of tailed down.
Chicago too.
Yeah,
I mean, it's still a great city, but not the same.
Yeah, they're almost mirror images of Chicago. That's correct. So that was disappointing, but overall, I got a few slick ricks, and I loved the show, and it was nice. I ran into a few people, which was really, they recognized me and they appreciate what we do. So that was kind of cool.
I like that. Very good. Well, welcome back. Like I said, hey, Aaron, were we able to grab Slick's intro that he sent us, or no?
Oh, no, I didn't say no intro.
I'm sorry. I thought maybe because we were talking about it last night.
Oh yeah, you had some moves.
I'm 60 years old. What do you want me to do?
And I did post it on my Twitter account, so everybody could, if they followed me, they could click on it and check you out. You're in the opening scene. It's wonderful.
Yeah, they did. They posted me on that. The girl, she had asked me to do an interview, and then she was a young girl, and she got done. She's like, wow. This is 45 years of a fan, so it was great. They actually wanted me to do the tour. A couple of guys were going to take off that worked there, so it was good fun, really great. But great to be back here and get back into what's going on in this crazy world, man. I
like Purple Rain, the Broadway show. I mean, that could really have some legs.
Yeah, and the kid that they want to utilize is exceptional, and I think that's going to be a smash. I really do.
Because that was a great movie, great soundtrack, but
epic.
I think it could really be an amazing show, and it will attract a lot of young fans. Because that music is timeless. Exceptional.
And you don't have to worry about writing songs for a musical that already has a soundtrack.
Correct.
It already has a soundtrack. So now you just got to put it together as a live stage.
They're
production.
They're going to launch it in October. They're going to do a soft opening in Hennepin in downtown Minnesota. They want to start it in Minneapolis because of Prince, and then they're going to take it to Broadway. So that's going to be great.
I think that's just great, man. I'm excited about that.
It's very exciting.
That would be a must see.
Now, are you going to be? Are they going to invite you out?
They might. But I can tell you one thing. I'll definitely be on opening night in New York. There's no question about that. I'll be in the front row, Lord willing. That's going to be something. But I do know a lot about the inner workings, which is nice. It really is a blessing, and I'm very grateful. I'm always grateful to get to Paisley Park. I'm always grateful to be there, as I am grateful to be back on the show with you guys. Appreciate it. I miss you guys.
You got the right suit. I think that does Delgado have something like that at home?
It's funny. Yeah. Prince had a Bentley this color, and I'm just thinking of it now. And I took a picture of it. I have it in my phone. I'll show it to you. It's the same color as my suit. Totally coincidental.
A lot of people in the chats are glad you are back.
I got to get back.
Slick Rick is back. That's coming from Ratchet over on the Rumble chat. Just a lot of people saying welcome back. Ordinary Passenger saying welcome back as well. Welcome back to Slick. He's going to be with us. He is going to be back. He's going to be off again tomorrow night.
We have a big event. Yeah,
because he's got another event.
Big event.
But then, of course, he'll be live with us Friday night from the America First warehouse. So that's also something to look forward to. What else do I have to mention? Oh, that's right. We are on radio tonight, too. Long Island News Radio.
Oh, yes.
So make sure we like to acknowledge that. If you're listening on 103.9, Long Island News Radio on Long Island, welcome to the program. Damon is off tonight. He's got the college stuff with the kid. You know, they got to go up to the college. They got to look at stuff. They got to do a little orientation. I think it's more for the parents this early in the game. To kind of get them,
to justify all the money. They take in a tour and they show you the facilities.
Right.
When I was doing that whole thing, I felt like I was on a tour for buying a condo or a timeshare.
Oh, definitely timeshare.
Yeah, definitely a timeshare.
It's something that you will be paying for a long, long time.
They asked me. I went to High Point, North Carolina. That college.
You went to High Point?
And they were like, we've got a 5-star steakhouse. We have a concierge. We got the sports thing. I raised my hand. I said, well, how much is 2 weeks? Because I'll take the 2 weeks once a year. I was a little wise guy.
Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, High Point's a very pricey school down in North Carolina.
Ridiculous. Honestly, they talk about everything but the library, So it had sports facilities and this 5-star steakhouse, the concierge, they do dry cleaning, all of these amenities. And I'm like, well, what about the school? Like, what about the classes? What about the library? Like, what do you got going on here? Because isn't education part of this whole thing? But it's all amenities. I know.
Whatever.
It's all amenities, and that's what they're selling. Hey, I went to Pepperdine in Malibu. I shouldn't really talk, but we didn't have the dorms were dorms. I mean, they were. I put my bed, my single bed, on top of a desk so it would have a little more room.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
You remember
the same setup,
Yeah, so we did that. So we had 3 guys in a room, in a little tiny little room.
These days, the dorms are not like that.
Oh, these days, the dorms, they have, you put a privacy please sign outside, like in a hotel, and you can get turn down service.
You can, you
Chocolates.
can, in some of them, you can, pay for rooms, room cleaning.
Oh.
Where they come around and they have service come around and clean the kids' rooms. It's amazing.
You wonder why college is $70,000 a year.
And you would think it's like, you know what? That's the perfect setup for like a retirement community. For $40,000 a year to retire.
Yeah.
That
was my big idea, by the way. I actually pitched this to Pepperdine.
Did you?
Because I was like, you know what? I come back here all the time. I love it. I want to enjoy this experience. Why don't you put up some 55 and over housing and let me take some courses? I'll pay for them.
Right.
I'll hang out with the kids. I'll go to the cafeteria. I'll go to the games. I thought it was a great idea. Seniorversity, I was calling it.
At that point, you're retired.
My big idea.
So it's you have time to take classes. Like, oh, what am I going to skip classes for? I got nothing else to do.
I'm not going to skip it. You're actually motivated to go learn something.
Exactly. It's like, oh, maybe I'll pay attention this time.
Yeah.
But it's pretty wild. So Damon's going to be up there. He's up there today. He might be back for tomorrow night's show. So it depends on how things go. But in the meantime, you'll be stuck with all of us. Kevin Downey Jr. is going to be joining us in just a few moments. I just saw him rattling around in the background there.
Kevin.
He was brushing his hair with a firecracker.
I think it was a blockbuster this time.
Come on in, Kevin. You can go.
He's going full blow.
He's hot off the radio show. I believe he has a radio show.
He does. Actually, on this 103.9.
I don't know if you've heard this, Slick.
Yeah.
Because you've been gone by about a week.
Yeah.
But Kevin Downey Jr. has a radio show.
Yeah.
Oh, do you?
103.9.
Is that breaking?
Breaking news. It's breaking news.
Or trending.
Not only does he have a radio show, you can, of course, see his writing styles on pjmedia.com.
They're very good, by the way.
He's a published author.
It's exceptional stuff that you do on the writing side. Yeah, no, it's awesome.
Kind, gentlemen.
He's got a fanatical fan base online, so you can follow him at Kevin Downey Jr. Across all the social medias.
Yeah.
And, of course, he's got his radio show, which we mentioned, but also his stand-up, which he'll be doing. Yeah. I think you've got a sweet gig coming up, right?
I've got 2 this weekend.
Nice.
I'm right here in Bohemia. I think we're in Ronkonkoma right now.
Yeah.
Right? Bohemia, it's right down the road.
Literally.
On Friday at McGuire's Comedy Club and Saturday at Coles Point Tavern, the coolest bar in the world in Coles Point, Virginia. It's on stilts over the river. And so
that's not working. On stilts over the river, a bar.
Yeah, and it's amazing.
Reminds me of a guy I knew who got in trouble.
It's amazing because the river technically belongs to Maryland, although the bar, to get there, you have to go through Virginia. Now, you cannot, at the time, you couldn't gamble in Maryland, but you could in Virginia. So they had these gambling tables, slot machines, and when they saw the cops coming across to raid them, they would push them all out onto Virginia, right down the ramp.
Wow, I love that.
Yeah. Isn't that
How
great?
creative people can be.
That's American ingenuity. Right?
It is. Right? It is indeed.
Ain't that America?
Right.
Fanatical fans, though, by the way. You like Tom Jones? You got like underwear being shot at you?
I wish.
Yeah.
He's got people visit. So where are you going to be again on Saturday? Because I know people in that area.
Coles Point Tavern.
Coles Point Tavern.
Okay. In Virginia.
Virginia. Go make a point of getting to it. If you're a fan of the KDJ, he'll be there doing his stand-up comedy. In the meantime, we will take our first break. There's a lot going on, Aaron, and we'll be covering it starting next. Live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Stay there.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Join the over 2 million Americans who love this country. Join the over 2 million members who love America. Join AMAC.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post-9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I faced my PTSD, and I'm a better husband and father because of it.
We help warriors get the expert care and support to thrive.
I got involved. I got healthier. I got to be an athlete again.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular.
My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing. Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month. Very simple.
It's been amazing.
I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it, too.
Call 1-800-726-2125.
To switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25-minute speed train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25-minute speed train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Again on a Wednesday night. Damon is out. He might be back tomorrow night. He may not. Depends on how his college experience goes. In the meantime, we've got Vin. We got Kevin Downey Jr. and Slick Rick is going to kick us off this segment with some sports. The first sports segment in a week. Woo. People have been, they developed hives. I got a little itch. It's like, oh my goodness, it's finally back. I'm going to finally get my.
Did the Knicks win or lose? Do you have an update?
You know,
yeah, let's relive that for a moment.
Let's not. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout and take advantage of some great savings on some great stuff from Mike Lindell, and he needs your support. He's still going through that stuff. Slick, take it away. What do you got for us?
Well, it's an exciting time, right? NBA, NHL, we're at the end of the road for the playoffs now. We're in the finals for both series, and both games are going tonight, 8:30 p.m. We have the NBA tipping off. It will be the Thunder visiting Indiana Pacers. That series tied at 1. The Pacers with a shocking Game 1 victory, right? Nobody saw that coming, that 1-point win there.
Just like the Knicks series, man. It was like a mirror of that.
They stole it, and who knows if that's going to come back to bite the OKC. But they rightened the ship, and then they won Game 2. So tonight is Game 3 in Indiana. Those fans have got to be absolutely out of their minds. The excitement, I can't even imagine. OKC still a 5.5-point favorite on the road tonight. So we'll keep you updated on that. And then NHL, the Panthers and Oilers came out with a big win, Game 1, and then that was it. Panthers have taken control of that series, winning the last 2 to take a 2-1 lead. Now they're down in Florida for Game 4. And, it's Panthers win tonight. It's going to be awfully tough for Edmonton. They're not out of it completely, but it's tough to come back 3-1 in the series.
Especially with Florida's playing so well.
You see a 6-1 victory the other night.
6-1.
I was in the hotel. I says, "Wait, is that right?" Because you don't normally ever see that in the NHL final series game. It's usually a 1-2 goal game. That was a complete blowout. So Conor McGregor and friends better get going. That puck is, I believe, just
one game. It's just one game. So it could be 2-2 in a New York minute.
They could be. I think they're going to need to make it 2-2 tonight, though. Edmonton's got to come out, and I believe they will. I think that one's going 7. But for my money, I think I'd rather see Florida win for obvious reasons.
Didn't last year it go 7 and overtime?
And overtime.
We've
had a few of those.
What a great series,
and just absolutely incredible. So, and of course, it wouldn't be a sports report without bringing you the constant variety of transgender in sports. Boy, I did not miss reporting on this, but there was some big news. I guess the USA gymnastics team is starting to get the memo about the Olympics coming up in LA in 2028 and starting to go, we better behave ourselves. So they're already starting to reconsider their position as USA Gymnastics evaluating trans policy after deleting rules allowing men in women's category. This is Warner Todd Houston of Breitbart. USA Gymnastics is reportedly mulling rules changes to restrict transgender athletes in its competitions and what appears to be bad timing for Olympic gold medalist Simone Biles, who last week loudly came out to the support of transgender in sports. Fox News asked the organization why it had deleted its transgender inclusion rules that it has had since 2020, allowing men identifying as women to compete in women's categories. The sports governing body replied that it was reconsidering its options after President Donald Trump changed Title IX rules banning trans athletes in women's sports. In May, USAG removed its policy to assess compliance with the current legal landscape, the group told Fox News. Only a few years ago, USAG had eliminated its rule requiring transgender women to supply medical records providing gender reassignment surgery and other requirements to prove their gender status. The new rules had allowed them to join women's categories with far less red tape. They made it nice and easy for them to come right in, right? They talk about a balance beam there. But the spotlight turned on the world of gymnastics last week when Olympic gold medalist Simone Biles launched a personal attack against women's sports advocate Riley Gaines, with Biles calling Gaines a bigot for her efforts to keep men out of women's sports. Boy, I'm really surprised.
And gymnastics, honestly,
right?
of all stupid, this is the dumbest argument. All of them are dumb, but gymnastics? Come on.
I heard of uneven bars, but this is out of control. But Biles had posted a message on to X calling Gaines sick and a bully and a sore loser because she advocates to keep men who identify as women out of women's sports. Right. I almost can't believe when I read this, I feel like I got to read it twice to make sure that
it's because it's one of those things where she figures, let me jump in with the cool kids, because this is what the cool kids are saying, and I got to come out and I'll support it and call her a bully. And all of a sudden, the backlash is fierce and furious because a lot of the girls that look up to Simone Biles don't want boys playing in their sports. There's a reason why there's no, there's no rings for women's gymnastics because they can't hold themselves up like that, like the men can.
Right.
There's a huge difference.
But this is consistent, though, with you done with sports?
No, get going.
Sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
We're going. Good segue.
I was just going to say this is consistent with the narrative of the left in everything.
Yeah.
Illegals aren't illegals. They're immigrants.
Right.
Okay? They're immigrants here, and the country's built on immigrants. Every little narrative that they twist and turn into some talking point, and this whole thing with transgender is the same thing. You'll sit back and you're like, this is lunacy. Every bit of what they say on every issue is this lunatic thing. A peaceful protest.
Oh, yes.
Right.
Pay no attention to the bricks and the fires and the 10 cars on fire and the police getting assaulted and the looting
how about
going
the guy
on
with
in
the
Apple
fireworks?
stores and Nike.
Right.
It's all the same narrative, though. It's like take the opposite. It's like one giant George Costanza episode, doing the opposite of everything that's logical.
Right. The Democrats are the leaders of opposite day.
Yep.
It is. It's completely.
They really are. That's it. That's all they do. If it's raining outside, they'll say, don't dress properly. Don't carry an umbrella. Just walk out in the rain because you're an idiot.
It's so upside down.
Yeah, well, it's like the kid in L.A., right? He threw fireworks at the police, and they'll come out and say, "Oh, he's just celebrating 4th of July early." He had
Molotov cocktail. That guy got arrested, and he's going to be.
He should do some major time.
And what's crazy, Slick? One last point, and let you finish. I think one of her points to Riley Gaines is, why don't you help, trans, find a way to compete and blah, blah, blah. It's like, first off, it's not her job.
No.
It's not Riley Gaines' job to figure out ways to have these wackos who believe it's Halloween every day, figure out a way for them to compete in sports. That's up to them. Let them figure that out. You want to pretend you're something, find a way to do it. And another thing, they already created a way for them to compete. I believe it was in swimming.
Yeah.
And none of them wanted to do it.
No, they don't.
Because they'd have to compete against other guys who are just as screwed up as they are.
Right. Yep.
And then they wouldn't win.
There's no advantage there
for them. There's no advantage.
Yep.
I lost my weave in the pool.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think this is the president's way of making a statement that we have the Olympics coming to our country, right, in L.A. 2028, and the president and the White House is simply saying, not in our house.
Yeah.
And we're not going to have this transgender. There will be zero transgender, I do believe, in Olympic sports, at least for the 2028 Olympics in LA.
He's making a lot of changes. They're doing, I think tonight is Les Mis at the Kennedy Center, and he's basically saying enough of this.
Yeah.
DEI and woke stuff. Let's bring a balance to the artists. And the same thing with all this trans stuff. Riley Gaines got screwed.
Totally.
She got screwed out of winning because of this. And there's so many that are like that. Can you name, is there anybody out there talking about this? Any female athlete who's actually currently competing, saying, no, this is great. This is great. I like it.
Yeah, none of them.
Yeah. Outside of Simone Biles.
Have you heard one?
No,
she's not competing.
She's not competing.
Well,
she
she's not
retired.
Competing, right? That's right. She's done. She's won her medals.
All the ones that stand up are retired because they don't
who's
have
the
to
wing
worry
ding in the
about
soccer?
She lost a gold medal to some trans.
Yeah, Megan Rapinoe. Yeah.
Her team got beaten by a bunch of 14-year-old boys.
That's right.
She knows better. However, she's a Marxist. That's why she embraces this. Right. One of the 45 goals of communism to take over the U.S. is promote degeneracy and no families. A man is a woman is a man. Yep. And once you can get someone to say, yeah, that man's a woman, you control their mind.
Yep.
And it's over.
And Rapinoe was truly a blue-haired commie.
Yes.
In every sense of the word and depiction.
Yep.
And that's a wrap in sports, Rick.
All right. Well, that's a long-awaited sports report from Slick. Yeah. We appreciate it.
I did get an alert, though. The hockey game's tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
That was tomorrow night? I thought it was tonight.
Tomorrow night.
Good.
All right. So we got, we'll kick off some news next.
Yeah.
I know. Last couple days, it's all been rioting.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to continue the riot after this quick break. Live from Studio 6, Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night. We'll be back.
Poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night. Welcoming you back. If you're just joining us, Damon is out, but Slick is back. He just did his first sports report in about a week, and we let him have the entire segment because it was awesome.
Thank you.
So thank you for joining us, and we appreciate it on a Wednesday night. Got a lot of stuff to get to. We've been very heavy on riot coverage the last 2 nights.
Oh yeah.
Monday night, very long show or a very long appearance, I should say, with Ben Berkwam, who did phenomenal stuff for us. He joined us again last night. I think tonight he's just cut the night off. He's been thrown into the fire pit, so to speak, and just covering a lot of stuff. So we appreciate all he did for us the last couple nights. I don't know if you guys saw this. I mean, we'll get to the riot stuff in just a few moments because there's been definitely some changes going on. But Eric Daughtry, I don't know if you know who this is. He's the assistant news director over at Florida Voice News. He posted this. It's a short video of Donald Trump, President Trump, getting into the presidential limousine, being asked what's going on. Why are U.S. dependents of military personnel being evacuated from the Middle East? Trump's only response is, "You'll have to see."
Uh-oh. Well,
okay,
so let's kind of have an idea.
Do we have an idea? Because I haven't heard anything about going on in the Middle East. I mean, of course, the Hamas Israel stuff going on.
No.
But why would U.S. dependents of military personnel being evacuated from throughout the Middle East? Yeah. That seems a little. If it was just that Israel, Gaza area, I could understand that. But I would have thought they would have been already evacuated because of the tensions and the ongoing conflict. This seems a little different.
This is very interesting, and I nothing to do with Hamas. This has everything to do with Iran, the Iran talks, the fact that Israel wanted to go in already. They literally asked the president, we need to do this now. They're going to have this nuclear capability in days, in weeks. I mean, that's where this is at. This is what's been going on. The talks have not been going well. The Iranians, are drawing lines in the sand when I think we talked about this one time on the show, maybe a week or two ago. They simply have no standing. There's zero standing. And yet they're trying to negotiate off of zero standing. And I think at the end of the day, Trump tried to negotiate. He tried to do the right thing. Mm-hmm. And he's at the point now where I have to start making some moves. And I think Israel can go do what they need to do. Right. And by pulling these people out is a loud signal to the Iranians. We're not talking anymore. Mm-hmm. You want to come to the table? It's time to talk, or it's time to walk. And I'm not in favor of war. I think we talked about this. I feel like I'm having deja vu because I don't want this to happen.
No, I don't.
But how do you stop these lunatics?
Right. I don't think anybody wants it to happen. It's like the riots. It's like, how do you get violent people to stop being violent? Yeah. You have to bring more violence to them so they go, oh my goodness, this is horrible. I can't take this. Because that's the only thing these types of people understand. They're scumbags, and they think they can get away with everything until you punch them in the face so hard that they're swallowing their teeth going, oh, I didn't see that one coming, and they have to leave because they just crap themselves and their face is pushed in. Yeah. That's how that's how you have to deal with people like this because they're broken. Right? That's their ideology. That's the way they think. Yep. There's no negotiation. There's no, hey, we'll send you money. We'll send you tickets to go see a play. We'll send you this. You can have French fries from the mayor of New York City. Those are great. None of that stuff will work with those types of people because of the way they think, the way they've been brought. This is the way they always think.
True. The only reason World War II ended with Japan when it did is because they got tired of dying.
Yeah.
These were people that wanted to die for their emperor. And when people want to die for their cause, all you can do is oblige them.
Right.
Well, when I was in college, there was a big Iranian population in my school. Absolutely.
In the 1800s?
In the yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Way to go.
That's cruel.
Watch out, there's a bomb in there. But there was a big Iranian population. These dudes, they were loaded. They had oil money. They were big deals, but they were really nice people. And they were, we got along great. They loved our Western values. They wanted to experience it. It was none of this crazy stuff. So there are the people of Iran, which before this whole, revolution they had, these were mainstream people.
They were Westerners.
They were Westerners
for the most part
in the economy. Yeah. Smart people.
In Iran in the 70s, it looked a lot like here in the U.S. The women 100%. Were allowed to wear skirts. It was very modern in the Middle East until the mullahs moved in. Yeah. And then all of that changed, like overnight.
But it's not like, my point is, the people of Iran is where my heart really bleeds for them, because we know, and I know this personally, they don't want these mullahs. The mullahs are in charge. They took it over. Mm-hmm. You break the chain, you lose your head, you lose an arm, you lose a body limb. You're beaten to death. You're stoned to death. They do vicious things to you. So they all comply, but they don't like it. So the ramification of this is we take out the nukes, or the Israelis do, which is really we, and hopefully these people survive and a new administration gets in. Right. But it's not the people. They are, and I can attest to this, they're amazing people. Very, very nice. And the women, the women in the Middle East, talk about getting the short end of the stick. These poor women, it's just terrible how they're forced to live their lives. But the Iranian women are some of the smartest people in the world, classy, smart. They're designers, and not anymore.
Right.
But they were. I mean, I'm sure they're still, but we just don't see it.
According to this, I'm seeing, I guess maybe someone, a spokesperson for Iran, or one of them over there, called for the assassination of the president, the vice president, Secretary of State, and Elon Musk yesterday. Called for Muslim men in America to rise up and take out our cabinet. So it makes sense that the president might want to move some of these American people from these dangerous territories. It kind of makes sense.
It's time.
It could be that. Senator Tom Cotton, here's what he had to say. Today, Secretary of Defense confirmed that Iran's terrorist regime is actively working towards a nuclear weapon.
Of course they are.
Not nuclear power, a nuclear weapon. For the sake of national security, the security of our allies, and millions of civilians in the region, this cannot be allowed to happen. And we could be seeing the result of the position of this is not going to be allowed to happen.
Very challenging, because we're playing a dangerous game of chicken right now. When they get the nuclear weapon, what do you think's going to happen? I mean, really, what does anybody think? They're going to have the nuclear weapon. They're going to, hold us hostage or use it.
Yep. A lot of sleepless nights.
There's no in between.
There's creating the process for it, and then there's, of course, trying to arm a weapon and actually transport it somewhere. So they've got to figure out that. But also, if you want to put this into, you're a movie guy, Vin. You're a Hollywood guy.
Talk to me.
Top Gun 2. What was the genesis of that movie?
Yeah.
They had to take out whatever country, they never mention it.
Oh, yeah, never did,
the
right.
nuclear facility before it became, before it was active to produce nuclear weapons. So they went in and they did it. Right? Are we is this another example of real life mimicking Hollywood?
That's amazing, isn't it?
Isn't it crazy?
That is amazing. It's a great analogy.
Some of them in Hollywood have to be in on the plan. And I'm starting with the Simpsons.
It's too coincidental.
Wow.
That'd be a surprise. Like, the whole narrative, though, of they have to arm the thing, and I get where you're coming from. Like, there's steps that have to happen. It's not easy to do. Why take this chance? Why?
Yeah.
Why give them the moment to be able to do it? But, now we got 2 more weeks. They got to arm it. Trump's playing a game of chicken here, and I think he's at the end of the rope.
Yeah, and we could have, we might have Maverick training some pilots right now over at Top Gun Camp, getting ready to go in there and take this thing out.
I feel the need for speed.
It's amazing. So I just thought I'd bring that up. Just a crazy.
That's a great pickup, though. I didn't see that today.
Breaking. It broke just before the show.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those things where it's like, wow, okay. Let's see what. As if there wasn't enough going on in this country. Here we go. Let's get into what's going on in L.A., shall we? I don't know if you saw this at all. Here are some. It's kind of spread. We talked about it spreading to different places. We mentioned a couple of the cities. Denver, we mentioned last night, but also Chicago. Cut number 5. Here are some anti-ICE protesters shutting down Chicago traffic, as if almost on cue in the liberal cities. Check this out. If you're a commuter, you're not a big fan.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this.
This is now?
This was, I think it was earlier today or just yesterday afternoon. I'm not sure. But, we talked about this. We talked about this spreading around the country. We know what they're planning on Saturday. So that's just the next step. It's happening in other cities, blue cities around the country. That's why I asked you, Slick, if you had seen anything in Minneapolis, because that's a very blue city.
I did not. And I was in the city every night. I was in there 5 out of 6 nights. And
right.
They're just a little behind. They didn't get the memo yet.
Yeah. But cut number 1, here's a news report in L.A. And then now this is from last night. And I guess there's a curfew in place. And it's amazing when there's a curfew in place, bad stuff stops happening. Mm-hmm. It's kind of one of those things, they kind of go together. Cut number 1, here's a news report talking about the curfew in L.A. that has gone into effect. Cut number 1, check this out.
We're at the 101 in Spring. This is just a staging area since there's really no demonstrators left, so officers are just staging here. Yeah,
we were talking about the 101 yesterday, and that's where the big hullabaloo was happening.
Staging here, waiting in case something happens. Carolyn, it seems like it's been very effective because we're not easily able to find very many demonstrators at this time of the night now that the curfew has been in effect for over 3 hours. What we do still see is a very heavy police presence, and what we're showing you here is Spring Street, just off of the 101 freeway. It has become a staging area for law enforcement. They're waiting here in case something happens, and again, most of the demonstrators have gone home for the night, which was, of course, the intent of that curfew, so it has proven to be effective, at least so far. Now, in terms of the freeway, the 101 freeway remains open, but just thinking about your morning commute tomorrow, a lot of the freeway on-ramps and off-ramps throughout the downtown LA area will remain shut down. That's latest here from downtown LA in News Chopper 4. I'm Eliana Moreno. Back to you in this.
So there you have it. Live news coverage last night of LA. Let's face it, you have a curfew, and it's nice to see that that's one of those things that works. That, the National Guard, and the threat of Marines stomping your head in if you get out of line, it kind of keeps people in line, right, Kev?
Yeah, and you know what? I think they look like the Sally boys they are. We're going to burn the town down. Oh, we got to go to bed, Mom.
Come on.
Can you make me some tater tots?
Yeah. Ron DeSantis, though, has it correct.
The mini ones.
Ron DeSantis, I heard him talking today. He basically said, look, you block traffic? No, you're out.
Yeah.
You're arrested. You can't block traffic.
No.
It's illegal. He has it right. He doesn't even let it start. Takes him out.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, so we'll come back. We'll do some more. We'll do some more with Vin and with KDJ coming after this. We also got more sports with Slick Rick and a whole lot of what's going on. I got Senator Kennedy. He's back. He's got some words about aliens. He's got some words about Governor Newsom. He just goes off.
Newsom's an alien? Really?
You know what? You'll have to hear it for yourself, Ben.
I agree.
He's a good guy. All right, we'll take a quick break. We come back more live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Stay there.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's gonna cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2, plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini. I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. That is on a Wednesday night. Thank you for joining us. Damon is out. He might be back tomorrow night, depending on how things go in his college visit. He's growing up so fast. He's off to college next. Kevin Downey Jr. is here. We'll get to him in just a moment, but let's kick things over to Vinnie Mac and see what he's got going on. Vin, what do you got going on, my friend?
Well, I painfully sat through the Gavin Newsom, whatever you want to call what he said is. I'm not even sure what that is.
I didn't see that.
It's painful. It's more or less the similar narrative of dictatorship. Trump is abusing his power. He's doing all these bad things, and he's pointing out absolutely false information left and right. And the only reason I bring it up is, one, this guy, had a lot to say, and they were basically far left progressive talking points. But it always concerns me when people like this are given a voice. We see Maxine Waters, we see Nancy Pelosi, and we see Gavin Newsom, and Gavin Newsom's going to be running. He's
going to try.
I have to be upfront about this, that he's going to have a shot, because there are enough lunatics in this country that will vote for someone like him, who's super articulate, handsome, smart, and will appeal to a certain voting base, particularly the left. But it just seems the only thing they have to say, and this goes for new candidates to old candidates and to candidates like Gavin Newsom, is just anti-Trump. So he went on TV and gave this dissertation about how Trump has intervened where everything was working fine in California. And we're going to see this with every governor of every blue state where these riots happen. Now, we know, I think this weekend, it's going to be a frenzy. They're basically going on multiple city attacks right now. The coordination of what's happening here is astonishing. Frankly, not as astonishing as you might think, because look at what happened with BLM. Look at what's happened in the past. Those things were so orchestrated and handled across. But I really take notice when someone that has a legitimate shot of becoming the Democratic candidate for president, Gavin Newsom, going on TV and just spewing lies on top of lies and using Trump as a scapegoat for that, rather than, and I think this is the thing where he could really win an election if he chose this path, to say, we had some real bad actors out there. And I'm glad the president stepped in and assisted us in getting this under control so it didn't spread any further. That's what a leader really does. And if you want to win the Democrat vote, that's what they're looking for. The surveys that are out there, all the polling, is like, it's one of those 90-10 issues. And the amount of people they've arrested, I think they arrested, I'm looking at this, 330 just in that one moment in L.A., just in one night of illegals. And the vast majority of them are criminals.
Yeah, they had a criminal
background.
Yeah, criminal backgrounds.
Murderers, rapists, thieves, whatever you want to call it. They're criminals. And that's a big number of what's going on there. So these sweeps are working. And if Newsom or any of these people had any brains, other than I hate Trump, which appeals to one small sliver of that party, well, maybe a bigger part of it, because, the left is deranged and they really do hate Trump. But the proper thing to do if you're a governor leading a state is to acknowledge there was a problem. He didn't acknowledge there's a problem.
No.
He only acknowledged that the problem was Trump. Trump didn't start the riots. Trump didn't do anything. They sent ICE in. They sent the people that protect our cities and our states in to arrest people who are dangerous to the citizens of those cities and states. That's what ICE did.
Yeah.
It's their job. It's like it's like asking the police to be defunded, like they did after BLM. And look what happened to our cities. You remember New York just a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, New York was terrible. I've got friends that commute in there every day, and they would just tell me stories about how ridiculous it is. So I guess it's full circle here with Gavin Newsom now. The thing that does concern me also about him is he's smooth. He's like Obama.
Yeah, he's like a straight Obama.
He is. He's very much like a straight Obama with a different pigment. I mean, he is. No,
they're about the same.
A smooth talker, and if you, I think I mentioned this before. If you read an Obama speech, it says the complete opposite of what the Obama presented to you in that speech. You walk away from an Obama speech and you're like, oh, that guy's pretty smooth. He's pretty smart.
Not only that, but you feel like, all right, I think I can get behind some of this.
Yeah.
Right? But then it's not exactly what he did and what he said are two totally different things.
It just did not match up. Newsom's got some of those skills. And what I don't want to see happen is the country to start falling for more of this Trump derangement. So that's what's been on my mind. This whole thing about the riots in L.A., we're focused on that. But, come the weekend, they're going to be in a lot of cities. And Trump spoke about this today. He was asked the question, hey, they're planning this in multiple cities. Are you going to bring in, the National Guard and other things to make us safe in those cities? And he didn't commit to anything. And I think the move, which we talked about last night, Rick, I think you and I was, let's overwhelm them.
Yeah, overwhelm them with force.
Overwhelm them with force. They're going to pull back, and that's where he's getting a bad rap. But that's exactly what he needs to do, because how do you prevent this from spreading? It's like dealing with the mullahs. Right. It's no different. You just have to deal with them in a stronger way. So that's what's on my mind.
All right. Well, thank you, Vin. And yeah, you know what? My question that I had during the break, I'll bring that up a little later, but it goes to what you were saying. Let's kick it over to Kevin Downey Jr., one writer, comedian, and of course, radio show host. Kevin, what do you have? What have you been? What's been going on in your head?
Well, if I can jump on what Vin was saying for a moment, I think China is organizing all of these protests. I think China controls Mr. Reptile Gavin Newsom, and I think they speak salamander, so they can speak in code pretty much. And I firmly believe this is beyond our borders. This is.
I think you're right about that. I've heard rumblings about them financially supporting some of these places.
Yep.
And we've known that they've been doing that with the colleges too.
Yeah, I also think it's a suicide for the Democratic Party. No one is I shouldn't say no one. There's always an idiot. So many people are not behind what the Democrats are doing. Look at this. I've got this. Look at this poll. 1,000 likely voters. 59% approve of Trump sending in the feds, the National Guard, to protect L.A. 39% disapprove. That would be their diehard Democrats. And 2% undecided. Probably the Libertarians. They're not sure what to do. I was a Libertarian for a while. And they just sort of say, you know what, I really love the Libertarian Party, but then they say something really stupid like, and we don't need driver's licenses either. Nah, what good are they? So have you guys made enough fun of Greta Thunberg yet?
Not yet.
Last night we talked about her, but we didn't make too much fun. We were hoping you'd show up and let her have it.
Okay, I'll let her have it. So as you know, she was in the Freedom Flotilla.
Yeah.
Floated over and got picked up by the Israeli Navy, as they'll do. And of course, she was saying, we've been kidnapped. She actually has a video where she says, if you're watching this, I've been kidnapped by the Israels, who the conquering nation. First of all, Israel left Gaza in 2005. They left Gaza in 2005, said, you can run yourselves. And what happened? Well, 24 years later, October 7th. That's why you can't have Hamas anymore. But Greta Thunberg, she rolled up with probably enough supplies for a Cub Scout picnic. She couldn't carry much on that boat. They're calling it the selfie yacht. She didn't stick around. There were 11 of them, and 8 decided to stay to prove a point. We're not going to sign the deportation papers. So Greta goes, well, I can do more good when I leave Israel. No, this is the end of her. This is the end of her. I called it on air today. And then after I did that, look at this. Sky News UK headline: Global warming messiah to global joke. Greta's hypocrisy exposed in an embarrassing stunt. Sky News Australia: difficult to stomach Greta Thunberg's absurd kidnap claim spectacle. Outkick headline: Thug Greta Thunberg gets destroyed for her stupid Gaza sailboat selfie mission. And News24.com: this was nothing but a ridiculous gimmick. Greta Thunberg deported from Israel. I don't know that we can watch me today, but there's a British news couple ripping her apart.
Nice.
It's embarrassing for her.
Was that the accent that you were using?
Yeah, I very generic accents. I think Greta Thunberg is done.
I think she just became the Simone Biles of climate change.
He's got a
way to go, Greta.
tombstone.
All right.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new pocket hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new pocket pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The pocket hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot pocket hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison built that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna! Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
When I'm not bartending, I'm watching live from Studio 6B, Monday through Friday at 8 p.m.
It makes me
8 o'clock somewhere.
It makes me think. It makes me think of Alex Stein.
Yeah,
99. My Latin Latina, whatever you call it. My big booty Latina. Big booty Latina. Thank you for those kind words. Live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Real America's Voice, Dish Network Channel 219, Pluto TV Channel 240, 1175 on Samsung TV Plus. You can also catch the show Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire Select TV 106, and of course us on all the socials, like the Rumble chat and the Rumblers, the YouTube chat, the YouTubers, the Twixers on X, Facebook, Kick, Getter, and, of course, Instagram. The Getter crew is still loud and proud and huge. Still over 12, 14,000 a night. So we appreciate you guys. Like and share, like and share, like and share. Of course, we got Vinnie Mac is here. Slick Rick has got sports. Kevin Downey Jr. is in the house tonight on a Wednesday helping out. And, of course, we got you guys at home. So we appreciate that. Hey, I don't know if you guys saw this. I'll show this to you real quick before we jump into some sports with Slick Rick and get an update on the NBA. But you were talking about Gavin Newsom. And here's Jake Tapper, cut number 7. Here's Jake Tapper doing a report with some highlights of Gavin Newsom, talking about exactly what you were talking about, Vin. Check this out. This is cut number 7. Watch and vomit for yourself.
Next political parfait layer. Newsom embracing his role as Trump antagonist in chief, perhaps as a precursor to a 2028 run for commander in chief. Because of this, Newsom is going seemingly beyond the typical political condemnations, out there seemingly egging Trump on in very strong fashion. Take a look.
After me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with.
They're just weakness masquerading as strength. They're cosplaying. If you want to be president, you might as well play the part as president. At least fake it. Do the right thing. Stand back, and we'll clean up your mess.
So there he is, making his pitch to be the tough guy from California with the slick hair.
Yeah.
Come on, come and get
Clean up your mess.
Right.
That whole state's a mess.
I think he's doing his what do you call it? His Keanu Reeves from Point Break.
Yeah.
Yo, bro, I'm a governor from California.
Good luck.
Let's surf the pipeline, dude.
Yeah, you got to go down, Bodie. You got to go down, Trumpy.
When the Chinese came, he cleaned up the whole city.
Yeah.
There were no homeless anywhere.
Yeah, San Francisco was spotless for a week.
Talk about a takeout.
Until they started.
We can't do anything about it. Oh, the Chinese are coming?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
you mean my benefactors? Let me make sure I put some of this money they gave me to use.
Daddy Xi's coming to town. Better sweep up the human feculence off the streets.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
I also think Xi went to San Francisco because there were so many liberty-loving Chinese people living there, and he wanted to just sort of say, yeah, keep me in mind. I'll kill your families. Better come home.
Yeah,
no liberty for you.
Exactly. All right, let's do some sports with Slick. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Slick, what do you got for us, my friend?
All right, update in that big game tonight in Indiana, the Gamebridge Fieldhouse. Game 3 series tied at 1. OKC, Oklahoma City Thunder, taking on the Indianapolis Pacers. 29-23 right now is the score with about a minute to go in the first quarter. Early on, Chet Holmgren leads all scorers with 12 points for OKC. Oh, wow. So we'll keep an eye on that on this game, but it's going to be a good one. I think this is going to be another great 7-game series. So again, we'll keep an eye. And fake news earlier, I said that the NHL was also having their Game 4 tonight of the Stanley Cup Finals, but I was corrected. I made a mistake. I thought I was going with the fact that they played Monday night. They were going to play again tonight, and I wasn't really paying attention. I'm trying to get back in the groove. So that game is tomorrow night, Game 4.
Purple rain on the brain.
That's exactly right. So so we're going to keep that game on ice, no pun intended, and we'll have that game tomorrow night for you as well as we do the sports. So, good stuff there. Let's get to some Major League Baseball scores, too. We don't want to forget Major League Baseball. Rays right now trailing the Red Sox 4-3 up in Fenway, top of the 8th. Mets, who are playing really well, probably one of the hottest teams in the league right now, 5-0 over the Nationals, end of 7. Yankees 5-0 over the Royals. Yankees playing well, too, top of the 5th there. Bottom 5th, Twins lead the Rangers 3-2. Astros 5-0 over the White Sox, top 4. Top 2nd, Giants blanking the Rockies 2-0. Pirates 5-2 final earlier today over the Marlins. Phillies down the Cubs 7-2. Reds fell to the Guardians 11-2 in Cleveland. Braves topped the Brewers 6-2. Blue Jays 5-2 over the Cardinals in St. Louis. And we had the Diamondbacks 5-2 over the Mariners. In addition to that, the Angels edged the A's 6-5. The Dodgers 5-2 over the Padres. And the Orioles pound the Tigers 10-1. Oof. Tough game, tough day.
Sorry,
Kevin.
Kevin.
Sorry about that. Cincinnati didn't do much better.
That left a mark. Sorry, man.
And I think this story is going to gain a lot of traction for the NFL here. But NFL Players Association calls out MetLife Stadium's FIFA World Cup transformation. This is Eric Smitherling of Yardbarker. The NFL's turf war escalated on Wednesday. MetLife Stadium, home of the New York Giants and New York Jets, installed a grass field ahead of the FIFA World Cup, prompting a sarcastic response from the NFL Players Association. Looks nice, the NFLPA wrote in a repost of a video showing the fresh sod early Wednesday morning. On Sunday, MetLife Stadium hosts its first group stage game of the FIFA World Cup between SE Palmeiras and FC Porto. So big World Cup games coming in. For years, NFL players have expressed their preference for natural playing surfaces instead of cheaper synthetic turfs used in a significant number of NFL stadiums, only to be rebuffed by the owners. In a 2020 statement, then NFLPA President J.C. Tretter wrote, the NFLPA is advocating for teams to convert artificial practice and game fields to natural grass fields while pointing to injury data as its argument. Players have a 28% higher rate of non-contact lower extremity injuries when playing on artificial turf, Tretter wrote. 3 years later, the NFLPA president combated a league narrative following 1 year of inconclusive injury data, writing, now 10 of the previous 11 years show the same exact thing. Grass is a significantly safer surface than turf.
I thought they concluded that a long time ago. I don't know why they keep going with turf.
They keep pushing it back. Well, I guess 10 out of 11 is enough. They won 20 out of 21. But meanwhile, they are advocating. So obviously, these owners make billions of dollars. And not that I'm counting their bank accounts, but for them to put a grass field in, yes, it would require more maintenance, a lot of preservation over the winter. But if this is the case, I'd much rather see the game played on grass, to be quite frank with you. I remember the old days of, the Raiders and some of the other great teams on. Cowboys have had an artificial surface since they opened Texas Stadium back in 1970. So they've always played on the artificial carpet. But it's so much better, the game on grass. Yeah. Even the old, when the Jets used to play at Shea Stadium, that ground, the mud, and it was just a great game.
Especially when it was a big hit, like, somebody's taking down a quarterback or a running back, and boom, they pop up. There's grass sticking out of the helmet like this, and dirt, and it's got coming out of their nose. It's awesome.
It's awesome. And you wonder how much this plays into these Achilles tendon injuries and stuff.
All the injuries
and stuff, and certainly the knee injuries, the ACLs, MCLs. Yeah, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, of course, nothing but MetLife Stadium is getting grass. So that's a wrap in sports, Rick. Back to you.
Thank you, Slick. And again, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. Save some big money on some great stuff from Mike and the people at mypillow.com. Kevin Downey Jr., you might be seeing him live this weekend if you're either on Long Island or somewhere near the Virginia-Maryland border.
Nice.
Absolutely. Coles Point Tavern on Saturday, and McGuire's Comedy Club out here in Bohemia. That's in Long Island. It's on Long Island Friday.
Now the place in Virginia, is that, you said that's on stilts?
It's on stilts.
So are you going to be yelling down at people, throwing stuff at them?
The bar is on stilts over the Potomac.
Oh, okay.
And the Potomac. What could go wrong?
and Maryland owns the Potomac, so you drive into Virginia, and then you walk onto under the ramp and into the bar, and now you're technically in Maryland.
Can you bring your own hooch?
You don't need to.
Okay.
It's one of the few gigs I do that actually has my favorite beer, Carl Black Label, which I've been drinking since I was 4.
Wow, nice.
Well, I think that sounds very safe to be on stilts in a bar and drinking that. A couple of those, you'll be fine. I wouldn't worry about a thing.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong?
So what else is going on there, Kev?
So as we know, communists have to change the history of every nation they take over. That's why Chairman Mao knocked down 2,000-year-old temples and burned books and whatnot. And as you probably know, the former administration, Joe Biden, that's President Fingerdale, he changed a bunch of names of military bases in the South because they were named after Confederate generals. Now, why did they do that to begin with? Because the South and the North were not getting along. The war was over, but they didn't like us. So they said, okay, we'll name these bases after your Confederate generals. We'll all get along. And what do you know? Look at this. I love this. Trump is changing them back to the original names. He was talking at a ceremony marking the 250th birthday of, or anniversary, I should say, of the Army, I believe. and he said, you know what, we're going back. We're going back to all the other names. And he was at Fort Bragg when he said, and Fort Bragg, they all went nuts. And if you look behind him, soldiers of every race, every color, every stripe, no one cares. They want Fort Bragg back, and they're getting it back. And this, it seems like nothing, but this is a huge part in fighting the commie pinkos. Also, this is the most important thing in the world, chasing the wokesters out of the military. The wokesters were going to be the army that shoots us. All right. How do you get an army to shoot its own people? You say, hey, you with the purple hair, they hate you. They want to genocide you. And then they would have no problem mowing us down.
Right.
Trump is also chasing those transmobobs out of the military so that they won't pick up guns and fire them at us. What Trump is doing, if he's successful, and I firmly believe he will be, he's saving this nation from communism for at least, 30, 40 years. They'll be back. They never actually went away. They never went away. This war never ends. But right now, the war is on the home front, folks. And I will say this. Every time I watch a video of some bozo taking a rubber bullet to the non-binary scrotum, everything underneath it is, yes, more. And I've been watching it, and they're hilarious. And by God, pour yourself a bourbon when the show's over and start watching some of these videos. This is important. I can't tell you how important it is. And so many people are on Trump's side. He's turned the way the nation thinks. Because back in 2016, I don't know if he would have gotten away with this. People say, well, it's kind of mean. They're just illegal immigrants. They're not just illegal immigrants. This has nothing to do with illegal immigration. Trump knows we're fighting Marxism. He knows it's here. It's not the enemy at the gate. The enemy is in the kitchen eating our sandwiches. And Trump is fighting back, and I couldn't be behind this more.
Yeah, and especially when you look at the border policy of the previous administration, the destruction of the border and the importing of, what could be classified as military-aged cells of men from various countries here to do us no good, basically. Which again, Vin, what you were talking about, and Kevin, what you chimed in before, I'm going to bring up something that dates back to Obama to see what you guys think of what he said back then and how that kind of. I think we're seeing the results of it right now. We'll talk about that when we get back from this quick break. In the meantime, we appreciate you guys there. Join us in the chats, of course. And, of course, run to the bathroom if you got to go take a squirt or whatever. Do what you got to do. But we're going to be back here in about 3 minutes. Continue on. We just need you to join us live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, on a Wednesday night. We'll do some more with Vin. And, of course, if you're listening on Long Island News Radio, we appreciate you as well. We'll be back. Stay there.
Project empowers post 9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I realized I could be successful in a civilian career.
We stand by warriors and advocate for their needs going forward.
They were by my side in the hospital, and they're still with me today.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
Why aren't you getting results? Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25-minute speed train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week, with minimal equipment, and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms at high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25-minute speed train free at bodywithaneye.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Sounds like the blues, Vin. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. You told me not to. Twice. I had to do it. Since President Trump has been sworn in, it's incredible to think that the progress his administration has already made. It is not easy to move mountains at the speed of light. However, that is what they're trying to do to right this country. They can't also take your personal finances into account. You have to do that on your own. That's why thousands of Americans right now are buying gold from Birch Gold. And here are the facts. In the past 12 months, the value of gold has increased by 30%. Central banks are buying gold in record quantities. I don't know if you've heard about that. So demand doesn't seem to be subsiding, and the real reset is on the horizon. If you don't know what this is, that's where the BRICS nations are looking to unseat the U.S. dollar as the global reserve currency. But you've got a chance to kind of protect yourself from all this. You can find peace of mind when you buy gold. Birch Gold makes it extremely easy to convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or you can even buy some and store it in your own home safe. Just text America to 989898, and Birch Gold is going to send you a free info kit on gold with no obligation, only useful information. They've got an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers. So take control of protecting your savings today and take control with gold. Text America to 989898. That's America to 989898 and get your free kit on gold from Birch Gold. Their free info kit will be yours. Just text America to 989898. So there you have it. A little ode to Damon singing about the blues.
Yeah, that was an ode, right?
Delbert.
Exactly.
It stunk.
This guy. I mean, I still like the Bee Gees, man. I'm into the Bee Gees.
Yes, in the break we were talking about music because the passing of Mike Love from the Beach Boys.
Yes. Not Mike Love.
No, not Mike Love.
Brian Wilson.
Brian Wilson. Sorry about that.
Yep.
Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys, and then Sly Stone a couple days before, a couple days ago. So.
And he was like super talented. He created some major sounds too.
They both did.
Big inspiration for many artists.
Now I'm just waiting for the third one to drop because they say that celebrities die in threes. So it's like, okay, well, who's got who on their bingo card, on their Deadpool?
Anybody on The View, I think. We'd have one choice there.
I've read that the Beatles were inspired by pet sounds.
Oh, yeah.
The Beach Boys.
Oh,
and
yes. Really?
That's how they came up with Sgt. Pepper.
Yeah, it's exactly what happened. Paul McCartney talks about that, and they were blown away what this guy created. Because Good Vibrations, there's a documentary on it. When you listen to how he created those sounds, it was just off the charts, like innovation at that time. And that's when the Beatles were like, "Oh man,
is that a theremin?"
I don't know what the heck he used. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Maybe
it's similar, but it's not actually a theremin. There's a touchpad that you do instead of the waving your arms thing.
Oh, we couldn't play it.
Francis.
You mean waving your arms?
I forget the name of it
in that video.
Is it the triangle? No, not the triangle.
Well, that's the extent of our music discussion.
And there we
for the
go.
evening. We appreciate you not tuning out.
Thank you very much.
Hey, I don't know if you guys saw this cut number 14. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was in the press briefing room. And she was, of course, dealing with the stupid people in the mainstream media. And one of them decided to really ask a stupid question. Here it is, cut number 14. You can see it for yourself. Yeah, exactly. Cut number 14. Check this out.
The president absolutely supports peaceful protests. He supports the First Amendment. He supports the right of Americans to make their voices heard. He does not support violence of any kind. He does not support assaulting law enforcement officers who are simply trying to do their job. It's very clear for the president what he supports and what he does not. Unfortunately for Democrats, that line has not been made clear, and they've allowed this unrest and this violence to continue, and the president has had to step in.
Yeah. So there she is. I don't know. That didn't seem like that doesn't look. That wasn't the question that I was hoping for.
She's just so logical, though.
Yeah,
I mean, as a press secretary, unlike the ones we've saw for the last 4 years, I want to say unprepared, but they were unprepared. They didn't have answers. They just walked off talking points.
Right.
She has the information.
Yeah.
She has the answers. They're concise. They're logical. She says it in a way that everybody can understand.
Right.
I mean, that's what being a press secretary is all about.
Yeah, exactly. Now, again, I'm going to jump back to something you were talking about, Vin, as well, and Kevin had mentioned it. About these riots. We've seen the riots the last, 4 or 5 days, and how coordinated they are with the trucks dropping off materials for them, the gas masks. They all seem to have the same, nicely printed up cardboard, or I should say signage, to make sure that everything looks proper.
Yep.
Some of them even have jackets with certain things written on them that I saw today was kind of interesting. But let me ask you this, because again, we go back to a few months ago when Doge was exposing what was going on at USAID and the NGOs. And then that brings me to back to 2008, where President Barack Obama, I don't know if you got this, you guys probably remember this because it stood out like for everyone, I think, that it kind of sounded weird when he said it, that he says we need a civilian national security force. Remember when he said this? Mm-hmm. That's just as powerful and just as strong and just as well funded as the U.S. military.
Wow.
Are we seeing that today, right now in this country, being deployed in all these liberal cities?
Could be, yeah.
I think that's a great point, because it absolutely feels that way. Although it's not civilian, it's select civilian.
Right.
Select mindset, which is crazy.
But that's exactly what he wanted, right? He wanted something that was funded, NGOs, because NGOs, they get all this money. Exactly. Oh, you're supposed to be doing research on this. Oh, we're just sending money to all these lunatics and helping them go storm the castle on the weekends. So we can see where the funding is coming from, and sickly enough, or sickening enough, it comes from us.
We pay for it.
Right. We're
USAID, all the other stuff. I mean, that's why Elon was so hated. He was unwinding the ground game, essentially.
So what are your thoughts on that? Are we seeing the maturation of Barack Obama's dream of having a civilian national security force that he controls, that his people control?
And like you said, they're all going to be on the same side.
Right.
There's no getting around something like that. That's just as bad as a woke military, except even worse, because it's your neighbor down the block who hates you because of your MAGA sign or your bumper sticker.
Yep, exactly. Complete hate, vile.
That's why I don't like red flag laws, because all you need are two neighbors to go, yeah, that guy, he was walking around with a gun the other day.
Right.
Ask him. Sure was. And now that guy loses his guns or gets shot when the cops come to take his guns.
Right. Or
and
somebody
they're okay with that too.
Right.
Remember during we just missed the anniversary of the first woman to be hanged for being a witch. These people came up with these stupid things. Oh, I saw a deformed monkey flying over her apple orchard, knocking the big apples off the tree. They said these things to get rid of people they hated. And then they would say, oh, now that you killed the farmer next to me, I think I should get his farm because he was torturing me. And Yes, we think you should.
Right.
And that is what was going on. No one saw flying monkeys. They all lied. There's probably a couple of wackos who actually believed it, but so many of them lied. What was it, 26 women who were killed and maybe a couple men?
Yeah.
All lies. I was reading the testimony, and I didn't make that up about the deformed monkey flying around knocking the big apples off.
I kind of thought so.
I did not make that up.
Wizard of Oz reference?
No, that was actual testimony.
Wow.
Yeah, people actually think this stuff.
Yep.
But I think
you get rid of your neighbors that you don't like.
You could easily, back in those Salem witch hunt days, I mean, that's all you needed to do.
Yeah.
Delgado's point, though, you got Soros,
right?
You've got NGOs, you've got USAID. You have an entire machine moving to it. The timing is suspect exactly to perhaps where Obama came out with that.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of just made me think. It's like this is exactly what this lunatic had talked about. That it kind of gotten our attention, and for some reason, it all kind of makes sense.
It eerily makes sense.
Yeah.
Sadly.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll do more. We'll do more sports. We'll do more KDJ and Vinnie Mac live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Stay there.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular. My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month, very simple.
It's been amazing.
I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it too.
Call 1-800-726-2125.
To switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-sized hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Oh, it's the news again.
Damn it. What the hell happened?
Oh, my goodness.
Good googly boogly.
Great Googly Moogly is right. This month, Tax Network USA says Great Googly Moogly as it celebrates our nation's birthday, honoring freedom, resilience, and financial independence. And to mark the occasion, they're going to be offering you a great deal, offering 10% off all services through July the 4th. If you're dealing with back taxes or missed taxes and the April 15th deadline, don't wait. The IRS is rapidly stepping up enforcement, and penalties can add up quick, sometimes as much as 5% a month. And maxing out at 25 of your total tax bill. That's not something to sneeze at. That's on top of what you already owe. But there's good news. Tax Network USA can help turn things around for you and your family, whether you're self-employed, you're on a business, or your books are cooked and they're a complete mess. Their team knows how to cut through all the crap and find solutions that work. Your consultation is always free, and getting ahead of the problem now can help you avoid harsh penalties, wage garnishments, and surprise bank levies. Don't leave it to chance. Take the first step today. Call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. And don't forget, you'll get 10% off all services through July 4th of 2025 as part of their celebration of our nation's birthday. So make sure you regain control of your finances with expert help from Tax Network USA. Take that first step. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV, and you'll get that 10% off all their services through July the 4th. Good luck. You might need it. The government don't play around when it comes with taxes.
No,
I mean, they got money to spend, and it's all yours. So,
yep.
Right?
We have to be accountable to them, and they're not accountable to us.
Right. They're never going to be accountable to us.
That's the farce of it all.
Yes. I don't know if you guys saw this as well. Senator Kennedy, one of our favorites, the esteemed senator out of the great state of Louisiana.
Oh, I love him.
Well, they put a microphone in front of him, and of course, he never fails to deliver.
He's a beauty.
Here he is. This is cut number 8. He's talking. He's got a message for Maxine Waters, and also mentions aliens, believe it or not. This is cut number 8. Check this out.
All of this is why the aliens won't talk to us. I mean, I see what you see, what the American people see. I mean, no disrespect to Congresswoman Waters, but somebody needs to tell her that the voices in her head are not real.
I love that guy.
With a message for Maxine Waters. And you know what? If I were an alien species looking down on us right now, at least in this country, I'd be like, what the heck's going on? Can we talk to those cows again before we mutilate them?
It would be like, we could take over this place in a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
Won't take much.
And he wasn't done there. Of course, he had some kind words for Governor Newsom out in California as well, talking about the riots and the way he's been reacting. Here's cut number 9 from Senator Kennedy. Cut 9.
Governor Newsom his record shows this. He's the dictionary definition of weenie. He thinks cops are a bigger problem than criminals. He thinks if a cop has to shoot a criminal, it's automatically and always a cop's fault. But if a criminal shoots a cop, it's automatically and always the gun's fault. Here's a tip. Cops don't leave you alone unless you do illegal stuff. That's what we're seeing in California.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing in California. We're seeing it now spreading in other cities.
Pretty simple.
And finally, here's cut number 6. Here's Chicago. Chicago police. You know, we talked about this stuff spreading. We mentioned Chicago earlier. We saw some of the blocking of traffic. Here are the police in cut number 6 in Chicago having to fend these people off. Cut 6. Check this out. This is from last night.
Jeez.
And again, this will only happen in blue cities and blue states because they will allow it.
Yep.
As you can tell, you know, law and order is
out of order
as far as they're concerned.
It's out of order.
Yeah, completely out of order. And you got to feel for these cops putting their lives on the line.
Yeah,
as you get these lunatics attacking them for what? Yeah. Enforcing the law? Oh, that's right.
God knows what they're going to throw or do. I mean, these poor cops.
Exactly.
They asked them to stand down. I mean, that's what happened in L.A. Yeah. They asked them to stand down. They get abused. I mean, what a horrible situation. I know the New York cops spoke out about that.
Not only that, but did you see what Mayor Adams did? He got the cops out there quickly. Yeah. He said, we're not going to stand for it. He's a little smarter, but then again, he's also a politician. He's like, I'm trying to get my ass reelected here. And,
and you know what? I got to tell you, when he kicked out a Korean War veteran out of his nursing home in Staten Island, I thought, how do we get here, and how is he allowing this? I don't care what happens to him. Right. As much as I think Cuomo's a joke, I'm no fan of Eric Adams. No, I don't think many people are a fan of Adams.
None of them are good for the city. None of these candidates running
duds.
They're good for the revolution.
Yep.
They're not even good people. See, that's the bottom line, right?
Eat the sausage.
They're not good people. You wouldn't want to hang out with these people on a regular basis because you'd almost have to, I got to take a shower now.
Yep.
Every time you see them. It's like, I got to get you off of me because you're really, seriously. Ew. When you talk about, some of the policies that Adams has pushed in New York up until they started going after Biden started going after him because it's like, hey, can you guys stop with this illegal stuff? It's killing my city. And all of a sudden, he's getting investigated. Yep. All his people are getting arrested. It's like, oh, this is how they weaponize it against you there, Mr. Adams. And then you look at the other dodos they want to run for mayor. Cuomo killed people.
Yep.
Killed people.
Yep.
And then denied it. And then lowered the number.
Lied about it, and not just denied. He lied about it.
Then he lied about it. He rubbed up against some state trooper, female state trooper.
Oh, remember that? Yeah.
Remember that? There's other allegations, and then of course there's the book deal money that he took. It's just amazing.
Just saying, I've done that too. But
it's amazing because he's leading the race.
Yep. It's sick. That. Right now, anyone can run for mayor and win. Anyone who's not a Marxist I love Curtis Sliwa. I think he comes off as a little too clownish.
Yeah.
But I don't think people can.
Yeah. He's like a meme.
Not serious enough. But you know what they all have in common? All of them. All these left-wing candidates, whoever's in office, governors, they all will just do or say anything to get elected and have power. The left is driven by just power. They don't represent the citizens. Frankly, they only represent whatever it takes to get elected. And if it takes hating people and alienating groups of people and being anti-Semitic and pro-violence and pro-looting, they'll do it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Exactly.
And they don't get called out on it. They don't pay a price for it. And now that Trump's in there, we're cashing checks.
Yep.
Right.
Big time.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, let's do some more sports with Slick Rick. Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code for checkout, LFS6B, and save yourself some big money on some great stuff. Slick, what do you got for us?
Well, we got a dandy going on here in this Game 3 tonight. All tied at 51 with a little over 3 minutes to go in the second quarter out of Indiana. This is NBA Finals Game 3. Really, what a great score, 51-51. So we'll keep you up to date. Might get one more report in before the end of the night. And we'll go back to a little baseball news. So Pope Leo the 14th finally reveals his Major League Baseball fandom. Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart, speaking of Chicago, right? After weeks of rampant speculation and bitter crosstown rhetoric, Pope Leo the 14th, a Chicago native, finally revealed where his Major League Baseball loyalties lie. And it's not going to make Northsiders happy. On Wednesday, the first American Pope in the history of the Roman Catholic Church donned a black White Sox baseball cap during the General Assembly in Rome. The Pontiff's wearing of the Sox hat gives Northsiders a rare cause for happiness and hope. Chicago currently sits at 23-44 and is a whopping 20 and a half games out of first place. Man, talk about needing a prayer.
So it's not helping.
They need more divine intervention. Only the lowly Colorado Rockies, essentially a minor league team, are further behind their division leader, 27 games. If White Sox fans are tired of seeing bad baseball, and they are, the Archdiocese of Chicago is planning a celebration for the Pontiff at Rate Field in Chicago on June 14th. The gates open at 12:30. Rick, buy your tickets. I wouldn't want to go to Chicago right now.
Me either.
Woohoo! So, Pope Leo coming out for the White Sox. Watch, now they'll win the World Series next year. Here we go. And, U.S. Open favorite Scottie Scheffler reveals sports bettors' prompted decision to to delete Venmo. Scheffler is the overwhelming favorite at Oakmont Country Club this weekend. Paulina Dodge, Fox News. Scotty Scheffler might be the overwhelming favorite heading into the U.S. Open this weekend, according to Vegas, but it's not something the newly crowned PGA Championship winner particularly enjoys. He, speaking to reporters at Oakmont on Tuesday, Scheffler was asked about the betting odds and if he ever hears from fans with a financial investment in his performance. Unsurprisingly, he said most golfers hear from fans regardless. But what Scheffler did reveal that was shocking was that he was forced to delete a popular payment cash app after fans stumbled across it. I think everybody hears from fans whether they have a financial benefit or anything in their outcome. That's why I had to get rid of my Venmo, because I was either getting paid by people or people requesting me a bunch of money when I didn't win. It wasn't a good feeling, he added with a smile. Scheffler is chasing back-to-back. Could you imagine they're crazy, these degenerate gamblers. Major wins after winning the PGA Championship at Quail Hollow last month, and the odds are stacked in his favor with good reason. He has won 3 of his past 4 tournaments. This guy is pure fire by a combined 17 shots and has won 25% of his tournaments since his first PGA Tour back in 2022. But for Scheffler, stats and odds don't mean much on the course. I don't pay attention to the favorite stuff or anything like that. Starting Thursday morning, we are at even par, and it's up to me to go out there and play against the golf course and see what I can do. Scheffler will tee off Thursday afternoon alongside Colin Morikawa and Victor Hovland. So Scotty Scheffler looking to win another big championship there. So we shall see. I'll have a full report on that as well. And Rick, back to you. Still tied at 55 in Game 3 in Indiana.
All right. Well, thank you, Slick. And again, Slick Rick Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. We got one more segment coming up in just a little bit. We'll get to Vinny and to Kevin one more time. But I don't know if you guys saw this. RFK Jr. fired all 17 members of the CDC's vaccine board.
Oh, yeah.
Which was amazing.
The corruption board?
Yeah, we reported on that the other day. Here he is talking about it. Here's cut number 12, RFK talking about the firing of the board. And he names a couple good reasons as why. Cut number 12, check this out.
Today, a compliant child must take between 69 and 92 vaccines to stay in school in some states. And not one of them has been safety tested in a pre-licensing placebo-controlled trial. And that is just malpractice. So the people who were in charge of that are now gone.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Simple as that. He's doing the old Vince McMahon, Donald Trump thing. You're fired.
Yep.
And just got rid of all of them because he's right. That's malpractice. Mm-hmm. That's just sickening that you would, inject up to 89, 90 vaccines into small baby.
Millions of babies.
Millions.
For what, money?
He's so misunderstood because he's not anti-vax. He's just do it the right way.
Right.
Make it safe. And that's what gets everybody crazy. Well done, RFK, man.
Yeah.
So glad he's there.
We applaud it, and he's, from what I understand, his picks for the selecting of members, he's going to be choosing people that are allies and COVID vaccine critics.
Oh.
Which you should be a critic of vaccines. You should be a critic of everything until the science proves you different.
He should call us.
Yeah.
I think I'd be on the panel. How about you guys?
I would do great. I'd say no to everything. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, KDJ and Vin will tie up another great show. We just need you guys to hang tight. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Wednesday night. Stay there.
Suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body. reducing joint pain and stiffness, and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Live from Studio 6B on a Wednesday night. Slick Rick has been here doing sports, welcoming him back after his purple pilgrimage for Prince over in Minneapolis. Welcome back. He's going to be out tomorrow night, but he'll be back on Friday for the live show at the America First Warehouse. Of course, Kevin Downey Jr. is here. Thank you for showing up, filling the seat, helping us out on a Wednesday night. We're going to come to him in just a second, and Vinnie Mac is here as well. He's going to tie up the show for us. In the meantime, though, I don't know if you guys saw this real quick. I just wanted to show this to you, get your thoughts on this particular clip. Of course, this is cut 13. It's a flashback. We're going back in time, kids. I know I brought you back in time to 2008 with Obama wanting the civilian security force, but this goes back even further. It's a trip down memory lane of all the Democrats and their harsh thoughts on getting rid of illegals. Check this out. This is cut number 13.
In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes.
Senator Biden, yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
I think we got to have tough conditions.
There you go.
Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked.
Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable, especially those who may be dangerous.
Huh.
What are you saying?
But, just feel free to trash a liberal city because you've been told by the media that, deporting illegals is nothing we've ever done before. Okay, we'll believe that.
If Trump said it, they're against it.
Right.
It just doesn't matter what he says. Like he said in the State of the Union, I could cure cancer. Then they'll tell you, well, that's terrible.
Yeah, look at all the people you put out of work in the cancer business.
Yeah.
Anyhow, there is a commercial you can find that you can harvest spaghetti off a tree. That was from the break. Kevin Downey Jr.
You're not giving up on that, are you?
Giving up on that. Kevin Downey Jr. is here. You can catch him, of course, on Long Island News Radio every Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern. What do you got for us, my friend?
Well, check this out. Breaking news from Alex Jones. Apparently, the guy who is seen dropping off thousands of dollars worth of protective masks, they call them bionic shields. They caught him.
Oh,
no, they've ID'd him. They haven't caught him yet. His name is Alejandro Orellana. He's a member of the Brown Berets, a radical Latino paramilitary group that are currently embedded in cities across the United States, promoting what? A communist takeover of our nation. Also, check this out. The same cat works, he's affiliated with Local 399, a Southern California chapter of the Teamsters for a Democratic Union. That always means, every time, communism.
I was going to say, that sounds very commie-like.
Oh, yeah. That's insanely commie-like. The commies are here, folks. There's no getting away from them unless we shoot them. Don't do that. That's a joke. Don't go do that, because then they're going to come to my house. But did you talk about the two guys arrested for, and this is sick, throwing fire bombs at ICE?
No.
They caught two of them. This is hilarious. Emiliano Galvez, and this guy's name is Raki Ryogi.
Oh, that's very Irish.
I think he owes me money.
They've got the charges of hanging on to an unregistered destructive device, which carries a statutory maximum sentence of 10 years in the federal Hoosgow. So this is how we win. You have to throw these people in jail. Then you have to throw them out. There's no way to win without punishing them. Communists don't understand unless you hit them, and I mean like physically or financially. They do not understand. They will not stop. This is huge. We have to throw them in prison. There has to be, the guy in Boulder, Colorado, burning Jews.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got to go away forever, or they're just going to do it again. They will not stop.
Yeah, they'll be empowered because they figure, well, is that it? Is that all that happens? I can keep doing this.
There's no deterrent.
And they'll inspire others to follow.
Absolutely. You want another one?
Truth. Sure.
Look at this. I read this op-ed by General Flynn. He says that the deep state is trying to get us in a war with Russia. And he said everyone involved with blowing up those strategic bombers, those nuclear bombers, they are deep staters. And he said, if I could talk to President Trump right now, I'd say, these people are against you. They're trying to get you in war. Remember, they don't want to knock Russia off the planet. They want Russia to stay an enemy forever. That way, the military-industrial complex is going to make their money. And he says here, Kennedy gave a speech, 1963, June, at American University. You see, he was declaring his vision of peace with the Soviet Union, and he said, I am an enemy of the deep state. And 5 months later, communists working with the CIA, in my opinion, shot him in the head.
Yeah.
Now, this is what we are up against. Trump knows it. And he said, this is not my war, but now I have to deal with it. And General Flynn says, I urge Trump to recall all open and covert military and other government personnel from Ukraine. I urge him to have all of those people removed and interrogated by the FBI or the military to learn of their possible participation in the unauthorized military activities. I agree with him. Remember, he was about to take down the intel agencies because they were so corrupt.
Yeah.
And they tried to put him in jail.
Yeah.
And what you just said, I read that. It makes so much sense. And we saw that happen with Lindsey Graham.
Yep.
Over in Ukraine. We saw that happen in the crazy meeting that Zelensky had with Trump and Vance and all that. But we keep seeing it happen. But it's how do you get your arms around that? That your fellow citizens are trying to increase a conflict.
And look, they've been saying, they being the left have been saying, oh, Putin's bad. Well, we know he's bad. But Putin's in cahoots with Trump, and Putin's a tyrant. He's got to go. Like when I was 14, I thought for sure I was going to die fighting the Soviets because all you heard,
right,
we are good, they are bad. And that is true. But they're getting people to the point, young people, your sons and your daughters and your grandchildren, getting them good and angry so they'll go fight and die on another useless European battlefield that does nothing for us but make a handful of people in the military-industrial complex wealthy.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we keep seeing, the buttons pushed and the people pushed and, they're trying to drag them in. I really hope that they are investigating Dick Blumenthal and Lindsey Graham for their trip to the Ukraine last week. That was... And not only that, but also Pompeo. Why the hell was he there? Oh, we know why he was there.
It's all bad.
He's part of it.
It's all bad.
Anyhow, let's finish up with Vinnie Mac. Vin, what do you got for us, my friend?
Well, I'll pick up on that for a second. I was going to close with it, but I'll pick up on that because look at the things that Trump walked into when he became president. All deep state, left-wing progressive things. The Russia-Ukraine conflict. That started obviously with Obama, and then of course moved on to Biden. You have the open borders. You have what happened with Israel. You have all of these things. He has walked into more calamity than any president coming into office in our history. And on top of that, he brings the tariff narrative in there to try and get that fixed. He brings a bunch of other stuff to get it fixed, but he walked into all this deep state nonsense. It's uncanny how much this guy is handling and what he has dealt with. And to your point, it's all deep state driven, all of it. The other point I wanted to make, we'll do it quick, and I predicted it would take 2 weeks for Trump and Musk to kiss and make up, and they are on their way. A phone call apparently happened on Monday. Musk has deleted some tweets. He's also said, I might have gone a little too far. Trump taking the high road. Give him credit there. He's not a high road guy.
Nope.
He took the high road, and it seems to be working. And the last piece is, I think I talked about this just a little bit, is the Kennedy Center. They're having Les Miserables right now. Everybody thought it was going to be a Trump the musical, but no, it's Les Miserables. He's doing like real stuff that the rest of the world wants to see and likes, not just the woke left-wing narrative-oriented things. Well, that's a wrap for me.
He's not doing transgender Shakespeare?
He's it was on the list. I think Vance 86.
Yeah, they couldn't find the right tights.
Yeah, but they're actually doing that in the UK.
Are they?
Yeah.
Tran on a hot tin roof?
Me doth think the ladyboy speaketh too much.
Yes, very nice. All right, thank you for watching on a Wednesday night. We're going to wrap this thing up a flying 2 hours in the books as we salute our military active and retired, our first responders, EMTs, firefighters, police, the National Guard, the ICE agents. Everybody's working hard and trying to do the right thing out there. They're serving on the front lines. We appreciate it. Stay safe. Thank you to everybody on the show. Of course, Slick Rick is back. Kevin Downey Jr., Vinnie Mac, and of course, Aaron and Fran in the booth. You guys watching at home, thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow night, live from Studio 6B. Peace.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker.
It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time.
Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt, 1 large tomato in the center. Click it, cook it, and look, amazing Mediterranean rice that's just bursting with flavor. But how about an egg fried chicken rice meal for the whole family in just minutes?
And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice.
Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life.
Elevate your party with a melty queso spinach or a s'mores dessert dip. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1, 2, 3 recipe guide. All for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. You get it all at incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-575-5956 or go to buyricérobot.com. So call 1-800-575-5956 or order online at buyricérobot.com today.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for
the tariffs that have caused so much inflation that we haven't seen yet, but still might be coming, according to a bunch of the libs. Also, what happened to good old-fashioned criminals? I know that might be a weird thing to say, but I do have a point to that. And the libs used federal funding to fund a lot of their war chests, which many of it is on display as of right now. All that more coming up on this episode of Turning Point tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point tonight. And before we get to that and our fantastic guests here, you know, I realize we're talking about the LA riots a lot, but I think there needs to be a bigger discussion about rioting in general and the attention that it receives. Gavin Newsom put out a video last night that I thought was abhorrent. So abhorrent that I don't even want to play it here. I can characterize what he said, but yesterday I spent the opening monologue complaining about how Gavin Newsom just wants attention, and I don't know, I feel like playing that, even though we're going to talk about it, playing that video just gives him more of that attention. But the LA riots are continuing to go on, and Governor Gavin Newsom is continuing to gain in popularity amongst the 10% of people who think rioting is a good idea. Now, yesterday, Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, instituted an 8 p.m. curfew, which is weird because I don't know, I've been told by Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass that, well, there's no emergency that warrants the National Guard being in town, so I don't know why they would put a curfew in place. The libs have also been talking about this new talking point that I thought was fascinating. MSNBC was talking about it, and a bunch of the lib outlets were talking about it earlier this morning on the show. Well, look, LA is a big place, and all the violence is only happening in 1 square mile. It's just a small, most of LA is fine. To which I would say, let's use your other argument against you. Well, what about January 6th? If you go to the Smithsonian, oh, look, the Smithsonian is fine. Nothing's going on. Just stuffed tigers and artwork. It was fine then. Again, mostly here we're just talking about the logic of their argument. But the one thing that I've noticed that I think is fascinating to see just from a 30,000-foot view perspective is who rioters, Freudian slip there, but I also think it makes sense in this context, who rioters actually are. It seems to me that rioters are a segregated class. If you've noticed, it seems to only exclusively be rich liberals and poor people. The rich liberals who are delusioned into the fact that the rioting is going to do something, and the poor people who don't know any better and think it'll actually help. And what I'm trying to say is that middle-class people of all races and lifestyles don't riot. At least that's what I'm seeing, and I'd be curious if you think any different, tpt@tpusa.com. But at the end of the day, the riots in Los Angeles are indicative of how progressives see the United States of America, and the fact that Gavin Newsom is trying to corner that market leads me to believe, one, that he's solely in it for attention, but two, is missing the boat big time because the majority of Americans don't like what they are seeing. I know we've talked about the LA riots a lot, but it continues to be a massive story. And here to comment on that and so much more is functional health practitioner among bodybuilder, Steve Kuklo. Guy, thanks, man, for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks, Joe Bob. Always an honor to be on here and chop it up with you a little bit.
So, you know, to kind of get back on this LA thing and to the viewers, I promise we are going to talk about other things minus the LA riots because everybody's been talking about it nonstop. But yesterday was a turning point, if you will. Karen Bass said, hey, there's an 8 o'clock curfew, and then police officers were arresting anybody outside minus press. Steve, I was told that the riots were not bad enough to send in federal reinforcements, but also there's a curfew because it's so bad people can't be out at night. Can you help square that for me, or am I taking crazy pills?
No, so you got to question the leaders. Like, are they just MIA on this, or are they complicit of what's going on? That's like, you got to start asking questions. And then Newsom coming on, when he had that interview with Charlie a few months back, like, we all kind of thought, man, he's got a little bit of common sense in there. This guy could be in the middle. And then all of a sudden, this happens, and it just proves that was all a show. And this guy has no, I don't think enough brain power, let alone fortitude to run our country. Like, he wanted to be a presidential candidate. He has big aspirations. And this just shows you that there's no way that this guy could run America how majority of America, we're going to say 60 to 70% of what Americans will want America to be. If he's going to allow this to happen under his watch, this is just really, it's terrible. It's terrible for the people that are just, hardworking Americans that are putting in your, the hours, your 8-hour jobs, your 8 to 4s, your people that are trying to just travel down the highway, and then they got it shut down, protesting and causing havoc and ruining police cars. I worked as a firefighter for the city of Dallas for 10 years. So I was a first responder, and I understand, working with the public and how outrage happens, and, 1 can turn to 2, turns to 4, and it just goes crazy. It spreads like wildfire, literally, no pun intended, being out in California. I mean, this is a different version of their wildfire, but yeah, the protests just seem like it's nothing new. It's like they just keep trying to replay this old play out of their playbook over and over again to try to create this. Nothing's working. So we'll just recycle. It's kind of like the Dallas Cowboys running the same play over and over and over. We expect them to, score, and they don't score. We're, as a Cowboys fan, you're banging your head against the table. Like, what is going on here? But it's time. I think they're at that point. That's the saying, like, F around and find out. Well, they F'd around, and they're about to find out with, the kind of bringing in some military presence and whatnot. And it obviously, for local authorities, it is a lot. And it's, at the end of the day, these guys are human. These guys want to go home to their families at night. Yeah. And if it means like, hey, we gotta ultimately protect the greater good of the people that are, just trying to live normal life and not have a couple, whether it's illegals and then people that are getting paid to run around the streets and burn stuff down. It's about time we just put an end to this. Like, I'm all for protests, but these are far from peaceful, as you know.
Yeah, of course. Nobody likes riots. Mostly peaceful protests, but also fiery for some reason. That's an age-old saying that we are now accustomed to mockery. You also mentioned Gavin not being super smart. He actually admitted that on Charlie's show. He's like, oh, look, I got a really terrible score on the SAT. Like, yes, Gavin, we know. The video I also was talking about yesterday that he posted, and again, I don't want to play it because I don't want to put his face on people's screens because I think people will turn the TV off. But he basically said, you could be just sitting on the corner and ICE will pick you up based on your race, which is like, dude, you're trying to start a race war just for attention. Like, that's horrible. And unfortunately, I think it's spread outside of California. Here's a video from a clip from Savannah Hernandez, a Frontlines reporter who, by the way, was supposed to be a guest yesterday and had to cancel last minute, abandoned the show in our time of greatest need. But I'm glad she did, because she went to New York specifically for this. Watch this. The irony, it might actually physically hurt. Go ahead and play clip 4.
But I have a kid. If I know that these people are having their children taken and they're playing, what about my kids? I take their dogs. That's what happens to my kids. I can't help it. But you can if you could just move out the way. We're not going to. How is this a peaceful protest if there's nothing to do? No, it's not.
How do you all as white people feel about stopping a black woman from going to work?
Oh no, not work. I care so much.
So you don't care about stopping black people from going to work?
Look at this line that you guys are causing. I'm not causing no problems. I'm not trying to. We're just trying to leave.
I probably should have set that up a little bit, but that is white liberals in New York City protesting by keeping black people from moving, kidnapping black people, if you will. I might be able to categorize it like that if you kind of look at it more objectively. Steve, this unfortunately looks like it's going to expand. How do conservatives respond to that? How does the Trump administration respond to that? What should we do in light of the protests, the riots kind of expanding further than we want?
It might be an unpopular opinion, but if they happen in Texas, we got big trucks. And I don't think a few people standing in the way are going to stop people from maybe running them over. I've had I work with a lot of guys, and I was having a conversation this morning, and we were talking about that. And they're like, man, if these guys were in the highway blocking the road and I got my big truck, he goes, I'm just going. I'm not stopping. So not saying that's the right way to go about it. But again, if it's becoming a nuisance to the public, if it's causing people, preventing them from getting to work, like you've mentioned, I don't think these people have jobs. So that's why we're figuring out these must be getting paid to be out here. And normal people that are working in 8 to 4, have families doing things. They don't have time to go out and protest and, make these signs and act a fool. And it just seems like at this point, we should just schedule the weekly riot, like whether it's like Taco Tuesday, then why don't we call it like Tire Fire Thursday, something like that.
Tire Fire Thursday. Yeah, that'd be great. Like, hey, we've got a designated rioting zone for you. It is a 1,000 square foot park over here. Go ahead and do all of your rioting over there. Leave us normal people alone, and that's how it'll work. Speaking of this idea of where they get their money from, I thought this was fascinating, and the direct ties are kind of still murky just a little bit. But a big piece in the Washington Times opinion piece says, roughly $20 billion of your tax dollars were parked at outside financial institutions by the Biden administration EPA. This is Lee Zeldin talking. The scheme was the first of its kind in EPA history, and was purposely designed to obligate all of the money in a rush to reduce oversight. In other words, right, federal tax dollars were going to the EPA, and the EPA was doling out $20 billion, he says, to just random NGOs. And then these people show up with pallets of bricks, and you go, hey, who paid for those pallets of bricks? And then you find out that somebody who was bought the bricks is funded by somebody else, who's funded by somebody else who, interestingly, has a contract with the federal government. Again, there's not really direct ties as of yet, but I think it's a matter of time before we start to see, holy cow, the U.S. taxpayer, unfortunately, seems to be footing the bill for a lot of this.
It seems that way. Again, going back to when the George Floyd riots happened, and there was all these protests, and they were happening in Dallas and where I live, and people were very surprised. And then people were posting all these pictures of pallets of bricks, doing all this stuff. And we're like, somebody is coordinating this. Somebody is funding this. So clearly it's good to ask questions. And I think with the new administration in the FBI, I think Dan Bongino and Cash, I think they will, they're going to pull back the curtain and see what's going on. And if there's some really funny business, some illegal stuff going on, they're going to put a stop to it. And it needs to. Again, I get the reason for protests. I'm not saying they're bad, but when it's at this level, it is just not warranted. It doesn't make sense. You're destroying property. You're doing everything that is what protests do, like the peaceful protest, what protesting are supposed to stand for. It's just the NGO stuff you'd mentioned about, the funding that is happening. And I think even Elon, figured out that, hey, there's a lot of this money that's being floating around the government that's being maliciously spent, and with Doge and all that. And I think that definitely opened some people's eyes that stuff really does exist. And for the longest time, Americans want to think the best of the country. They want to think that this would never happen here. People are going to be, honest people. But at the end of the day, humans will human. And humans will do things that are going to ultimately benefit them, whether it's line their pockets, whether it's, help push their cause down the road. That's what they're trying to do. And they're doing it with a lot of funds that should be segmented other places, whether it's, helping infrastructure of our country, helping people like veterans, helping people that truly need this money, not just, to try to push a cause, to try to make a bunch of illegal people legal, which they came here illegally. So, I mean, if this is the whole cause, it just, you shake your head, and sometimes at the end of the day, I'm just like, listen, the news is going to just try to keep infuriating you with these same stories, and it just gets under your skin. And at the end of the day, like you have to kind of focus on taking care of your house, doing the things that are going to help move the needle in your life versus like focusing on these people that really seem like they don't have a life.
Totally. You hit on something that could probably be a 3-hour podcast, an idea of recognizing human nature. That's part of being a conservative. You recognize reality and the human nature that people exist in and craft policy around that, not try to force a men can be women and all of these different things that don't make any sense in the natural law of humanity. And that's kind of the whole point. But again, that's probably a bigger discussion for a bigger later time. Also, people that were seeing Elon Musk on the screen on the B-roll, just so you know, this Doge is what was responsible for uncovering all of this wasted EPA funding. So that's why that was there. And we'll probably also get to Elon Musk a little bit later in the show. Steve, we'll be right back after the break to discuss a big apology from two big personalities. And inflation is now so bad with the tariffs. People are turning to cannibalism. How can you keep yourself safe? And just in case you can't stick around after the break, that's not actually true. That's sarcasm. And if you can, we'll explain. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to Turning Point. Tonight we're together. We are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Let's check in with Turning Point's White House correspondent, Monica Page. Monica, how are you doing today?
We're good, Joe Bob. We're hanging in there. It is hot. It is sweaty. Sweating is a full-time job here at the White House as well, on top of the many other things that I'm handling. But we're hanging in there with lots of water, trying to keep cool, but otherwise very good.
I've realized that like in Washington, D.C., there's like 6 weeks on the opposite ends of summer that it's beautiful. And then it's just either freezing cold or freakishly hot. So, yes, I can attest to what you're feeling there right now. Speaking of heat, the tariffs are going to increase inflation. Everything is going to go up, according to literally every news media outlet, including the Wall Street Journal, which is supposed to be great at business. Inflation reports came out today. Can you tell us how much has inflation just rapidly skyrocketed, and we're turning to cannibalism here. That's what you're going to have to do. There's no way around it.
Yeah, we're all going to unleash some chaos here on that 0.1%, the 0.1% that inflation rose in the month of May. I mean, back in April, it was 2.3%. Month of April, 2.3%. Month of May, 2.4%. Really not that much happening here as far as prices getting higher. I mean, the main driver of inflation was rent, for what we know as far as this is concerned. When it comes to food, egg prices are down. As far as energy is concerned, oil prices are down, fuel index down. These are all positive things coming out of the White House as far as inflation is concerned. And all that fear mongering that the mainstream media did as far as these tariffs are going to drive up prices. We're going to see, everyone paying an exorbitant amount of money. Quite the opposite. If anything, this is a fantastic report. And for the last 3 months that the president's been in office, inflation really hasn't risen all that much. So this is just the beginning of maybe what could be inflation cooling, perhaps. And especially as we head into the summer season, a lot of people are going to be traveling. Airline tickets and airfare actually is down, too, as well. Used cars, rental cars down, hotel prices down, apparel down. So these are all positive signs moving forward.
Yeah, despite those positive figures, the New York Times continued to spin it poorly. Their headline was Consumer Price Index rose year over year, which is what inflation is. So that's not really a problem. They just decided to obscure what that actually means because of the New York Times. Hey, Monica, I heard the president has a date night tonight. Can you tell us about that? And there's a reason why I think this is kind of interesting, or at least we'll see if it gets interesting. What's going on there?
Yeah, the president heading to the Kennedy Center with his hot date, First Lady Melania Trump, going to see the opening premiere of Les Mis at the Kennedy Center tonight. So he's leaving here around 6:30 p.m. Eastern time, and it's going to be interesting to see how he's received, especially at a location such as the Kennedy Center.
Yeah, I just remember when former Vice President Mike Pence went to go see Hamilton in New York, and they stopped the show to address him and if you're in power here, you're I am so curious, considering the fact that people in the theater business tend to not be huge fans of conservative policies. I'm super curious if anything like that is going to happen. I'd hope not. I hope it's just a president attending an event.
Those pesky theater kids, Joe Bob, always got to send a message.
Yeah, right. So we'll see. If anything comes of that, obviously we'll talk about it here tomorrow. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, thanks so much for taking the time.
Thanks, Joe Bob.
Thank you. The inflation numbers are pretty much stagnant, but like we were talking about with Monica, the New York Times can't help but say, well, it rose. Okay, well, you're using terminology that doesn't define what it is that you're trying to talk about, but such is the lib media. Let's bring back Steve Kuko. Steve, this I thought was fascinating, the inflation numbers coming out, because I've been hearing from everybody, and we just talked about a little bit with Monica, inflation is going to go nuts with the Trump tariffs, with trying to get back to reciprocal tariffs across the country. Inflation, though, has kind of steadied year over year, and in case you weren't listening, the New York Times says, well, inflation rose 2.5%. Well, that's what inflation is. Where that's not what we're talking about. What we've been talking about, inflation rising, is the rate of inflation rising. If inflation itself is actually at 2%, that's what the Fed is trying to make it do. The tariffs apparently, the big story here is the tariffs really haven't had that big of an impact. Did you see this coming? Did any of your lib friends, if you have any, see this coming, or is this a shock to everyone?
Well, like you said, the tariffs, I don't think they've truly affected things like people anticipated, especially as the news made out to be, like everything is just going to, quadruple in price. Some things get affected, and is it a precautionary price increase? And are people using this for marketing tactics? Absolutely. As a business owner, if somebody that owned some online businesses, and I understand, working with import, export, and all that kind of stuff. Ultimately, this is a little bit more of a long-term play, I believe, that Trump is doing. People want to see, and we're in this day and age of, I'll call it the Amazon age, where people want things done right the same day. They want to order something and it show up at the door in an hour. That's insane that it's gotten to this point. But at the end of the day, Trump has a plan. I believe in the guy on a business sense. The guy knows what he's doing, and clearly this is just really bringing countries to the table to negotiate, to try to better things for America. Can it be a temporary bruise? Can it hurt a little bit? Some things, be affected? Absolutely. And we see that a little bit. But at the end of the day, you see China kind of maybe saying, all right, we're gonna ease up a little bit. We're gonna open our doors. And you have other countries saying, hey, we're gonna make things a little bit more even. And that's ultimately Trump's goal here. It's because, the U.S. just seems to always get screwed, whether it's NATO, whether it's tariffs, whatever it is. We're the ones always footing the bill. And it's about time that, there's a little bit more even playing field for America, and that we start bringing some money back into our countries and helping, truly the Americans. But I mean, inflation is up. There's no doubt. You go to the grocery store, there's things that are still up, and there's a lot that's come down. I mean, they've done a good job at bringing some of the price of groceries down. But is it still up? Yes. But does inflation impact us year over year? Is that a normal thing? It is. And people, like you said, tend to forget about that. You look at a housing market. Is housing market still up a little bit? But it's starting to come down. I think there's a lot of moving parts to this, and we really need to just see how this ultimately plays out.
Yeah, and regardless what happens, the libs will say, no, Trump bad, Orange Man bad. We hate everything he's doing. Speaking of Trump, and I'm actually really curious to get your take on this. I'm going to try to sound as not gay as possible. But Steve, you're as masculine of a man physically that I think anybody I know, I would not want to run into you in a dark alley having wronged someone else. Part of that kind of is how men deal with certain things. And last week, nobody was a stranger to the big blow up between Elon Musk and President Trump. Last night, in a tweet, Musk apologized. He said, I regret some of my posts about President Donald Trump last week. They went too far. And that's after he deleted his post about the Epstein files. Trump then responded, I'm glad he did that. So I don't know of two bigger personalities and more kind of rough and tumble guys. And they seem to be, working it out, and hopefully they can kind of come back to the table. As a guy in kind of this masculine space, what do arguments look like? Because a bunch of people freaked out about this. I was kind of like, yeah, these are two heavyweights duking it out, and eventually they'll figure it out, which I think is a big component of masculinity. The libs generally love to kind of ignore that part. It's just toxic and awful. No, but this is how you solve problems, and problems eventually get resolved.
Agree. And I think in today's day and age, everybody feels like they're keyboard warriors, I call it. They can make a comment and threaten somebody, not being, being threatened with hit in the face or smacked. For I remember, we didn't have that back in the day. But if you made a comment to somebody that ticked them off, you might get hit in the face, punched in the face. And that was justice back then. But nowadays, people are a little bit more confident in their abilities because the keyboard warrior effect. But like you said, who knew two billionaires could beef harder than rappers? And it looks like, this could be the start of a tech billionaire redemption tour. Who knows? But I think, was it a good look overall? No. I think there could have been a better way for them to do it. And clearly, Elon got his panties in a bunch with some of the bills that were being passed and different things being talked about. And I understand, but at the end of the day, you got to be a little bit more of a man behind it. And I really think, for him to think that he's going to go against the MAGA movement, not a good move. The MAGA movement is so strong, regardless of it, if it's Trump or whatever. But everybody is so want to see America be great again, want to see America be prosperous, do all these things. If you're going to come at us as Americans, because that's our guy, you know what? That's the guy flying the plane right now. And if you're on the plane screaming, I hope you crash the plane, we're going to kick your ass off the plane. Let's just be how it is. But at this point, we have to, the Americans, the MAGA people that are pro-America are behind Trump. And if somebody kind of against them, clearly, if it's more of a little beef, we're going to take Trump's side on this. And, I think Trump did pretty good, because I think some of the things said were way out there and, not necessarily, like, there wasn't a lot of proof behind some of his stuff. So there was a lot of speculation of what was going to be said, what was going to be done. And sometimes people put too much faith into man, going back to the human component. Sometimes people put too much faith in a person, but clearly, Elon came to his senses, realized he was wrong, and this, I think he's doing the right thing by let's squash this, let's continue to move forward in making America great again.
Yeah, and I think everybody, even from the beginning, was like, hey, they just disagree on something. I think they ultimately have the same goal in mind, to make America great again. But, disagreements happen, and thankfully, resolutions also happen. Steve Kuklo, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Always love it, Joe Bob. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming up next here on Turning Point tonight, we've got a fascinating clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast, and then it's Woke Wednesday. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
is widespread belief that SSRIs cure depression. What is the scientific consensus on whether or not SSRIs actually cure depression?
I think we've had like 3 decades of marketing tell us that anxiety and depression are due to chemical imbalances or genetic problems in our brain. We have never found that. This was just a marketing spin that was put out there, and researchers have gone and they've collected all of the data together, and there's no chemical imbalance there. So there's no unifying cause of depression. That's why we don't use tests in psychiatry. That's why when you go and see a doctor, even if you go to like Harvard or Yale or, you know, one of these big tertiary medical centers, no one's scanning your brain or measuring like the neurotransmitter metabolites, because it just doesn't correlate to anything. So, and that's important because when we think about what an antidepressant does is they disrupt your neurotransmitter system. So like SSRIs, they block serotonin reuptake to increase the amount of serotonin between the neurons. That's not actually fixing any underlying problem, because an underlying problem like that has never been found for anyone.
Well, one of my favorite things, every single time I talk about, SSRIs and antidepressants and how they're basically placebos and they don't do anything, people in my replies are like, how dare you, an antidepressant saved my life. I have a chemical imbalance in my brain. And my response to them always is, oh, really? How did they test for that? What was the test like to test for your chemical imbalance? They don't ever reply. Yeah. There was no test. Because it's fake. Yeah. They were just told that.
Yeah. I mean, this is how the whole thing fits together, right? Because the drugs do work. I mean, I've taken them, my wife has taken them, and we've experienced their effects firsthand. I know you've taken them as well, and you might have experienced a drug effect. They generally tend to do a few things. I mean, things like Lexapro, SSRIs, they generally tend to cause emotional constriction or blunting or numbing or something along that range. Things like Wellbutrin can be stimulating. Things like Remeron can make people sort of blunted and kind of tired. But that can be experienced as therapeutic. Like if you're a nervous Nelly and there's a lot of stuff going on in your life and you take a drug to sort of mask that, something that knocks out the highs, something that knocks out the lows, your experience may be, this is better than what I was feeling before. I feel more in control under this drug effect. And yes, sure, it's not fixing like the underlying problem that you had, but it is making you feel better from the drug effect. However, when you look at it like that, it also becomes really concerning from like a moral perspective, because effectively what we're doing is we're giving someone drugs to mask how they feel. And there's all these sort of ramifications because we're emotional beings, right? We care about our relationships with others and our friends. We care about the work that we do and finding purpose and meaning in our lives. If there are genuine things happening in our life that need to be addressed for us to feel happy, we don't want to numb those things. We don't want to put a damper on those messages that are saying, hey, something's not quite right. And it doesn't have to just be emotional. I mean, there's problems in our food at the moment that's making us sick, that's making us inflamed, and that's also going to make people feel unwell. The real issue is, I mean, we have a mental health system that doesn't really care about getting to the root causes and helping people. We just sort of like paper over symptoms. And so that person in the comments who's just like, it really helped me, sure, it's helped you now, but where I sort of come into this is I see what happens like 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line when people want to come off. That's like a moment of time. And masking your sort of like your smoke detector in your brain that's telling you like something's not right, feel anxious, get curious. If you mask that for several decades, you can end up in a very bad place later on.
What are the side effects and risks that we're not told about whenever we get a prescription for an antidepressant?
The main ones that everyone should know and that unfortunately aren't mentioned is, so some of these are quite uncommon, but they're serious when they happen. So the first one would be post-SSRI sexual dysfunction. And essentially this is a neurological injury that can occur when you're on the medication. And typically what happens is someone will take the drug, they'll experience sexual dysfunction. It's a very common side effect for many antidepressants. I think like 70 to 90% of people will experience a decrease in libido. Men will have things like erectile dysfunction because of it. But when they start to come off the medication, either that doesn't get better or it gets worse. There's actually something about coming off the drug that damages the nervous system even more. And so these people they'll be on the drug, they'll have sexual dysfunction, they'll come off, it will get worse, and they start to experience genital numbness. And so they lose all, it's called erogenous sensation, but it's just, your private parts, they feel differently than the skin on the rest of your body. And they'll say it either feels numb, like it's had anesthesia, or it feels like the sensation on like the back of your hand. There's no erogenous sensation down there that feels good. The men will have a lot of erectile dysfunction as well. They'll be less interested in sex. But the thing that these folks complain about even more than the sexual problems is that they feel emotionally blunted. They have some mild cognitive impairment. Sometimes, actually, it's not mild all the time. Sometimes it can be bad. And they feel like it's almost like their sensory system has been like totally turned down from this. And they'll describe things like they're watching their life through a TV, you know, and they'll lose things like when their favorite song comes on the radio that they used to listen to growing up. And, you know, you'd have this like prickle on the back of your neck with just like nostalgia and joy. They'll lose that, you know, when they hug their children or when they hug someone that they love, like a family member. They don't feel those warm emotions anymore. And they describe just walking around, you know, they have sexual dysfunction and they're super numb. And for many people, this doesn't go away. This actually has quite a bad prognosis. A lot of the other things that we may talk about, the prognosis is kind of better, like the withdrawal injuries. But for many people with PSSD, yes, some will get better, you know, in a couple years. But there are people that have been suffering from this for years. And particularly in the United States, people are not told about that. And it's in vast contrast to the rest of the world where this is in the drug labels and doctors are warning them about it.
Wait, PSSD is not in the drug labels for these in the United States?
PSSD is not in the drug labels.
I am shocked to hear that. I did not know that.
Yeah.
How is that possible? Why?
I mean, this is going to almost feel like you know, like that the Matrix scene, you know, where it's like, do you want the red pill or do you want the blue pill?
We want the red pill.
You want the red pill.
Yeah.
Okay. So I used to work in the pharmaceutical industry, and I used to work at the FDA as in the division of psychiatry as a drug regulator. So I've kind of seen what happens behind the scenes there. The whole PSSD thing, I mean, it's been in the literature for like 20 years, but around 2015, 2016, David Healy is a psychiatrist in the UK, really great drug safety researcher. He got like 100 people plus who had PSSD. He interviewed them, he collected their stories, he asked permission from their doctors to say, hey, you know, were there any other explanations other than the drugs? The doctor said there weren't, and he said, hey, can I include your name in this dossier? And then he sent it out to all of the medical agencies saying, I think I found a new side effect. It's called PSSD. It's very serious. And so there's these hundreds of patients and these doctors saying that it's real. So it goes to the EU approves it, goes to Australia approves it, Hong Kong does, Canada does. And so we have all these major drug regulators around the world doing it. And then it comes to the FDA, and the FDA puts it on ice. It went in there in 2018, and no one picked it up at all. It just sort of sat there on the back burner. Now, the reason for this is that psychiatrists in the US, and this includes psychiatrists in the FDA, they are so captured by the pharmaceutical industry that they act more like advocates for the drug than actual scientists. They don't want to find problems with them because it's very uncomfortable and inconvenient for them. And so they sort of just like let it sit on the side, and they haven't addressed it, which is insane if you think about it. They haven't even given a response. They got sued recently, but the lawsuit got dismissed. People from the PSSD network, along with another nonprofit, was just like, you guys need to respond to this and you need to do it now. And so they're looking into it, but they haven't updated the labels yet because I think it's just going to be embarrassing and it's going to make them look very, very bad.
Well, who cares? People are freaking suffering. Does Dr. Marty McCary, head of the FDA, have you ever spoken to him? Do you know if he knows about this?
No, but I don't know if he knows about this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll start the ball rolling. I'm going to make sure people tell him. Could you explain how the biochemical mechanisms behind SSRIs work in the brain, and are these mechanisms fully understood?
The way SSRIs work is, so they block serotonin reuptake. And so it increases the amount of serotonin between the neurons. And that sounds like very circumscribed and well-defined. But then there's a whole, like, you know, serotonin isn't functioning like an island on its own in the brain. I mean, it's affecting all of our other neurotransmitters, norepinephrine, dopamine, estrogen, hormones. I mean, we're essentially changing the way the brain functions. We don't actually know fully what these drugs are doing.
We don't?
We don't.
I would think these have been around for so long. We've done a lot of scientific research on these drugs.
It's hard to know. I mean, the part that I think is a lot more concerning in terms of like what we don't know about the drugs is actually what they do long term.
Welcome back to Turning Point tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback, which is a course that needs desperately to be charted. And who better to do the charting than Turning Point? You can donate anytime you want, TPUSA at tpusa.com. You can also find out about all of the events YWLS is happening this weekend. If you're in Dallas or can travel to Dallas within a weekend, you should check that out. Unless you're a dude, and then you can't go. Also, Student Action Summit happening in Tampa. Don't miss it, tpusa.com. Also, you can email the show anytime you want, tpt at tpusa.com. There's a bunch of I haven't checked the email in a couple of days. There's a bunch that are backlogged that I got to get back to. So if I haven't already, or if we haven't, or we haven't mentioned it, I'm sorry. But continue emailing, tpt at tpusa.com. Without further ado, because we don't have a lot of time, and I really want to get to this whole thing because it's fascinating, hilarious, and interesting all at the same time. It is Woke Wednesday. Thank you, highlighter jacket lady. The whole stolen land thing is hilarious, and it's even funnier when it's playing out in real time in the mind of a lib who doesn't know what he's actually talking about. Watch this together, enjoy, and laugh.
I don't understand where you're coming from. Because you got to take accountability for it. Accountability for what? Systemic problems. Because this right here, you're occupying indigenous land here. You're occupying space that isn't here.
Wait, so but I can say the exact same thing to you.
You can. And you should.
And you're occupying this
and
space.
And we should. We should be calling out people. Honestly, he and I deserve to be robbed.
Who's we?
You say we deserve to be robbed. Yeah.
Okay, take his iPhone.
Take it. Huh? You should be.
Should be what?
You should be upset with people like me.
I am. That's why I'm finna rob your dumbass. The
Why?
Huh?
I mean,
why? Because you're
can't...
on indigenous land, not your land. My people's land. Is you talking about? I can do whatever the I please on my land. Now give me the phone.
I need it to help people.
No, you don't.
I do.
No, you don't.
I got 10.
Not what? Wait, we still getting the phone. Let me get the phone. And you see this, people? You see how the cycle works? I said I wouldn't take the phone. My little on the other hand, I didn't say nothing about them.
He said he deserves to get robbed.
Yeah, he did.
Yes. I love it. I'm going to start doing that. Anytime somebody says, this is stolen land. Okay, I probably fit the part. I probably have enough melanin in my skin to pass off as a Native American. Okay, cool. I can do whatever I want. This is my land. Give me your phone. It highlights the ridiculous. You don't even need to make an argument when you put it in that context. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Charlie is going to take us out. Thank you so much for tuning in each and every night. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. God bless America.
I'm wearing the shirt. This is what we voted for, which you guys can find at charliekirk.com, because this is what we voted for. And that is actually the theme and the open today, which is the stunning and perplexing politics of immigration. You see, for almost all of my political career, and for as long as I have memory, Democrats have had an advantage on immigration. There's issues that they've always had advantages with us over: climate, education, and immigration. They almost always have some form of advantage. Interestingly enough, education, less and less so. Remember that election where Governor Youngkin won in the great state of Virginia? He became the governor of Virginia with actual favorability advantage on the issue of education. But on immigration, Democrats have always had us over a barrel by 20 points or 30 points, because what did Republicans stand for when it came to immigration? And this is the kicker. Everybody, if there's just one thing that you remember that I tell you, it is how wrong, how fraudulent, how deceitful the Jeb Bush, Karl Rove perspective on immigration was. Can you guys get some of that tape here, Blake or Ryan, now that I'm thinking of it? Back in 2014, 2015, we had the Gang of Eight. And yes, Marco Rubio was part of it, and he has come a long way, and I'm Marco Rubio's biggest fan and supporter. But yes, we had the Gang of Eight, and I remember this was the first couple of years I was involved in politics. And it was unchallengeable dogma in the Republican Party that we are going to lose Hispanics forever if we do not pass mass amnesty. Now, see, this was largely passed and was pushed, I should say, by the Koch brothers, by corporate interests, by the Chamber of Commerce. This was largely being advanced by sinister multinational corporations that didn't actually care about the politics. They wanted cheap labor. And the Democrats were like, sure, you want cheap labor? We want cheap votes. Marriage made in heaven. And instead, what was created is a weapon of mass migration. Not a weapon of mass destruction, a weapon of mass migration. And Jeb Bush and all of the Republican orthodoxy was, and every single donor believed this, we need to win back Hispanics, and by doing so, we have to calm down our rhetoric on immigration. This is without a doubt one of the greatest missteps, one of the greatest errors in modern, if not all of the conservative movement. Almost everybody fell for this. And honestly, I was 20 years old at the time. I was 21 years old at the time. I kind of fell for it too. I was like, well, do we need to water down our language? And do we need to be more compassionate? Because a lot of Latinos and Hispanics, they seem to be for open borders, and they have friends that have come here illegally. And it was a ruse, everybody. It was a major scam. Paul Ryan and John McCain, all of the moderate apparatchiks were together saying, we must do this or else we're going to lose Hispanics 90-10. It'll be like Black America. And they were fear-mongering, and they were blackmailing us, saying, you must do mass amnesty right now or else you will be a minority party forever and you'll never win back Hispanics. And 10 years ago to this month, the most consistent political candidate that we've ever seen, Donald Trump changed everything. He said, nope, they're illegals. Many of them are rapists. They're thugs. They're terrible. We're going to build a wall. Mexico will pay for it. We're going to do mass deportations. And he has unwavered in that commitment. And then we were told by the moderates in the Republican Party, oh, you guys are going to lose us. Majorities, you're going to lose elections if you talk like this, and Hispanics will turn against you. Turns out the exact opposite was actually the case. It turns out that the more aggressive and hawkish that we got on immigration, the more Hispanics were coming our way. The more aggressive and hawkish that we got on immigration, we finally, for the first time ever, are beating Democrats on the issue of immigration. It turns out at the core, Americans are actually very, very supportive of mass deportations. And what I love is that the Democrats, they're continually polling this. Or there's no way America, nope, that's true. America actually wants door by door, block by block, mass deportations. And the Democrats, they don't quite understand this. Here is Amy Walter from the Cook Political Report, who accurately says this is the first time ever we've seen this. Democrats used to have an advantage over Trump on immigration. They have a disadvantage now. Play cut 422.
California may be first, but it clearly will not end here. Other states are next. Democracy is next. California will keep fighting. We'll keep fighting on behalf of our people, all of our people, including in the court.
Okay, that is not what I wanted. Somebody said it was 422, so whatever it is. Once we find Amy Walter, let me know. I don't want to hear Gavin Newsom. Can we play 422, please? Is it 442?
The question going forward, I think, is how Democrats do talk about these issues. It's going to be really important for the not just what's happening today in Los Angeles, but just writ large. I think there has been a lot of pullback and a lot of hand-wringing from Democrats about an issue which they used to have an advantage on during Trump's first term. They have a disadvantage on now. This issue isn't going away, and how Democrats respond to whether this is going to happen in other states, how they address concerns about safety and security, that is going to be critical just for the next, forever long.
It's been flipped. Remember the RNC autopsy report of 2013? It's funny. I actually went to one of those meetings. I was brought to one of those RNC donor meetings by Mike Miller, one of my dear friends, runs MJ Miller Jewelers in the suburbs of Chicago in Barrington, Illinois, which I encourage you guys to go to if you have any jewelry needs. He actually did our wedding ring and many other things. But he brought me to the RNC autopsy report in Chicago because Ryan Priebus, who I really like, he was doing a road show. Just here's the report, here's the data. And he was going to meet with donors because people were very, very upset with what happened in 2012. And this is what was in the official RNC autopsy report in 2013. Quote, among the steps Republicans must take in the Hispanic community and beyond, we must embrace and champion comprehensive immigration reform. If we do not, our party's appeal will continue to shrink to its core constituencies only.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
And the only flag that will wave triumphant over the streets of Los Angeles is the American flag. So help me God. The American flag is the one that's going to wave triumphantly over the street.
You know, I called in the military in Minneapolis, but it was 7 days. I waited for this guy, the same guy that ran for vice president. He's a very dumb person. He's a low IQ individual, like many Democrats are.
The net favorable rating, immigrants who are here illegally, among immigrant citizens, again, those registered to vote. In 2020, look at this, plus 23 points on the net favorable rating. But look at where we were in 2024, minus 6 points, underwater. So immigrant citizens have become increasingly unfavorable in their views of those immigrants who are here illegally. And so again, when we're talking about this, at least from a political angle, this is why Donald Trump feels so comfortable, because in fact, amongst the group that you would think that would be most opposed to this, in fact, they become increasingly favorable, not just towards Donald Trump, but towards a Republican point of view on immigration and becoming distant from those immigrants who are here illegally.
Donald Trump's government isn't protecting our communities. They're traumatizing our communities. And that seems to be the entire point.
I wanted to let the city know that I have declared a local emergency and issued a curfew for downtown Los Angeles to stop the vandalism, to stop the looting.
Within the span of a few decades, Los Angeles has gone from being one of the cleanest, safest, and most beautiful cities on earth to being a trash heap with entire neighborhoods under the control of transnational gangs and criminal networks. It's horrible. As the entire world can now see, uncontrolled migration leads to chaos, dysfunction, and disorder.
If you have to watch out for a burnt car, that isn't a peaceful protest. That isn't America. That's anarchy, and that's violence. And for elected officials to say that this is a peaceful protest, it's not. I can tell you firsthand. I was there to see it. Obviously, I support the First Amendment. We support free speech. But this is a peaceful protest. This is anarchy, and this is violence.
They proudly carry the flags of other countries, but they don't carry the American flag. They only burn it. Did you see a lot of the flags being burned? People that burn the American flag should go to jail for 1 year. What they should be doing. 1 year. I And we'll see if we can get that done.
So in 2020, I was a governor of a neighboring state to Tim Walz and watched him let his city burn. And the president and I have talked about this in the past, and he was not going to let that happen to another city and to another community where a bad governor made a bad decision.
Mr. President, these protests obviously started in reaction to these large-scale ICE operations in Los Angeles. Should people expect to see similar operations in the rest of the country?
Yeah.
And will similar protests?
Yeah, as you know, we're moving murderers out of our country that were put here by Biden or the auto pen, and we're not going to let them stay. I can inform the rest of the country that when they do it, if they do it, they're going to be met with equal or greater force. This week we honor 250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the greatest fighting force ever to walk the face of the earth, the United States Army. For 2.5 centuries, our soldiers have marched into the raging fires of battle and obliterated America's enemies. There's never been anything like it. There's never been a force like this.
At Turning Point USA, what we are doing every single day is we are dedicating ourselves and our staff and our students and our activists for a full revival of America.
Get ready to launch into the future of freedom at the largest student event in the nation. SAS is back. Join thousands of fellow students ready to pioneer a bold new era for America at our Student Action Summit. And we're bringing in the biggest voices in the movement. Featuring Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Dr. Ben Carson, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, Brandon Tatum, James O'Keefe, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, and more. From July 11th through 13th in Tampa, Florida. Register now at SAS2025.com.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, honor to be with you as always. We are here at the Bitcoin.com studio, your gateway to democratized finance, Bitcoin.com. I'm wearing the shirt. This is what we voted for, which you guys can find at CharlieKirk.com, because this is what we voted for. And that is actually the theme and the open today, which is the stunning and perplexing politics of immigration. You see, for almost all of my political career, and for as long as I have memory, Democrats have had an advantage on immigration. There's issues that they've always had advantages with us over: climate, education, and immigration. They almost always have some form of advantage. Interestingly enough, education, less and less so. Remember that election where Governor Youngkin won in the great state of Virginia? He became the governor of Virginia with actual favorability advantage on the issue of education. But on immigration, Democrats have always had us over a barrel by 20 points or 30 points, because what did Republicans stand for when it came to immigration? And this is the kicker. Everybody, if there's just one thing that you remember that I tell you, it is how wrong, how fraudulent, how deceitful the Jeb Bush, Karl Rove perspective on immigration was. Can you guys get some of that tape here, Blake or Ryan, now that I'm thinking of it? Back in 2014, 2015, we had the Gang of Eight. And yes, Marco Rubio was part of it, and he has come a long way, and I'm Marco Rubio's biggest fan and supporter. But yes, we had the Gang of Eight, and I remember this was the first couple of years I was involved in politics. And it was unchallengeable dogma in the Republican Party that we are going to lose Hispanics forever if we do not pass mass amnesty. Now, see, this was largely passed and was pushed, I should say, by the Koch brothers, by corporate interest, by the Chamber of Commerce. This was largely being advanced by sinister multinational corporations that didn't actually care about the politics. They wanted cheap labor. And the Democrats were like, sure, you want cheap labor? We want cheap votes. Marriage made in heaven. And instead, what was created is a weapon of mass migration. Not a weapon of mass destruction, a weapon of mass migration. And Jeb Bush and all of the Republican orthodoxy was, and every single donor believed this, we need to win back Hispanics, and by doing so, we have to calm down our rhetoric on immigration. This is without a doubt one of the greatest missteps, one of the greatest errors in modern, if not all of the conservative movement. Almost everybody fell for this. And honestly, I was 20 years old at the time. I was 21 years old at the time. I kind of fell for it too. I was like, well, do we need to water down our language? And do we need to be more compassionate? Because a lot of Latinos and Hispanics, they seem to be for open borders, and they have friends that have come here illegally. And it was a ruse, everybody. It was a major scam. Paul Ryan and John McCain, all of the moderate apparatchiks were together saying, we must do this or else we're going to lose Hispanics 90-10. It'll be like Black America. And they were fear-mongering, and they were blackmailing us, saying, you must do mass amnesty right now or else you will be a minority party forever and you'll never win back Hispanics. And 10 years ago to this month, the most consistent political candidate that we've ever seen, Donald Trump changed everything. He said, nope, they're illegals. Many of them are rapists. They're thugs. They're terrible. We're going to build a wall. Mexico will pay for it. We're going to do mass deportations. And he has unwavered in that commitment. And then we were told by the moderates in the Republican Party, oh, you guys are going to lose us. Majorities, you're going to lose elections if you talk like this, and Hispanics will turn against you. Turns out the exact opposite was actually the case. It turns out that the more aggressive and hawkish that we got on immigration, the more Hispanics were coming our way. The more aggressive and hawkish that we got on immigration, we finally, for the first time ever, are beating Democrats on the issue of immigration. It turns out at the core, Americans are actually very, very supportive of mass deportations. And what I love is that the Democrats, they're continually polling this. Or there's no way America, nope, that's true. America actually wants door by door, block by block, mass deportations. And the Democrats, they don't quite understand this. Here is Amy Walter from the Cook Political Report, who accurately says this is the first time ever we've seen this. Democrats used to have an advantage over Trump on immigration. They have a disadvantage now. Play cut 422.
California may be first, but it clearly will not end here. Other states are next. Democracy is next. California will keep fighting. It will keep fighting on behalf of our people, all of our people, including in the court.
Okay, that is not what I wanted. Somebody said it was 422, so whatever it is. Once we find Amy Walter, let me know. I don't want to hear Gavin Newsom. Can we play 422, please? Is it
The
442?
question going forward, I think, is how Democrats do talk about these issues. It's going to be really important for not just what's happening today in Los Angeles, but just writ large. I think there has been a lot of pullback and a lot of hand-wringing from Democrats about an issue which they used to have an advantage on during the Trump's first term. They have a disadvantage on now. This issue isn't going away, and how Democrats respond to whether this is going to happen in other states, how they address concerns about safety and security, that is going to be critical just for the next, forever long.
It's been flipped. Remember the RNC autopsy report of 2013? It's funny. I actually went to one of those meetings. I was brought to one of those RNC donor meetings by Mike Miller, one of my dear friends, runs MJ Miller Jewelers in the suburbs of Chicago in Barrington, Illinois, which I encourage you guys to go to if you have any jewelry needs. He actually did our wedding ring and many other things. But he brought me to the RNC autopsy report in Chicago because Ryan Priebus, who I really like, he was doing a road show. Just here's the report, here's the data. And he was going to meet with donors because people were very, very upset with what happened in 2012. And this is what was in the official RNC autopsy report in 2013. Quote, among the steps Republicans must take in the Hispanic community and beyond, we must embrace and champion comprehensive immigration reform. If we do not, our party's appeal will continue to shrink to its core constituencies only. Blake, can we tweet this out? This is so important. Let me say this again. Quote, among the steps Republicans must take in the Hispanic community. This was the official RNC autopsy report in 2013. We must embrace and champion comprehensive immigration reform. If we do not, our party's appeal will continue to shrink to its core constituencies only. This was all before Donald Trump. Here is Jeb Bush at CPAC back in 2015, 2016, probably 2015, play cut 448.
What we need, which are economic-driven immigrants, those that want to come here to work, to invest in their dreams in this country, to create opportunities for all of us. And that's what we need to get to.
Chamber of Commerce balderdash. Jeb Bush being applauded by the 19 different K Street lobbyists that he bussed on over to the Gaylord Hotel. And you have the Jeb Bush, you have the RNC autopsy report, and Donald Trump changed it all. And now we have an advantage on the immigration issue. America supports it. 51% of people want mass deportations. 54% people want raids on violent criminals. A 20-point lead on the mobilization of the National Guard. And Donald Trump changed it all. Donald Trump knew it. He intuited it, knowing at its core that there was going to be a huge political realignment in a way where the Democrats still are reacting. And you know who supports it the most? Immigrants. That's right. Do you know that legal first-generation immigrants, foreign-born immigrants, are actually more hawkish on immigration than Americans? And I'll prove it to you in a second. ReliefFactor.com. Living with everyday aches and pains is like having a voice that says, no, you can't do that. No, don't go play your favorite sport. No, you better sit this one out. It's no way to live. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally, developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of natural ingredients doesn't just mask pain, helps reduce or even eliminate it. So give it a 3-week quick start to try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. So check it out, ReliefFactor.com. See how with less pain you can say yes to more of everything you want. Go to ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com. It turns out we did not need to pander to the Chamber of Commerce. We needed to get based. I'll explain after the break.
promise and spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Check it out. Private student loan debt refinancing. They're also sponsoring our epic and major Young Women's Leadership Summit coming up this weekend. It is Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Dallas, Texas. YRefi is a major sponsor of that. We'll have 2,500 conservative women there. It's going to be incredible. YRefi can reduce your monthly payment and guarantees interest rates under 6%, ensuring affordability and financial relief. YRefi does not care about what your credit score is. Go to YRefi.com. That is YRefi.com. Many clients aren't even able to make the minimum monthly payment on their private student loans when they first contact YRefi. Do you have a co-borrower? YRefi can get them released from the loan. You can give mom or dad a break. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without penalty. Go to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. That is YRefi.com. May not be available in all 50 states. Let's face it, if you have a distressed or defaulted private student loan, no one is going to come out and save you. If you know somebody on your team, around you, if you know somebody, sister, brother, niece, nephew, granddaughter, have them go to YRefi.com. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. This is the fight we've been waiting for. Bitcoin.com. This is Bitcoin.com studio. You see, the Democrats, they're making a major strategic error, but they're not going to, regardless of what I say on the show, they're not going to stop because they are enthused with pathological energy when it comes to open borders. Open borders is the life force of the globalist elite. It is a baseline fundamental belief of the Democrat Party. Thou shall have open borders. Period. End of story. We are the only political movement to say no mas, no more, hasta la vista, adios. The Democrat Party built their entire coalition on the Great Replacement reality. We are going to have millions of people come into the country and try to replace the native-born population to change the politic. If you can't win elections because the people don't support you, well, then change the people. Replace them. And so just flood it with 10, 15, 20, 30 million. Do you know we actually don't know how many illegals are in this country? Do you know it's kind of a guesstimate? It could be 20 million, it could be 30 million, it could be 40 million. We have no idea. A couple thoughts on this. So Kim Kardashian has come out this morning. Oh my goodness, it's terrible. We're told that ICE exists to just keep our country safe and remove violent criminals, blah, 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 blah. You know, immigrants are terrific. But you don't understand, Kim Kardashian. Do you understand that every single one of these people, they're actually in violation of federal law? Number one, it's a federal crime to enter and remain in the U.S. without permission. 8 U.S.C. 1325. Illegal entry. That's right, illegal entry. It's a felony. Failure to register with the government is a crime. 8 U.S.C. 1302, 1312. That's right. You actually, if you are here illegally, do you know that you must tell the government and be fingerprinted after 30 days? Do you know that if you're here illegally, you have to tell the government every year of your address? 8 U.S.C. 1305. How many of these illegals are telling the federal government, here is my address every single year? I bet there's like 8 in the history of mass migration that have ever done this. They're all breaking federal law. So people say, oh, we only want to deport the criminals. They're all. This is not just cherry picking. This is straight mainstream federal law enforcement. 8 U.S.C., 18 U.S.C. 1546, using fake documents to enter or stay is a felony. How about this one? 8 U.S.C. 1305, must notify the government of your current address every year. Also, fake visas, green cards, social security numbers, which they all use, called document fraud. 18 U.S.C. 1546. Identity theft to be able to work. That is 18 U.S.C. 1028, 1028A. Or how about working without authorization violates federal law? 18 U.S.C. 11342A. Or reentry after deportation is a felony. 8 U.S.C. 1326. And some of these, by the way, they'll say, oh, you know, some of those are civil. Actually, some of these are not civil misdemeanors. Some of these are not. These are hard, cold felonies. And now, Kim Kardashian's like, oh, we have to keep the borders open. Okay, Kim, how about I send this to your palatial mansion? How about I send Eswin? You want to go hang out with him? This is who you are supporting, Kim Kardashian, just so we are clear. Eswin Uriel Castro. ICE arrested Eswin Uriel Castro, a previously deported illegal alien, has criminal convictions for child molestation and being armed with a dangerous weapon. He's also previously been arrested for robbery and domestic violence. I have a new cast member for Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Gerardo Antonio Palacios, an illegal alien from Mexico. He's criminal convictions for homicide and burglary. How's that, Kim? How about, by the way, this is just the last couple of days. These are the people that we are currently deporting that you are trying to get in the way of. The rioting, the burning of cars, Waymos, going after cops. They want Antonio Benitos Urgarte to stay. What is him? He seems like a really nice fella. An illegal alien. Oh, he's been convicted of drug trafficking. And no, not Ozempic, Kim Kardashian, like actual hard drugs. How about Mob Kleb? This guy he's sweet. This one is a perfect cast member for the Hollywood elite. ICE Los Angeles arrested Mob Kleb, a 53-year-old illegal, from Cambodia. He just wanted a better life. He just wanted to improve his well-being. Well, he has a criminal history of transport of controlled substance, possession of controlled substance, and a lewd action with a child, and battery. These are just 4 examples in the last couple of days of real people, real stories that Joe Biden let them be here, and ICE is finding them, and ICE is removing them. And every single illegal alien has broken federal law. I just went through all the different details. And the final point I'll make is this, then we have Senator Eric Schmidt joining us. This is a strike zone issue for us. Rarely, everybody, do you get the trifecta. An issue that is popular, an issue that is mandatory to save civilization, and an issue that is necessary to happen urgently. And this qualifies all 3. We'll be right back.
Real America's Voice newsroom. Since Trump was sworn in, it's incredible to think of the progress his administration has already made. It is not easy to move mountains at the speed of light. However, when they're trying to right the country, they can't also take your personal finances into account. You have to do that. And that's why thousands of Americans are buying gold right now from Birch Gold. Here are the facts. In the past 12 months, the value of gold has increased by 30%. Central banks are buying gold in record quantities, so demand doesn't seem to be subsiding. The Rio reset is on the horizon, where BRICS nations are looking to unseat the U.S. dollar as the global reserve currency. But you can find peace of mind in gold. Birch Gold makes it extremely easy to convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Or you can even buy some to store in your home safe. Just text America to 989898, and Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, only useful information. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, take control of protecting your savings today. Text America to the number 989898. And now let's get to some headlines. The Los Angeles anti-ICE protests have taken a new worrying turn as curfews have been declared in LA, and now this unsettling video that shows tactical gear being dished out to these violent protesters. The unidentified person is shown handing out riot shields and gas masks to protesters in Los Angeles, just steps away from federal buildings. This comes in the backdrop of California Governor Gavin Newsom insisting that the LA protests have been largely peaceful. That's his quote. And meanwhile, Terry Moran is out at ABC News just a day after the network suspended the correspondent over calling Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller a, quote, world-class hater. ABC ended Moran's contract saying, and based on his recent post, which was a clear violation of ABC News policies, we have made the decision not to renew. Moran had interviewed President Trump just a few weeks ago, saying after it in a post on X, the president was also a hater, but this hatred was in service of his own glorification. And in other news, Elon Musk says he regrets his political feud with President Trump. He wrote on X early this morning saying, quote, I regret some of my posts about President Trump last week. They went too far. Those are your headlines. Now let's get you back to Charlie Kirk.
And start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have Patriot Mobile, guys. Is that right? Patriot Mobile's amazing. Make the switch today at patriotmobile.com/Charlie. You've heard me talk about Patriot Mobile for a while now. You probably already know that for years. They've stood in the gap for every American who believes in faith, family, and friends and freedom. But did you know they have cutting-edge technology as well? Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. And get this, Patriot Mobile is one of the few carriers with access to all three major networks. That means exceptional nationwide coverage. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie to make the switch. No more woke wireless. No more wireless companies that don't share your values. They have unlimited data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, internet on-the-go devices, and home internet backup. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Switch to Patriot Mobile and defend freedom with every call and text you make. That's patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Joining us now is Senator Eric Schmidt. We agree on everything, except for the fact he's a Cardinals fan. Go Cubs. Who's number one in the NL Central right now? It's amazingly the Chicago Cubs, second best team in baseball. It's great. The Cubs haven't been good for like 10 years, and I'm enjoying actually watching them. So I think it's a
well, as you know, Charlie, as you know, Cubs stands were completely useless by September. So be glad it's just June.
Listen, we win a World Series every 108 years, and that's great. Okay, it's kind of like seeing.
By the way, that did take away a lot of my jokes I used to have, which was like, last time the Cubs won the World Series, are the things that had happened since then. Like radio was invented, TV was invented, all these things went away in 2016 when they won. So I had to get new material.
Listen, these things happen kind of when the divine stars align. I'll never forget. Cubs win the World Series, and President Donald Trump becomes elected president in 2016.
How dare you? I can't believe you threw that.
Within 72 hours, okay? And, of course, in the most Cubbies way imaginable, it was Game 7, extra innings. And my grandma, may she rest in peace, she seemed like every Cubs game since 1949, right? She literally would fill out the scorecard. I'll never forget. We go to extra innings, and she says one thing: "We're going to blow it." And I said, you are the most proven Cubs fan ever. She's like, we are going to blow this. And when we won, it was almost like, wait, we won the world. Like, it's hard. I mean, and Senator, you'd get it. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but the audience can't understand the weight it was for the Cubs to not win a World Series. It was like, and because people like you would constantly be taunting us.
Well, there was a lot. Yes, that's right. Well, as you know, the Cardinals are the crown jewel of the National League with 11 World Series, second only to the Yankees. So I guess, every 108 years, something like that's bound to happen. I'm happy for your grandmother.
That's right. And so my great grandkids will enjoy the next World Series. And so I will say, though, I think that we have a World Series more recently than you guys. 2011.
It's
true. So
2011 versus 2016. That's true. You have that on us, so we gotta change that.
So it's going to be a fun summer, and I hope we can enjoy some good spirited NL Central baseball. Speaking of which, though, it's a funny side note. You guys have the congressional baseball game tonight. Is that right?
Yeah, we've got it tonight, playing left field, and last year we won 31-11. So it's pretty. I mean, we raised $2.75 million for charity. There's 30,000 people there at Nats Park. Charlie, it's on Fox Sports 1 and C-SPAN if you want to tune in. It's fun, but we've got a we've got a deep team. Stubby and Pfluger and myself, but we got a good lineup. So hopefully we can put up some runs tonight. Well,
look, there's some depth to this though that actually shows the state of the party. So it's really funny. Democrats used to win all the congressional baseball games like 10 years ago. And then as the Democrat Party has become super old, like full of women and like a tranny, like it's really hard to play baseball. And the Republican Party is more masculine and younger. And again, this is not even like it's kind of a joke, but it is an interesting data point that the baseball game is a reflection of the current composition of your party.
Yeah, no, it is. We're I think we're younger. We're better. I'm the only senator that plays. Joni Ernst plays, but the only starter. So it's a lot of House members. But and for me, that's been great. You get to know these guys. Scalise is still out there. He leads off the game. As you know,
that's just
in 2017. Awesome. I mean, he almost died. So it's a remarkable story. But yeah, we get after it in the mornings, like 5:45 in the morning for practicing after the game. So tonight it's all on the field. So it'll be fun.
And by the way, just so everyone remembers, that was literally 8 years ago. Steve Scalise was shot and nearly killed at a congressional baseball game practice by a Democrat. A Democrat came and tried to murder him. All right, so Senator, you're in a little bit of a feud right now with the president of Mexico. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, we were actually honestly working on this remittance reform. So the House we don't right now, if you're an illegal immigrant and you send money back to Mexico, there's no tax on that, right? So in the House version, they put a 3.5% tax on that. We were already working to double that, like on the Senate side, as that's come over here. I've filed that bill. That's an issue that's important to me. I think it does a couple things we can talk about, like discourage illegal immigration and fairness, because a lot of these folks are being paid under the table, and they ought to, like Americans pay taxes, they should pay taxes too. And then the president of Mexico issues this threat that if this remittance tax goes in, we're going to rise up. It was very strange. And so I went on X and said, well, that's interesting. How about 15% now? And then the president of the Mexican Senate talked about it yesterday. And I said, well, how about 20%? So let's just keep going with this. But it is interesting. It's like 4% of their GDP is from this remittance that comes from the United States. And my position is, the United States of America is not your piggy bank, right? Like, we're a sovereign country, and you ought to be taxed on these remittances. So I'm hopeful that we'll get that number up from the House bill on the Senate side.
And look, we are a sovereign country, and if you want to send money home, just principally, we're not necessarily against that. What this is about, though, is that this has become a primary subsidy as to why mass migration is happening. It's a forcing function, right? And so let's just be very clear. If you come here, legally from Vietnam, you want to send money. That's not the problem. The problem is that therefore the Mexican government is financially incentivized to keep the invasion going. That's why remittances are so important. We're not trying to be cruel or unusual. It's that the Mexican government has turned a blind eye for quite some time, and it's literally tens of billions of dollars. Okay, I want to play two pieces of tape here. First is 252. I don't know who she thinks she is or what card she thinks she's holding, or she's saying that she'll unleash the cartels against us. That's the only card she really has. Play cut 252.
If needed, we will definitely mobilize because we absolutely cannot accept any new taxes on remittances sent by our hardworking folks in the U.S. to their families back home in Mexico.
Okay, what does she mean by mobilize, Senator?
I don't know.
Sort of strange.
I don't know, but you don't have to probably guess, go too far out on a limb. The truth is that this mass migration that we've seen that needs to be met with mass deportations is fueled by this international NGO network that, the insult to injury, American taxpayers were subsidizing through USAID in many instances, right? But they know exactly what they're sending a signal. She's sending a signal that in the United States, it should be no coincidence this happened around the time that the LA riots were starting, that somehow this is it's a threat. I don't know exactly what it means, but we're going to mobilize. I don't know what that means, but she shouldn't be doing it, and we don't take threats kindly in this country. I know I don't, and that's why I think that this issue, which was important anyway, I think becomes even more front and center because of her comments.
Let's play here. This is now the president of the Mexican Senate. I think he's mocking you. This is in Spanish, but with subtitles. So basically for the radio audience and the podcast audience that doesn't speak Spanish, he's mocking you, but it's worth playing. Let's play cut 449.
Está el tema del impuesto a las remesas, que ya un senador estadounidense ahora dice que le van a poner 15. Y estás viendo y no ves, senador, ¿no? ¿Cómo se llama el senador? Quieren apagar el fuego con gasolina. La compañera del presidente ha insistido que es el diálogo, el respeto.
Okay, so at the end he's saying...
Did you just call me El Diablo? Did I hear that?
Yeah, something.
Was I referred to as the devil?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was dialogue, actually. I think that was the word. I don't think he was quite calling you Diablo. But the part that was important is en fuego on gasoline. So, these are kind of it's very interesting. I want everyone to remember this. Now, I want to introduce a third data point. So we have the president of Mexico, Steinbaum. We have this president of the U.S., the Mexican Senate. And do you remember under Joe Biden, the Obrador? Do you remember that he also similarly threatened? He was like, if you don't give us our aid money, you're not going to like what happens. And that was like a lesser covered story, just kind of went away. And Biden just kind of flooded in a ton of capital to Mexico. So, Senator, I don't want to speculate too much, but are they threatening the United States of America?
It sure seems that way. And I don't know exactly what they mean by mobilize or, throwing, fuel on the fire. I mean, if you put it in the context of the time in which they're making these comments, you have an American city burning with people waving Mexican flags, right? Maybe it's a signal that's being sent, which again is, I think, why President Trump's leadership is so important to get the National Guard there to help to end this thing. But I think that, Charlie, what's happening right now, and maybe it's also part of their comments, for a long time, really since the Cold War ended, there were decisions that were made. A lot of our leadership, Republican and Democrat, sort of ceded a lot of important aspects of whether it's related to trade, how we, engage in foreign conflicts and sending, our boys off to fight in foreign wars. There's been this sort of globalist end of history kind of moment where people thought that everybody, that everybody was going to be some democracy, and we had this wandering foreign policy, and our money went to ridiculous things that ended up being like LGBTQIA plus Sesame Street in Iraq. That's what was exposed with all this Doge stuff. But it also is a mentality that somehow people in other countries are entitled to our money. And that's not the case. We can make those decisions only if it furthers the interests of the United States of America.
Exactly.
But you don't just get it. We're not the piggy bank. We're not we're not the patron for all of these ridiculous causes, and we certainly shouldn't be to funnel an effort to bring 15 million people here illegally, which is exactly what we saw over the last 4 years. So I think this is tied together, sort of globalist mindset, mass migration. It's all part of it. And they're mad that the United States is maybe changing direction here.
Very good. Senator, stay right there. I have word that we can keep you for another segment. Very important stuff. Please stay right there. Roughgreens.com. Go to ruffgreens.com/Kirk. Charlie Kirk here, dog lover, and Rough Greens is amazing. Look, I'm a friend of Rough Greens founder, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black. We were just hanging out, by the way, a couple weeks ago. Great guy, phenomenal person. Really enjoyed getting to know him. So most of us live our daily routines, work, home, family, repeat, day in and day out. It doesn't change much. But what about your dog? Whether you notice it or not, your dog is changing, and at some point you're going to start slowing down, or maybe they already are. Is your dog constantly licking or scratching, or dealing with a stiff, achy joints or painful digestive symptoms? Well, or maybe they just need their energy back. Rough Greens is not a replacement for your dog's food. It's the live nutrients missing from your dog's food. Call right now and fetch a free Jumpstart trial bag of your dog today. Go to roughgreens.com and use discount code KIRK. That is ruffgreens.com, promo code Kirk. So that is roughgreens.com, promo code Kirk. And go 214-RUFFDOG. Rough Greens, a healthy change for your changing dog. That is roughgreens.com, promo code Kirk. We're going to continue with Senator Eric Schmidt. He's doing an amazing job, and that's going to be fun to watch, the congressional baseball game tonight. It is a kind of an example of how the Democrat Party has become older and increasingly out of touch with the American people. We'll be right back.
Researchers than the CDC. Yeah, may not be saying much. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, we have our Young Women's Leadership Summit coming up this weekend. It is a game-changer event. That's YWS2025.com. Real America's Voice is going to be there taking the event live, which we're very thankful for and very excited. You got to come on by. It's going to be amazing. Alex Clark, my wife, Erica Kirk, Savannah Chrisley, Director Tulsi Gabbard, Alina Haba, Brett Cooper, and so many more. Allie B. Stuckey, Riley Gaines. So go to YWS2025.com. That is YWS2025.com. Needless to say, there will be no men there pretending to be women. We're not going to put up with that. Play cut 51. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Senator Eric Schmidt continues as we're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. Senator, big, beautiful bill. What's going on here? Some of your colleagues are putting up a real fight on behalf of fiscal conservatism. Where are the negotiations? After these riots and after this bedlam, it is mandatory that we pass the big, beautiful bill. It is mission critical.
I agree. I think that I agree. I think that the border provisions, the immigration law enforcement aspect of it is more important than ever. It's on full display as to why when you see what's happening right now, when you literally have people who are trying to prevent ICE from enforcing immigration law and deport people, which is exactly what President Trump ran on. So we need more detention facilities. We need more ICE agents. We need more enforcement efforts. We need more deportations, right? And so the bill does go a long way. And I think that everybody's very supportive of that. And I think the reasons why are highlighted on the television screen every night now. And I think as it made its way to the Senate, the House did great work on this. And I think the Senate, we have a lunch today to talk about it. I'm actually going to be visiting with President Trump later today to talk about some of the provisions. I think the Senate wants to make sure if we can find more savings, we want to go do that. And I think that will make the big, beautiful bill even more beautiful. But I will say that I think everybody's united that at the end of the day, we get this thing done. It's got a lot of President Trump's priorities. They're very, very popular with the American people and the things that he ran on. So I'm still very optimistic. I think we're aiming for the 4th of July on the Senate side, and then that would give a couple of weeks that, to get this thing ultimately done before August.
And so, Senator, part of the provisions as far as cost savings, I know that there is some fear that we're not going to be able to send it back to the U.S. House to be able to get those through. But there's so much good stuff that we hope stays. No tax on tips, major border security, increase in ICE agents. So what are the elements then you think that will be emphasized or focused on between your colleagues to find those cost savings?
Well, there's just nobody in the Senate that really likes what was done with SALT. And you look at what's happening in California, the subsidizing the terrible policy decisions of blue state governors. There's not support for that in the Senate. Having said that, we understand the dance that Mike Johnson has to do to get the votes over in the House. That's a very practical consideration. So we're very well aware of that. But you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. Again, to subsidize terrible decisions in New York and California and Illinois, my neighbor, J.B. Pritzker, right? So there's definitely a conversation about that, what we can do to find savings there. We just talked about the remittance tax. That would add billions, bringing more revenue in by taxing remittances from illegal immigrants here as they send the money elsewhere. So there's some other things to do. But that's where we're at right now in the Senate. I think that we're trying to figure out a place where we can maximize the savings, but also deliver on President Trump's promises. And I'm very optimistic that we're going to get there.
And we have to unlock growth, right? We got to get to a 3 to 4% growth calculus. We have to, which is about drill, baby, drill, lower tax rates. I think there's some pent up investment demand that is just willing to be unleashed in our country right now. And you got the artificial intelligence. You have a blue collar boom that is really waiting to happen. And so kind of final question, Senator, are you bullish that this is all going to work out?
I am. And you got to remember, the reconciliation thing, it's a big thing. The big, beautiful bill is a big thing, but it's one piece to all of this, too, right? We have rescissions packages to codify the DOJ reforms. That'll be important. We have the normal appropriations process, which is for discretionary spending, the reconciliations for the mandatory spending. And then you also have what I think President Trump's about to do, which is to finally rebalance trade so we stop getting ripped off around the world. You talked about that demand that's out there. I think once we get fairer deals with these countries that have been ripping us off, I think you're going to see a lot of economic growth from that too. So you put all of those things together, and if we actually get all that stuff done this year, which I'm confident that we will, you're going to see, again, I think this golden age of America that President Trump's talked about, and enough runway for that to happen before 2028.
Thank you so much, Senator Schmidt. Keep it up. Good luck tonight, and go Cubs.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Charlie.
Thank you. We cut him before he could respond. He's a great guy. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. Just a reminder, everybody, this weekend we have our Young Women's Leadership Summit. That's YWLS2025.com. That is YWLS2025.com. It is going to be a life-changing event for so many women. It will be the largest that we have ever held. And it's YWLS2025.com. And again, if you want to come, if you live in Kansas or Oklahoma or any part of Texas, get in the car. The hotels are affordable. We try to make it that way thanks to generous supporters like YRefi. So go to YWLS2025.com. If you can hear my voice in Texas, hear my voice in the Heartland, come on to Dallas, Texas this weekend. Young Women's Leadership Summit, YWLS2025.com. Stay right there.
I'm Bo Davidson in the Real America's Voice newsroom. Joining me now live is Oscar El Blue Ramirez, who is in Mexico, who has some astounding footage of migrants waiting in Mexico to see if the United States border is going to open up. Oscar, where are you right now? And give us this breaking report.
Bo, I'm in the south border that connects to Guatemala, Tapachula, Chiapas. We have been here for a couple of days, and what local journalists have told us, it is that around 10,000 migrants, they're scattered right here in this south border that connects to Guatemala. The border is wide open, right, in connection to Guatemala. But as you can see in this video, there were just this morning, there were around 500 migrants that they were right here waiting for their paperwork. A lot of them, they want to stay in Mexico. A lot of them, they want to move to the north borders that connect to the United States of America. But a lot of them, they are intending to wait to see if the 2028 election, there will be a possibility that they can go in again to the United States. And there's a mixed bag, Bo. There's other ones that they potentially have a smuggler to take them across and cross them illegally to the United States of America. Also, international organizations, OIM, UNHCR, and the United Nations are still present right here in the south of the border. They are just steps away. When we visited yesterday in Guatemala, they're still operating. They're still giving out these famous safe kits for the migrants to cross to Guatemala in an open border to Mexico. And, you know, in Mexico, the UNHCR is still operating, what funding, we do not know. We try to ask them. They close the door to us. But today, as an influx, you know, a massive influx today of more than 500 migrants here waiting, Bo.
So the border between Guatemala and Mexico is open. They're letting all these folks in. Are these folks, I know you said a mixed bag, are any of them trying to apply the legal way? Or do you think a majority of them are trying to enter the U.S. eventually illegally?
Well, they're trying to do the process legally right here in Mexico. And the process is a document that is called multiple migration form that gives them the ability to walk freely in the whole country. Now, entering to the United States of America, they don't have another process. CBP-1, it has already been canceled. The only way it is to go through the pedestrian port of entry. And the majority of them, they're not going to try to do that. What they're going to try to do is basically try to find a smuggler, cross them illegally to the United States. And, you know, and just if their luck, if they get found and they get deported, well, that is going to be, you know, the situation with them. I asked a few of them, what is the current situation with the LA riots? How do they feel? And some of them, they feel that they are going to stay here in Mexico to wait to when that is just finished, because they feel that they're afraid that they're going to get caught.
But do they understand what the Trump policy on the border is? I mean, it seems like it would be a very dire situation to try to attempt to get across the border when we've seen Trump actually, you know, reduce border crossings by a large amount. So why would they think they could get in? Or do you think they're going to try to wait for another 4 years for another president?
We have a big problem, Bo, and it's been happening for the 4 years of Biden. You have these progressive mercenary activists, you know, that they have worked with NGOs and international organizations, and they're still present over here telling them, hey, you still have a human right to walk all the way to the northern borders. Then when they get to the northern borders, there's a detail for you guys to know. You know, the former director of migrants in Tijuana told us that there were more than 1 million petitions of CBP-1 that they were canceled as soon as 1 minute when Donald Trump was sworn into office. So you got you know, hundreds of thousands of migrants waiting in the south border, in the central parts of the country, and almost 1 million, you know, migrants waiting in the north borders that connect to the United States.
Are these people, Oscar, I know there's probably a cross-section of a lot of different people. Are they trying to get to family members in the United States, or are they just trying to pursue a new life? Are they trying to, you know, make their families and their whole just auspices of what they want to go any better? Or is there any trouble, do you think, among this group?
Well, you know, there's it's mixed. You know, you have a lot of people that they want to go and get a better life and get a better job and get a better opportunity in life. But also you got the bad hombres, like, you know, it has been said before, the bad people, that is the current problem that you have right now with these LA riots and this disaster that is going on in these, you know, blue states. And, you know, all these people, they're, you know, bad people. They cross unvetted and undocumented to open border gaps. You still have those kind of situations over here. But those people, they basically they pay a smuggler to cross illegally to the United States of America. They do not, you know, cross, you know, legally and ask the correct way for asylum and refugee or whatever process. The process that is being done correctly, a lot of the people that they want to go and work and get better in life are families. And, you know, every military age males, you know, you get a mixed bag of them also.
Yeah, that's true. And I'd be worried about the cartels as well and the smugglers, as you just said. Well, Oscar El Blue Ramirez, thank you so much for your reporting down there at the border of Mexico and Guatemala. Thank you so much, Oscar.
everybody. Welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. And by the way, we have this new shirt. This is what we voted for at charliekirkstore.com if you want to check it out. That's why I'm wearing it today, because it's kind of the theme of the program. And also on Bitcoin.com, buy, sell, trade Bitcoin. All Bitcoin-type decisions should be made at Bitcoin.com. That is Bitcoin.com. One of my favorite guests is here. He's such a smart thinker and a great analytical mind. Alex Marlow. I saw one of his tweets the other day, and I said, Andrew, get him on the show immediately. And I just loved it. Let me read it to you. It's Alex Marlow, Breitbart.com, phenomenal Alex Marlow show. Alex, great to see you. Let me read your tweet, Alex, and I'll let you riff on it. Quote, the invasion of Los Angeles happened decades ago. I know. I've lived here most of my life. The Democrats who run this place and the establishment media put illegal alien criminals over law-abiding citizens every single time. It destroyed our schools, overwhelmed our healthcare system, and balkanized us to the point where we have no real culture. We should have stopped it a long time ago. Donald Trump is stopping it now. Get out of his way. Free LA from this madness. Alex, I love it. As an Angelino yourself, please speak about this.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie. This is one of these things where I'm watching all these libs on social media yell at us, and these celebrities yell at us like we're monsters if we're intolerant of Trump enforcing the law. This city was ruined decades ago. It was my really education in politics was understanding that my city was getting overrun, and it was causing a lot of downstream effects. It wasn't just that people are unpleasant or they're all bad people. No, it's not about that. It's the effects of illegal immigration. And what dawned on me is when I was an intern for Larry Elder about 20 years ago, and he was going through how expensive it costs to educate people and how actually public schools in LA are more expensive than private schools per pupil. It's just the cost is deferred to taxpayers. Why is that? Because there's so much administration that's necessary. There's so many people who don't speak the language. There's so many things that need to be put into place, not just the bureaucracies and the unions and all that stuff, but to educate people where English is a second language and to put that entirely on the state, and they're coming from homes where the parents don't speak the language. And we don't just tolerate it, Charlie, we embrace it. We love it. That's just the school system. So that's why a public school student costs more than a typical Catholic school student in the LA area, and the schools are not usable. Our test scores keep going down. They're more dangerous places to be. They're completely unpleasant parts of life here. That's just one example. But healthcare is another massive one. My wife worked at a community hospital serving a largely Hispanic population, and they don't ask you for your papers when you go in to get a service. And if you need something like, let's say, a bone marrow transplant, it costs $700,000. And if you're an illegal alien and you showed up at her county hospital in LA that she worked at, they don't turn you away. Who is paying for that, Charlie? I'm paying for it. The taxpayers are paying for it. And so how could you run a city like this? You could never do it. And yet we just accepted it, that this is what we're going to have in this city. Illegal aliens are going to make everything expensive. There's going to be more crime. And my point about the culture is very big. LA used to be the cultural hub of the world. We're totally balkanized now. There's areas where certain groups of people go and areas where other groups of people go, and they don't always cross over. That is bizarre. That's not America. That's not a melting pot. That's like the prison tray where you get you get your meals on, where everything's sectioned off. You don't run a city that way. And that's been our life here for decades. And Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, and Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are saying, why? Why, Charlie? Why are we doing this? We're not doing it anymore.
Honestly, my whole life I've heard people complain about traffic on the 405. Mass deportations will help solve that. And I mean, it's
really
like, I'm being honest. I mean, you can't bring in millions of people and act as if they have the public infrastructure for it. And look, as a nation, we have a big heart. I think that if someone's in this country and they need immediate health care, you save their life. But you cannot simultaneously have domestic generosity with unruly invasion. They are a contradiction. So then all of a sudden your generosity is taken advantage of, and we are naively then subsidizing our own demise. And this is a very, very important point, is that, okay, good intentions, everyone has good intentions. They mean nothing. They don't translate to good public policy. And in Los Angeles, it is a cluttered city. And again, the media is going to take this out of context. I don't care. It's a dirty city. I'm not saying it's all because of immigrants. It's just dirty. Graffiti is everywhere. There's trash on the streets. There's homeless everywhere. It's a filthy place. And it never used to be that way, right, Alex?
It doesn't need to be this way. You're exactly right, and it's become a filthy place. I've got a video at the top of my Instagram page where I go down into the La Brea Tar Pits, which is supposed to be a family place to go. There's a Natural History Museum. You learn about history. It's just covered. It's a homeless encampment now, basically. Like, well, why is that something we want? Why is that something that's a given, that's a guarantee? I was just noticing a mural of Kobe Bryant and his daughter Gigi, who died in a helicopter crash, defaced by these protesters, essentially protesting against ICE. Why is that helping your cause? The city's become a lawless place, and this is the fundamental thing, Charlie. Democrats do not view law and order as a value. They don't like it. They don't think that they want chaos. And so law and order is an antidote to chaos. So they don't like that. So they don't like the concept of we can set a law and we can enforce it. They would rather have things be enforceable based off of their will and their political impetus at the time. And so this has been toxic in this city. It is not working. And I'll tell you that my wife, for example, worked as a trainee, so not making a lot of money, treating illegal aliens, and she would do it with a smile on her face, give them the best care she possibly could. And why? Because to your point, we are humanitarian. I don't want illegal alien kids running around. They're probably better off in the schools. As expensive as it is, what are they supposed to do? Like run around the neighborhoods all day? That doesn't make any sense. We're going to be humanitarian if you're here. So why leave the border open, and why not crack down on the people who we know are illegal and should leave?
You can have welfare and closed borders, or open borders and no welfare. You cannot have both. Right. They cannot coexist. The entire system collapses. It falls apart. And just let's kind of go deeper into the whole California thing, which is, the image, can we just re-show the images, guys? We cannot show it enough. And a lot of normal, non-political people in my life are shocked and horrified by this, Alex. And it's not that we're horrified necessarily by the sight of a Mexican flag. My favorite taco place in downtown Phoenix, which is like they're all Mexican flag. No. It's the symbol while you are doing destruction that is obviously a defiance that we have more loyalty to this nation than the one that we're currently domiciled in. Over the smoke and over the ashes. Alex, we have not seen this sort of, let's just say, stunning aesthetic as a gut punch to the Democrat Party since Floydapalooza. Am I right?
No, and it's amazing how quickly they went for it, because they're trying to do this narrative, the gaslighting from Maxine Waters and some people in the media, that this is mostly peaceful. It wasn't peaceful for a second. They immediately said, where's the first electric car? Let's torch it. I mean, they didn't wait 5 minutes. And with the Mexican flags out there, I got to say, I listen to a lot of Spanish music, and I listen to, it's the Mexican food is my favorite type of food. If I'm ever relaxing, which is very rare, it's probably going to be a tequila or a mezcal that's in my glass. It's like, I'm fine with Mexican culture. That's not what this is. This isn't even Mexican culture. This is an invasion of our cities, and are trying to torch things and destroy things. It's all the destructiveness of it all and the entitlement of it all, that you're allowed to be here even though you broke our rules. And that is something that is, national Democrats are looking in horror right now. This is what the sources are telling me right now, and I've spoken to a lot of them in the last couple of days. They're horrified about what's going on.
Yep, big.
LA Democrats?
Big.
LA
You're
Democrats
exactly
like
right,
it,
Alex.
though, Charlie. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm telling you right now, the non-political, I was telling this to, look, I'm going to just say this. I've said it before.
Please.
Non-political person, just, muscular class. She helps us out, whatever, great person. Non-political, voted for Trump, but like out of nowhere, she's like, these riots, this is what Democrats do. She's like, I feel like every couple summers they try to burn down our cities. This is now becoming a meta narrative. It is being tattooed into the consciousness of the American people, which is that non-political people, because look, if it burns, it goes to the front lines and people look at it. And can we just show that one B-roll, guys, of the one after the other, the cars burning, just in flames. And by the way, just so we're clear, if you're burning an electric car, do you understand the pollution that you are putting into that community? I mean, yes, burning a car is bad. The cobalt that just that alone is like really bad, okay? And these are the environmentalists, right? These are the green people that think the way that you effectuate change is the smell of cobalt in the morning. And so and by the way, the seats are like, the seats of these cars have really bad pollution. Anyway, that's a whole other separate, of course they never cared about that. But the more important component, and Alex, I want your thoughts after the break, is the Democrats, they seem completely incapable or unwilling to try to rein this in. And it's to me, I just kind of shrug my shoulders. We should not let LA burn, though. I don't. Some people on the right say, "Oh, let LA." No. This is America. That is National Guard. Force must be met with force. 1807 Insurrection Act. We must defend our country. This is our land. It's not Mazito. This is not La Raza. This is not some sort of Mexican project. This is America, and we will defend it. Alex, stay right there. Donewithdebt.com. Prices are up 26% since Joe Biden, but they're starting to come back down. Go to donewithdebt.com if you guys are in debt. Done with Debt moves lightning fast. Most clients see more money in their pocket in month one. Go to Done with Debt Strategist. It's free. That is donewithdebt.com. Donewithdebt.com. Amazing. If you guys are in debt, check it out. Donewithdebt.com. We'll be right back, everybody. Freedom at charliekirk.com.
To President Trump's desk for his signature as soon as possible. With that, we'll get to questions. I'm sure you have many of them today. Here in our new media seat is Elizabeth Mitchell, the White House correspondent for the Daily Signal, who's not afforded a seat in this room, but today she is. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much, Caroline. I have two questions, if it's okay. First, a few Republicans on Capitol Hill are suggesting that President Trump scale back deportations, even as ICE is reportedly gearing up for raids in 5 more Democrat-led areas. Would anything dissuade President Trump, and would he consider sending in Marines if anti-ICE violence occurs in these cities?
Well, I think I may have just answered both of your questions with my opening monologue. The Trump administration is going to continue the mass deportation effort that the president promised the American public. Many of you were at those rallies in cities and communities across the country when the president spoke about his commitment to removing violent illegal criminals and anyone who has broken our nation's immigration laws from American communities. And God bless our ICE and Border Patrol who are working hard on that effort. This administration is going to continue that. And it's part of the reason reason we do need the one big beautiful bill to pass as well, may I add, because the bill provides funding to hire more ICE agents and Border Patrol agents, more personnel on the ground to conduct this important public safety work.
Thank you. And on another topic, President Trump has indicated that aides to former President Biden who used the auto pen.
Everybody, email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. The great Alex Marlowe is with us. Alex, you had a thought. Please chime in.
Yeah, Charlie, I think your point. Sorry, I'm hearing something double here. I'm
not sure why. If we need to pause.
Yeah. So anyway, I apologize.
You got it. You're good.
I think we're cool now. I think we figured it out. I apologize for that. So anyway, here's the point that you were set up, which I think is really crucial. What is this all about in California? The main thing that's happening right now in the state is that there is a referendum on 30 years of governance or more, where the entire fabric of the Democrat Party, even the Republican establishment, you saw Rick Caruso out there, who was pretty heroic in his response to the LA fires out here. But he's someone who had his businesses at stake, and they almost went up in flames because of the LA fires and the incompetence of the governance. But now, all of a sudden, he's a big wimp when it comes to standing up for the people against the illegal alien criminals.
I bet he regrets that tweet. I bet he does. Big time.
Unbelievably bad tweet. Second worst tweet of the weekend behind the Simone Biles tweet, which is still worse somehow. But here's what's going on: it's a referendum on 30 years of governance. For Gavin Newsom to admit Trump's right, for Karen Bass to admit Trump's right, and we're actually going to help him. That is saying that everything I've stood for, which has been the fundamental issue in California, is we believe in open borders. That is the society that they've crafted.
Amen.
Yes, is that this is wrong. And they can't do that. Gavin Newsom can't run for president now after 30 years in politics, all of a sudden saying, yeah, you know what, we like ICE enforcement. He cannot do that. It's never going to happen. So he has to act like Trump is wrong, Miller's wrong, Homan's wrong, and he's going to stand on behalf of the rioters. Trump has set another trap. This is the proverbial 97-3 issue, and we don't know who the 3 is. Apparently the 3 is, I guess, the guys who are out there protesting. But they're completely stuck because they cannot help Trump here, because it goes against everything they've stood for to this point.
Totally. And they are held captive by this ideology. And Alex, the fear that many of us had is, hey, once these deportations happen, we're going to lose public support. Turns out not the case. We're going up in approval. Americans support it. And these riots only pour gasoline on the fire of us getting even more approval. Because now if you're against us, you're on the side of the rioters. Yeah. If you're against us, you're on the side of the people flying Mexican flags in our face while they're trying to kill police officers. Let me repeat that. This was not just like, they're just burning cars for the sake, which is bad. Let me be very clear. Burning private property is bad. It's criminal. It is against the 10 Commandments. You shall not do it. It is stealing somebody else's property. It should not be tolerated. But they'll say, oh, it's just stuff. No. They were trying to kill police officers. Okay? This guy just got indicted for throwing a brick at a police officer car while it was driving. This is violence against their livelihood, Alex.
Yeah, I got a report from the Department of Homeland Security this morning. Molotov cocktails hurled at officers during the riots. This is just, we're going to go around and act like these people are peaceful. There's not a peaceful bone in any of these protesters' bodies. And we're going to see this over the weekend in all likelihood. We're going to see violence break out. They cannot control themselves. They love to riot. They love violence. They love the chaos. And they think that they can just bully us into silence like they did in 2020. It's not happening this time. The people see it.
This weekend, they have this thing called the No Kings protest, which is funded by Walmart and the Walton, at least one of the Walton heirs, Christy Walton. And they say it's going to be all peaceful. They can't help themselves, though. And I've intentionally not talked about the No Kings thing because I don't want to make it bigger than that, but everyone's emailing us about it. So, okay, it's fine. It's already out.
Yes.
And it's going to be everywhere. And look, I hope everyone remains peaceful. You have the opportunity to be totally wrong and to, go against Trump. I don't think it's in their DNA. I don't think it's in their DNA to be able to stay peaceful. And also, we already seen last night in Atlanta, they were burning cop cars or attempting to. They were launching fireworks at police helicopters. And so all of this, the politics of this is super perplexing. Alex, I wish I could keep you for a full hour, but, we have Mark Halperin next. Just really quick, Alex, I want you to comment. We were told when you and I were getting our start 10 years ago, you must be for amnesty or we're going to lose the country. Yes. how much things have changed. Final thoughts, Alex Marlow.
Completely different, and it's just amazing. And any of you who are going to get confronted by friends saying that we're demonizing illegal aliens, I will tell you, the people who just want to sell mangoes on the side of the road, they want to stay in the shadows. They don't want any of this stuff. Ask them how many families, American families, should have their lives ruined by illegal alien criminals, drunk drivers, fentanyl that comes over our border, murders that go on, rapes that go on. How many families, American families, should have their lives ruined by illegal alien crime? If that answer is above zero, you and I have nothing to talk about. The number is zero, Charlie.
And here's the thing. A lot of Hispanics that are going to get deported or their family will be deported, you know who they're going to blame? They're going to blame the rioters, because it now justifies an equal and opposite reaction. It justifies force. And so the people that then get deported, they'll be like, those stupid morons that started burning cars, you know, of course they're going to respond, and they being the U.S. government. And we will. Final thoughts, Alex.
Yeah, legal immigrants are moving to Trump faster than any other group. They hate this stuff. I will tell you, they despise it.
If you fail to assimilate to our culture, then you will no longer have a country. Multiculturalism has been a failure. Uniculturalism is actually what the founders wanted. E pluribus unum. As Andrew Breitbart would say all the time, he would say he educated America on e pluribus unum with Dennis Prager and Andrew Breitbart. E pluribus unum, out of many one. You could keep your traditions and you could keep your food, but you're coming here to assimilate to our culture. Alex, thanks so much. Mark Halperin next.
Sworn in, it's incredible to think of the progress his administration has already made. It is not easy to move mountains at the speed of light. However, when they're trying to right the country, they can't also take your personal finances into account. You have to do that. And that's why thousands of Americans are buying gold right now from Birch Gold. And here are the facts. In the past 12 months, the value of gold has increased by 30%. Central banks are buying gold in record quantities, so demand doesn't seem to be subsiding. The Rio reset is on the horizon, where BRICS nations are looking to unseat the U.S. dollar as the global reserve currency. But you can find peace of mind in gold. Birch Gold makes it extremely easy to convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Or you can even buy some to store in your home safe. Just text America to 989898, and Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, only useful information. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, take control of protecting your savings today. Text America to the number 989898. And now let's get to some headlines. The Los Angeles anti-ICE protests have taken a new worrying turn as curfews have been declared in L.A. and now this unsettling video that shows tactical gear being dished out to these violent protesters. The unidentified person is shown handing out riot shields and gas masks to protesters in Los Angeles, just steps away from federal buildings. This comes in the backdrop of California Governor Gavin Newsom insisting that the L.A. protests have been largely peaceful. That's his quote. And meanwhile, Terry Moran is out at ABC News just a day after the network suspended the correspondent over calling Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller a, quote, world-class hater. ABC ended Moran's contract saying, and based on his recent post, which was a clear violation of ABC News policies, we have made the decision not to renew. Moran had interviewed President Trump just a few weeks ago, saying after it in a post on X, the president was also a hater, but this hatred was in service of his own glorification. And in other news, Elon Musk says he regrets his political feud with President Trump. He wrote on X early this morning saying, quote, I regret some of my posts about President Trump last week. They went too far. Those are your headlines. Now let's get you back to Charlie Kirk.
It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We are here at the Bitcoin.com studio. We have a phenomenal guest and a regular of the show, Mark Halperin, editor-in-chief of Two Way and host of Next Up on the Megyn Kelly Network. Mark, great to see you. I'm coming on your show a lot, so you had to reciprocate. Great to have you back on the program.
Delighted to be here, and you've inspired me. I need to get a name for my studio. I need some for maybe the Frito-Lay's.
Yes, you got it. Come on,
Wendy's.
Mark. Hey, look, you got to name it. You got to name the studio. You got you got to name every. If it's not moving, you got to label it or brand it. So, Mark, there's a question I've been meaning to ask you, which is how, from the outside, are Democrats? How were they viewing the Elon Trump situation last week? And then how is it settling in their mind today? At least from my outsider perspective, it seemed as if there was some sort of like joy and delight in the kind of schism, but it looks as if that is being healed. From the Democrats that you talked to, walk us through the inside of like the inside chatter that they're having, Mark.
So I think there are two groups of Democrats who I've talked to about this. So I'd break them down. And the larger group tends to respond to things always leading with Trump derangement syndrome. And so for them, anything that's, chaos with Donald Trump's world or anything that suggests a negative storyline that the press is going to cover, they like. They just kind of have a visceral reaction to it. So they're just happy to see Donald Trump, in conflict. And they always want to then plug that into their sustaining now decade-long narrative of he's the chaos candidate, he's the chaos president. All this is going to come a cropper because he doesn't have any idea what he's doing and he's so mercurial. There's a smaller, more thoughtful group that recognizes that the party has a problem from a practical point of view on fundraising and a relationship to the future with Silicon Valley. Because the Silicon Valley wing of America used to be much more aligned with the Democrats, ideologically, practically, in terms of helping with campaigns, et cetera. And that's shifted now. Now, it's not 100% shift. And Elon is just one of many, many of whom you know well, who now think of themselves as being part of Team Trump and more Republican, more conservative. And that group of Democrats says, well, is this an opening, either explicitly with Elon, which I doubt it will be, or more generally, can we use this as an opportunity to say where the disagreements are? For instance, Elon seems very concerned all of a sudden, or some Trump people would tell you, about deficit reduction. Maybe this is an opportunity for the Democrats to glom onto that and become the deficit reduction party. I don't know that second group, more thoughtful group, has made any headway. And if there is a rapprochement with the president, Elon Musk, of course, that will undermine those efforts. But that is the smaller group, but it's at least a group that's thinking straight.
I made a prediction the day that all this happened, and I was mocked. I said before Christmas, Elon Musk will be at Mar-a-Lago with 2 scoops of ice cream next to President Donald Trump on the patio, and all will be right in the world. And people said, no way. I said, I think I know these 2 guys. I said, and even a week from now, it's going to be a little bit simmered down, and looks like that prediction might be right. We'll see what happens. It might be as early as July 4th in Bedminster.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I'll just say I think Elon's going to have to pony up some cash for the midterms in order to make this fully right, which he might have done anyway. I'll just say I thought they'd stay together longer. And there's really nothing in it for Elon Musk to be at war with the president. There's lots of negatives to it, but there's nothing positive about it. And so I think you're right that this is kind of some sort of rapprochement was inexorable. And Donald Trump, contrary to what people think about him, is the ultimate forgiver. He just is happy to move on if he thinks it's in his interest. And it's in his interest to have a rapprochement as well.
So now back to now to the main news that's been dominating the last couple of days, which is the riots that started in Los Angeles. And there's some unrest in Atlanta, and it's been spreading to other cities. What are Democrats saying about this internally? Externally, some are still calling it peaceful protests. And in fact, L.A. was so peaceful that Karen Bass had to do a curfew. It's amazing. She had to contain the peacefulness by issuing a curfew. Now, to Senator John Fetterman's credit, he said, look, this is not peaceful. This is a riot. What are we doing here? This is violent. Explain to me, because is that a little bit of a divide in the Democrat Party, like one that's living in reality and one that's living in fantasy land? Please, Mark.
It is. It's another divide where the larger group is the group that's wedded to the past. There's some important issues here. I don't think anyone should be cavalier about putting National Guard or active duty military on the streets of the United States, whatever they're going to be doing. That should be done with thoughtfulness and care and fidelity to the law and the Constitution. And I think the debate about what to do with the tens of millions or maybe millions, well, it's hard to say, but certainly millions of people who came to this country illegally and since then, as far as we know, have committed no crimes and have contributed to society and are woven into the fabric of a lot of communities. Those are 2 really important debates to have. But Democrats can't move to those debates for 2 reasons. One is their positions on those 2 issues are, for the most part, out of the mainstream, and confronting that is something they don't want to do. And second, again, back to Trump derangement syndrome, they just want to talk about Donald Trump having a secret plan to declare a military junta in the United States and have active duty military shooting civilians all over the country. The most Democrats now look at Gavin Newsom with new enthusiasm and excitement because they just want there to be a big fight between the resistance and the president. That's where most Democrats are. Some, like John Fetterman, and he's not the only one, David Ignatius, columnist in the Washington Post today, said quite plainly, this is a 10-year failure on the part of the Democrats. Like, we can't be in the debate about use of the military. We can't be in the debate about who should be deported if the Democratic Party doesn't have a clear point of view about some of these issues where they are on the wrong side of things. That position is smaller than the Trump derangement syndrome one, and it's not dominant. They can barely get the words out of their mouth to say there's no problem or there is a problem. And you pointed out the strangeness of the mayor saying everything's fine, but we need a curfew. The reality is there's a lot of issues here. This is quite simple to me. Federal law enforcement was doing something that was a campaign promise of the president, but also is under the law. And state and local officials could not protect either them or civic order and private property. Pretty basic. The President of the United States is responsible for protecting ICE officers. The President of the United States is got to have to ensure domestic tranquility if state and local officials can't or won't. And there's no local police force in the country, with the possible exception of Gotham City, who has the capacity to put in the physical infrastructure to make sure there is order restored and civic unrest deterred and property destruction unmolested. The Democrats just can't talk about these issues because they don't want to come clean with their being on the wrong side of so many of the underlying factors. And until that happens, my friend John Podhoretz tweeted this morning that he's watching the Democratic Party lock in their minority status for 20 years because of their failure to just speak the truth about what's going on. That might be a little bit of an overstatement, but it's certainly a minority of Democrats now I talk to who seem to get what's happening.
Yeah, and so first of all, I agree with everything you said. No one should want to cavalierly throw the National Guard on the street. My opinion was always I would rather be on the side of not necessarily being wrong, but a little bit overreacting early than late after 2020, where I feel as if there was widespread destruction. So at least that's my temperament angling in that direction. And I'm willing to hear, a counter to that. I will say, though, someone that is non-political in my life, just a working class person. She's great. She voted for Trump, but she can go either way. So funny. Ran into her and she's like, Charlie, what is up with these riots? She comes out of nowhere. She says, this is what the Democrats do, right? I feel like every couple of years they just burn down our cities. And for me, it was if this is just a meta narrative. Again, she does not know about the big, beautiful bill. She doesn't know about, any of this stuff. It's just like the one thing that for her, it's pattern recognition. She's like, I feel like every couple years they're just burning stuff down. And I don't like that. And for her, that is just a tattooed impression, more so than Trump impeachments, more so than all the stuff that they're throwing at Donald Trump. He's an insurrection. There's something about chaos in the streets that politically is very unpopular. Who would have ever thought so, Mark? And then connected also to the Democrats back in the 70s. Isn't there a connection to how the Democrats played a little bit of footsie with these guys back in the 60s or 70s, and they were not rewarded very much?
Yeah. Being the party of weakness and tolerance for violence, it's not a winning place. And we've always had, in the modern era, we've had the notion of the Democrats as the mommy party and Republicans as the daddy party. You hear Democrats denouncing the violence, and it's the most pro forma thing possible. It's like watching, a third-ranked local TV anchor read a teleprompter. There's no emotion to it. They just know they have to say, we all decry violence of any sort, da, da, da. If I were the mayor or the governor of a state with that kind of violence, I wouldn't be saying how limited it is, and it's only in a few neighborhoods. I'd be expressing moral indignation and focused determination to put a stop to it. And again, I've said this before, they should be thanking the president. They can say we have disagreements with the president and he shouldn't be deporting people who sell papaya in the park. And we don't think, we should be cavalier about the use of military. But thank you, Mr. President, for making the National Guard available and for making Marines available so we can restore order to our city, because our first obligation to our constituents as mayor and governor is to keep people safe and to not allow the wanton destruction of property. And instead, they're claiming the president is trying to impose a military junta on the whole country. And your friend's point of view about the Democrats, and I think this dovetails with what John Podhoretz thinks he's seeing, it's like basic table stakes. You want to be in a discussion about what our national immigration policy should be, you got to denounce people who are destroying property or threatening federal law enforcement. How could we expect people to want to serve in federal law enforcement in complicated and dangerous jobs if we are cavalier about threats to them? I mean, the mayor and the governor should be as outraged as the president about it, and instead they're reserving their outrage for the president.
And it's just remarkable because from just a purely political strategist standpoint, there was just kind of a lot of just annoying right-wing infighting last week all across the place, right? And it's just that the Democrats solved that issue for us. So thank you guys, I guess. I mean, I hate to see it. I don't like disorder. I don't like seeing arson. But, I mean, the right has never been more unified. And it seems as if this might be spreading to other cities. Atlanta wasn't nearly as bad as what LA was, but it was certainly bubbling up. And you're right. It is kind of this like pro forma, like check the box, as if they don't really believe it. And I said this for quite some time, that people say, well, do the Democrats stand a chance in 2028? Who knows? Maybe the economy will be terrible or whatever. But I could tell you this, that at least ideologically, if the left does not change its appearance quickly on trans stuff, immigration, and crime, I mean, that'll be a tough mountain to climb. And Gavin might be, resurrecting his appearance with Democrats, but I could tell you with moderates and people across middle America, he's now being associated with riots in addition to a failed state. Mark, please stay right there and check out Two-Way TV. I love joining it. Phenomenal. Editor-in-chief of Two-Way.TV. Check out Z Factor. If you guys want to get to sleep, Z Factor is 100% drug-free, so it's safe to take regularly. There's no groggy feeling when you wake up. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com. Better sleep without drugs. See how Z Factor can give you the Z's that you want. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. It helps relax your mind so you can fall asleep quicker and then helps you sleep soundly through the night. Go to relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. 1-800-4RELIEF. That is relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Better sleep without drugs. Go to relieffactor.com. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back.
American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. We have our Young Women's Leadership Summit this weekend. It'll be by far the largest Young Women's Leadership Summit we've ever had. 2,500 young women from across America in Dallas, Texas. It's going to be really incredible. 2,500 high school and college conservative women. YWS2025.com. Play cut 51, please. That is YWS2025.com, Young Women's Leadership Summit. We have Tulsi Gabbard speaking, amongst many of the top female leaders in the movement. Riley Gaines, my wife, Erica Kirk, YWS2025.com. Stay right there. want to tell you quickly about My Patriot Supply, mypatriotsupply.com. Today, claim your 12 days of free food, mypatriotsupply.com. That is mypatriotsupply.com. We have Mark Halperin here from twoway.tv. So, Mark, big, beautiful bill. Yet last week, some people were wondering if Elon's salvos against it would kill the bill. Based on everyone I'm talking to, it seems as if there is an agreement that they're going to figure this out. We had Rand Paul in the program, who has a demand to remove the debt ceiling from the bill. I don't think that is going to happen. But he still sounded willing in some ways. What is your reporting showing specifically with the fiscal hawks, the Ron Johns, who are saying no, but you and I both know that they want to get to a yes, right? It's kind of like a workable no, which I love. I think it's great. I think it's admirable. What is your reporting bearing out behind the scenes of how they're working, what concessions we can expect, and how that will work with the moderates of the House that might not like everything that's agreed to?
Right. So first on the Senate, there's very few Republicans even in play to be no votes. And the coverage gives the impression there's, all these people up for grabs in the Senate. Maybe there's 5, and they can lose some of them. So people like Ron Johnson, I'm not sure they'll get Rand Paul in the end, but people like Ron Johnson, if you're a student of Ron Johnson's rhetoric, as you are and I am, he's clearly warming towards it. They'll give him something that he can say, look, I've worked hard for my constituents in the country and made it better. So I can't guarantee it'll pass the Senate, but it's certainly the base case. It's certainly almost close to 90%, I'd say, that it passes the Senate. The House is going to be a little bit more complicated, but particularly now because immigration is so front and center and there's money in this bill for the border, it's going to be we've seen this presence of both parties do this. On the front end of the votes in the committee and then initial vote in the House, they say, well, this isn't final passage. Just give us the ability to go forward. There'll always be a chance to make the bill better. And then what I think is going to happen is they'll make the same argument they always make at the last phase, which is, well, we've gotten this far. You can't kill the presidency now. This is his whole agenda. It's not a perfect bill, but this is the last step. I could predict with some confidence that they'll use that argument when the bill gets back to the House. There's one escape hatch plan that some people are whispering about, which is if that doesn't happen that way, which is they get a majority in the Senate, they pass it, the House comes back, they pressure the House, they get the vote. And in the House, there's not that many people who could possibly vote no either under those circumstances. So this is not a whipping operation where they need to round up 30 members. It's a very small number. Possible, I'm told, that the Senate can't get it together and realizes that if they do make enough changes to pass the version of the bill, it can't pass the House. There's an escape hatch, which is the Senate passes the House bill, and it doesn't have to go back to the House. It's not likely, but it's possible, and it is an escape hatch. It allows the president to get a version of the bill signed into law without having to have the House revote.
And so the fiscal hawks, I think they're going to come to the table, and I think we're going to have some sort of an agreement. Are there any primary elements of the bill that you think might be in jeopardy in order to get those votes in the Senate?
Well, it's a great question because you've got, as you know, cross-cutting pressures. There's some pressure to produce more savings, either by changing the tax cuts or finding more spending cuts. And there's some pressure to not eliminate or reduce certain programs because of political or constituency concerns. That's why the notion of just passing the House bill is gaining a little bit of traction, a little bit of currency. I think that there's a reality here, and this is where I think true fiscal hawks need to be realistic. If you don't deal with Social Security and Medicare in a fundamental way, you're not going to do serious deficit reduction. The only path to serious deficit reduction under those circumstances is economic growth. And as you know, the administration's big beef with some of these outside and congressional scorings of the House bill is that they account for economic growth they factor in economic growth that's way too low compared to what's historically occurred and what the administration says their policies will usher in. So I think the way what's threatened is maybe some of the tax cuts, whether they're permanent or not. Maybe some of the things that are threatened are the degree and nature of Medicare and Medicaid attempts to find savings. But I think in the end, the cross currents are going to be more powerful than any single argument. And I don't know that they'll change it very much. And as I said, it's possible they won't change it at all because every change they make, and Senator Thune, who's leading the process, knows this, makes it a little dicier about whether they can get the votes in the House.
Mark, excellent work. Thank you so much. 20 seconds, plug how our audience can follow you and your variety of shows, please.
All right. Thank you for that. Two-way.tv, you can see information on my programs as well as my colleagues' programs. We have 8 programs on the air now on two-way.tv. And what's different about them is full participation from you all to get to ask questions. And then go to Megyn Kelly. Next up, Halpern on any platform. Right. You can find out about that show. Thank you for your service to America.
Excellent. Thank you. Talk to you guys soon.
happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is. We have a deal with China, as you know. By the way, he invited me to China, and I invited him here. We both accepted. So I'll be going there with the First Lady at a certain point, and he'll be coming here, hopefully, with the First Lady of China. We are also going to be restoring the names to Fort Pickett, Fort Hood, Fort Gordon, Fort Rucker, Fort Polk, Fort A.P. Hill, and Fort Robert E. Lee.
I wanted to let the city know that I have declared a local emergency and issued a curfew for downtown Los Angeles to stop the vandalism, to stop the looting.
This is the first curfew in downtown Los Angeles since the George Floyd protests.
California's governor filed an emergency motion today to block President Trump's deployment of troops. A federal judge out of San Francisco today has denied that request.
Come on, brother. You think Donald Trump gives a about you? Oh, man.
Chanting, marching, blocking roads during rush hour, and sometimes facing off with crowds of police. A massive anti-ICE protest descended on downtown Chicago tonight.
Demonstration is happening outside the Seattle Federal Building, where people are trying to stop ICE from leaving with immigrants who have been detained.
We will send them back, and we will take back our country.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily, here live, Washington, D.C. Today is June 11th, 2025, Anno Domini. Folks, let's be blunt. We are never going to get another opportunity than the one we have right now. There's never going to be a better opportunity than the chance we have right now on mass deportations. Call it the stars aligning, call it whatever you want. But when you look at these insane riots, which started in Los Angeles, that have now spread coast to coast, it's the entire country. We got New York, you got Atlanta, and this weekend, if you think LA was big, wait until you see what they're calling the No Kings riots that are going to be. And Rachel Maddow's up there on MSNBC every night, chanting these things on. You've got the guys from Indivisible are going to come out. Every left-wing Soros-aligned org is pumping money into this thing. Philadelphia apparently is the flagship. And in Washington, D.C., where I'll be at the military parade, you got to imagine that there's going to be some protesters that start going after the military there as well. Look, this is all going to come to a head on Saturday. But as the country watches these scenes play out, foreign flag, the flags of invaders marching across our streets. The more Trump escalates on immigration, the more popular he becomes, because the backlash to the insanity in American cities is growing and becoming more and more galvanized. Now is the time to advance. Now is the time to institute mass deportations coast to coast. I put it up on X a bunch of times. I would love to see an ICE reserve force be set up, much like the National Guard. By the way, I would join for free. I would pay you. I'd pay my own way. I'd pay out of pocket to be able to do this. And I'll bet you there's tons of veterans, probably millions of veterans in this country that feel the exact same way. Support your local ICE raids. And you know something? The support for these raids is getting higher and higher and higher. This is the best chance we're ever going to have, ladies and gentlemen. And it coincides almost perfectly with the 10-year anniversary of MAGA, which takes place on Monday. So think of it. On Saturday, you've got the military parade. You've got the mass riots planned across the country from Indivisible. You've also got on Monday the 10-year anniversary of MAGA. It's all coming to a head, and President Trump is guiding us through this storm. Folks, the storm is here. We'll be right back.
verse truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, folks, we're back here. Jack Posobiec, live, Real America's Voice. Also want to bring in the Salem Radio Network. This is hour 3 of the Charlie Kirk audience. And I got a quick message, folks. Listen up, because if you're still drinking that corporate watered-down nonsense that passes for coffee, it's time for a serious wake-up call. Blackout coffee isn't just coffee. It's a statement. It's a declaration that you're done with weak beans and weak values. We're talking high-octane American roasted fuel for those who grind harder, stand taller, and never back down. Look, I love this stuff. Keeps me going. No jet lag Poso. How do you get there? It's with Blackout Coffee. Blackout Coffee isn't playing games. They're cranking out more bags than ever before, shipping faster than ever, and keeping you locked in with coffee that actually fires you up. Whether you're chasing big goals, crushing the daily grind, or just refusing to drink coffee made by people who hate you, Blackout Coffee has your back. So stop settling. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/Poso and use promo code POSO for 20% off your first order. Drink like a patriot. Drink Patriot. That's blackoutcoffee.com/Poso. Stop waiting and wake up. All right, folks, we're excited to have here on Human Events Daily today someone who's also got an op-ed up on humanevents.com, which you can go read right now. I've read it. I think it's fantastic, and I think you should read it as well. It's Congressman Dan Crenshaw of Texas, who is on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and chairing the subcommittee on the Cartel Task Force. Congressman, thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me, Jack.
So walk me through what you've put together here. So you have this new bill and then this op-ed. By the way, thank you, of course, for having it up on humanevents.com. Walk me through how this is going to really position the United States and particularly our military and I guess a whole of government focus, it seems like, towards actually combating the cartels that have just been allowed to fester for so long on both sides of this border.
Yeah, look, first op-ed among many, right? But this is the parting shot. And the first thing I want people to understand about the fight that we're in is that, well, we've been in the fight for quite a while. It's only in recent years that I think Americans have woken up to it, and it's because of the massive amount of fentanyl deaths that come from the cartels. But make no mistake, the cartels are a narco-terrorist insurgency that has been destroying Mexico from within for decades. And it's gotten so strong that it's time to act. And so what I want people to take away from this is the following. One, you're dealing with an insurgency, a terrorist insurgency. They use terrorist tactics. They use terrorist tactics to instill fear in civilians and to government officials. But they're also cartels and criminal organizations in some classical sense as well, right? They diversify their money making in a whole bunch of ways. They tap oil pipelines and sell it illegally. They engage in a massive amount of extortion, which has increased a lot in recent years. And of course, they sell drugs. Luckily, we've cut off a major funding stream for them, which has been human trafficking for the last 4 years under Biden. They could, estimates are about $12 to $13 billion a year just from that, because they charge you what's called a peso. It's like a head tax when you cross that river. And so at least that money has dried up because, well, it took Trump about 5 seconds to secure the border. So that's the good news we have. But we have more good news than that. We actually have a willing partner. There was elections in Mexico last year. And since October, President Sheinbaum has been in power. Now, she is a successor of the last president and has a lot of those kind of populist socialist tendencies. But on security and on who she's put in charge of going after the cartels, we're seeing a massive difference in their willingness to cooperate with U.S. forces and actually take on this fight. And what I want people to understand is that, again, this is a counterinsurgency strategy fight. And I hate to break it to you, but that means 20, 30 years. You can look at something like Plan Colombia. So Plan Colombia, I was in high school in Colombia when President Bush announced that, the year 2000. Back then, everyone we knew had been kidnapped for ransom of some sorts. If we left the city, we'd be kidnapped. Our family car was shot up once. There was a car bomb that went off in what was called El Nogal. It's a popular country club that people would go to, places I would go to, places called like the Bogota Beer Company. The FARC had thrown hand grenades inside. It was a war. There was a literal counterinsurgency. The last couple of decades, that's changed. I mean, there's still problems in Colombia, but it's vastly different and vastly safer than it was before. So if you commit to a strategy, it does work, but you have to have a willing partner and you got to be willing to commit the resources. We have a willing partner, finally, and we have President Trump, who has said this will be a priority. One of the first things he did was designate the cartels as terrorist organizations. That has gotten everybody focused, I think, in the right direction. And that direction needs to be a counterinsurgency strategy where we rid Mexico, our biggest trading partner, of this narco-terrorist threat.
Well, and this is something as well where, you saw people in the MAGA movement and people say, okay, we don't want these wars overseas. And people were saying there was this not as much appetite for that as there had been in the past. I say, well, this isn't overseas. This is our backyard. Okay, this is our next door neighbor. And it is obviously in direct. I certainly hope that there aren't any people out there who actually think, oh, this isn't something we should know. This is direct effect on U.S. national interests if we have these narco-terror organizations operating on the country that we share a border with. It's ridiculous. And so I think all of those arguments kind of fly out the window. And I've said for years, for absolute years, and people can go back and look, I've said that this type of strategy is something I would wholeheartedly endorse and support because it's what we need to be able to help Mexico, right? It's sort of the cliche, but, we do need to make Mexico great again because it directly affects us in the United States. In addition to, as you say, the human trafficking, the fentanyl deaths, the killing, all of the stuff, all of this that's going on. This isn't good for anybody. And we see so much of this border violence, of course, spills over into the United States as well. And a lot of these organizations, you mentioned the Jalisco cartel, the New Generation cartel, and so many others. These guys are brutal. These are absolutely brutal, the same way insurgents have been when they're faced in other parts of the world.
Yeah, I mean, they operate as paramilitaries. The Jalisco cartel in particular is extremely militarized. The Sinaloa cartel is a bit more what you would think of as sort of like the Godfather type cartel, a little bit more traditional, but still violent as hell. And across the board, what people don't understand either is cartel culture. These people engage in effectively a death worship, like a worship of the occult. I mean, they're part of their strategy in bringing in new recruits is to shoot one of them, make the other one eat the flesh of that one. If they refuse to, shoot that one, make the next one eat the flesh of that one. That's how deranged they are. You think ISIS is deranged? They learned all their derangement from the cartels. This has been going on for a couple decades. And as you said, too, politically, this is a rather unifying strategy, right? Like, obviously, the Republican Party, we debate constantly about like how we should be using our foreign policy powers. But this is both bipartisan and unifying amongst the parties. Very few. Obviously, people have concerns. Well, how can you partner with a corrupt government in Mexico? And my answer to that is, well, you're never going to get the perfect situation. So what's your answer? Do nothing? That can't be your answer. We've partnered with much worse, right? Like just try dealing with Iraqis and Afghanis. Trust me, this is, and also if you want to reduce the corruption, you actually have to be there on the ground. American influence does have an effect. The counterinsurgency doctrine gets a bad name because people think we failed at doing it. It's not really true. It worked pretty well. What we failed at was realizing that it's a 20-year strategy. It takes a long time. And only in places like Colombia have we actually bothered to continue to commit the resources. And guess what? It actually works. So, and when it's your biggest trading partner and your neighbor and your backyard, and like we are so fused together, as you mentioned, just as two countries, it's not a threat that you can ignore. We cannot have a failed state on our border. It just cannot happen. And exactly, make Mexico great again. Like I tell Mexicans this all the time because they're like, oh, you want to invade us? No, we don't. We want you to be prosperous and safe, and we want you to thrive. And guess what? You might need some of our AC-130 gunships in order to do that. So how about we make this happen?
Why not? Why not work with it together? We're on with Congressman Dan Crenshaw. He's walking through this new strategy, working with the Mexican government. He's got the new bill out. The post is up. The op-ed is up at humanevents.com. Jack Posobiec. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back here. Human Events Daily on Real America's Voice and the Salem Radio Network.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice News headlines. Well, the Los Angeles anti-ICE protests have taken a new worrying turn as curfews have been declared in LA, and now this unsettling video that shows tactical gear being dished out to these violent protesters. The unidentified person is shown handing out riot shields and gas masks to protesters in Los Angeles, just steps away from federal buildings. This comes in the backdrop of California Governor Gavin Newsom insisting that the LA protests have been, quote, largely peaceful. And Terry Moran is out at ABC News, just a day after the network suspended the correspondent over calling Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller a world-class hater. ABC ended Moran's contract saying, and based on his recent post, which was a clear violation of ABC News policies, we have made the decision not to renew. Moran had interviewed President Trump just a few weeks ago, saying after it in a post on X, quote, the president was also a hater, but that his hatred was in service of his own glorification, unquote. Meanwhile, Elon Musk says he regrets his political feud with President Trump. He wrote on X early this morning saying, quote, I regret some of my posts about President Trump last week. They went too far. Musk deleted his previous post alleging that Trump was mentioned in the Jeffrey Epstein files. And the fracas all started when Musk spoke out against Trump's big, beautiful bill, calling it an abomination, and claimed credit for Trump's election victory. Trump said over the weekend he has no desire to repair their relationship, but wishes Musk well. And in other news, tonight, the Kennedy Center will feature the Broadway show Les Miserables, where more than 10 cast members have stated that they will boycott and not perform. President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Second Lady Usha Vance will all be in attendance tonight. Trump was appointed as Kennedy Center chairman shortly after entering his second presidential term. Trump, of course, appointed Rick Grinnell as the center's director to usher in a new golden age of the arts. And those are your Real America's Voice headlines. I'm Bo Davidson. We take you back now to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, folks, we're back here. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice, also live coast to coast with Hour 3 of the Charlie Kirk audience on the Salem Radio Network. We're on with Congressman Crenshaw. Congressman, while we have you on here for a few more moments, I got to get your response. The LA riots, this discussion about perhaps use of the Riot Act, obviously the Insurrection Act, all of these various potential uses of the military. Where do you come down on this?
Look, President Trump is doing exactly what he has to do, which is restore law and order. This is a key marker of his campaign theme, and I think anyone watching, including Democrat strategists, are like, this is playing exactly into why Donald Trump got elected, because he said he would take care of this kind of thing, and that's exactly what he's doing. Governor Newsom is putting out these nonsensical statements that, hey, we got it under control. This is inflammatory to the National Guard. And there's been like 30, 40 LAPD officers injured, over $3 million in damage. You don't have it under control. And it's not fair to the LAPD to just say, you know what, you guys just are going to have to deal with that. So, of course, we should be sending in the National Guard and making a statement about we will not stand for this. One thing we notice as we look at this, though, is, okay, so you get arrested for burning a police car. And let's say you're not a U.S. citizen, but you're here legally. Let's say you're a permanent resident. Well, or a DACA recipient. Well, there's a number of things in law that allow for your legal status to be revoked. But among those is not necessarily engaging in a riot, harming a police officer, burning a cop car during a state of national emergency. So I just introduced the Riot Act with a bunch of co-sponsors, which fixes that loophole. We should be able to, look, because everybody's imagining that person running around burning things and carrying the Mexican flag. I don't know if that person's illegal or what they are, but if they are here on some kind of legal status but not a U.S. citizen, that should be factored in. The fact that they're rioting and doing what they're doing should be factored into whether or not they get to keep their status here legally.
Wait, Congressman. I just want to make sure that we're hearing you clearly here. You're saying that as it is currently written in law, these types of activities could not cause someone or not meet the threshold for losing their ability to stay legally in the United States? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they go to jail. Like, they go to jail just like anybody else. They'd serve time. But as far as deportation, as far as losing your legal status, that wouldn't be part of the equation, because it's not one of the list of things which would revoke your status, for instance. And so we're simply adding this into it, given the times we're in.
Well, and that's a great point there, because so much of our immigration legal system is just antiquated. It's not actually written to be met with the situation at hand today. It's written for, the Ellis Island era or, various other eras of immigration that we've had in the past. And none of the Irish immigration, et cetera, none of this was ever written for this mass open borders or a mass situation where we have this, just these invaders that have come across some 10 million plus in just 4 years. And we're dealing with this legislative framework that is totally inadequate to meet the moment.
Yeah, no, the tools just aren't there, and so look, this is a bill that just that fixes just one of those many loopholes. And it doesn't, for any detractors, not that they're not on this show, but critics would say, oh, well, you're trying to stifle free speech. People who protest would not have their status revoked. No, it's very specific. You're a criminal. You've already committed a criminal act that you would go to jail for anyway. We're just saying that if you're going to go to jail for that criminal act, then it should also have an impact on your immigration status. I don't think that's a crazy thing to do.
Right. If you're here on a student visa or a work visa or LPR, green card, whatever it is, okay, you are not given that as a means to be able to participate in riots against law enforcement or military or anyone else that you might be encountering out there. That's not what you're allowed to do. That is a privilege, and it should be revoked immediately. So I find it so unbelievable that actually was a loophole, and I commend you, by the way, not just for the cartel bill that you put forward, but also for this. Congressman, I know you've got to run. We are just about out of time. Where can people go to keep up with what you're doing and on the cartel subcommittee, as well as everything you're putting out?
We put a lot of stuff. My Instagram, @DanCrenshawTX. That's the best place to follow. That's probably where we post the most substantive content and content on what the Mexicans are doing against the cartels, too. Again, there's a lot of good news and things to look forward to here. The Mexicans are going out basically every day, going after cartels with our help. There's a lot more we can do. We post a lot of those stories that you won't find anywhere else there as well, and we'll keep you updated on our progress. There's a lot to do on this subject, but I'm excited about the fact that we finally have all the right pieces in place to maybe make some progress and actually fight this insurgency.
Let's get it done, folks. Congressman Dan Crenshaw here, Human Events Daily. Right back.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice News headlines. Well, tonight the Republicans and Democrats will square off not on the House and Senate floor, but on the baseball field in Alexandria, Virginia, as the annual congressional baseball game will take place tonight. In 2017, as you may remember, James Hodgkinson opened fire on the players, injuring 4, including Republican whip Steve Scalise. Scalise will be on site for tonight's game, which the Republicans have won for several consecutive years. And in other news, California labor leader David Huerta, president of the SEIU, was released yesterday on a $50,000 bond after being arrested for conspiracy to impede an officer for his activity in the anti-ICE protest in LA on Friday. Huerta stated, quote, "This fight is ours, it's our communities, but it belongs to everyone," Huerta said in Spanish. He also added, "We all have to fight for them." Meanwhile, the LA anti-ICE protests have taken a new turn that's worrying as curfews have been declared from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. in LA. And now this unsettling video that you see here shows tactical gear being dished out to these violent protesters. The unidentified person is shown handing out what appear to be riot shields and gas masks to protesters in Los Angeles, just steps away from federal buildings. This comes in the backdrop of California Governor Gavin Newsom insisting that the LA protests have been, by his measure, largely peaceful. And in other news, Terry Moran is out at ABC News, just a day after the network suspended the correspondent over calling Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller a, quote, world-class hater. ABC ended Moran's contract saying, quote, "And based on his recent post, which was a clear violation of ABC News policies, we have made the decision not to renew," end quote. Moran had interviewed President Trump just a few weeks ago, saying after it in a post on X, the president was also a hater, but that his hatred was in service of his own glorification, end quote. Elon Musk says he regrets his political feud with President Trump. He wrote on X early this morning saying, quote, "I regret some of my posts about President Trump last week. They just went too far." And those are your Real America's Voice News headlines. I'm Bo Davidson. We take you back now to Human Events.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec here, back live, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. We want to bring in Real America's Voice and the Salem Radio Network, Hour 3, Charlie Kirk. Folks, while the media is obsessing about Trump's latest press conference, something big is brewing, and nobody's talking about it except right here. Starting July 1st, 2025, under the Basel III international banking regulations, gold will officially be reclassified as a Tier 1 asset. What does that mean? That puts it on the same level as cash and U.S. Treasury. Here's what it means for you. Gold is money again. In the first quarter alone, thousands of tons of gold were moved back to the U.S. from Europe, and central banks worldwide are quietly stacking gold at record levels. That is not a coincidence. So, if the most powerful institutions on the planet are hoarding gold, why aren't you? Don't wait. Call Allegiance Gold. They'll help you secure real physical gold and silver delivered directly to your home or safely positioned inside your IRA or 401k. Now, look, I've been partnered with them for years because I trust them. The Human Events Daily audience can trust them as well. So go to protectwithposo.com or call 844-577-POSO. That's 844-577-7676. And you could be eligible to receive up to $5,000 in free precious metals. So you have everything to gain, and if you don't act soon, a lot to lose. Gold is freedom. Gold is sovereignty. And now gold is money. That's protectwithposo.com or call 844-577-7676 today. Protectwithposo.com. Folks, I just want to say this again on the mass deportations. We're never going to get a better opportunity than this. We're not. And if you go look at the swing right now, and the Post-Millennial has a story up, there are analysts, even on CNN, they're crashing out because they're seeing a 40-point shift, even among actual immigrants, to Republicans on the issue of border security and ICE enforcement. Happen to know an immigrant very well. Her name is Tanya Tay. Talk to her every single day about this. And she, Tanya Tay Posobiec, will tell you absolutely, as someone who came here the right way, that anyone who comes to this country with the hope of changing it, of altering it, and demanding things from this country, especially when you broke in, they need to go. They all need to go. So again, these 40-point shifts, these massive shifts in the polls and public opinion, it's never going to happen again. The mass deportations have to happen right now. We have to escalate. We have to advance. I'm talking ICE reserve units. I'm talking whatever you need, whatever budget they need, it all needs to go out. Now, on the same, or at the same time, I should say, simultaneous to all this, we're seeing the rise of AI. And we are seeing this having an effect, a massive effect across certainly the information space. And that's what we do here on a daily basis. Because on human events, we're focused on your daily events of humanity. And in fact, I wrote an entire book about unhumanity last year. And so this is kind of indelibly linked to everything that we do. I don't know if anybody ever caught the tie-in between unhumans and human events, but we'll see. A little bit of co-branding that we do there. But folks, I wanted to bring in so to discuss the latest news on AI. It's Larry Ward. He's the president of Market Rhythm and a human events columnist. He's going to have a piece that's it's either up now or it's going up very soon. Larry, how are you?
Hey, thanks for having me.
Well, Larry, there's this huge news that just dropped. So you and I, it is up, by the way. The piece is up. AI is not a technology, is a synthetic entity. I love what you have here, this discussion about the melding between humanity, transhumanism, in a sense. But also the huge news that just dropped is that one of the biggest AI companies out there, Midjourney, is being sued by Disney, and I expect more are going to get in on this lawsuit over copyright infringement. And I'm sitting here thinking, wait a minute, that's exactly what you and I were talking about the very last time I had you on the show a couple of days ago.
Absolutely. Look, I can't believe I'm going to do this, but I'm actually going to defend Disney's actions on national television. The Disney attorney said piracy is piracy, and it's right. AI companies have basically plundered copyrighted material from publications, conservative and liberal publications, from movies, from news programs. They have basically plundered all of our intellectual property, and we're going to have these discussions and say, not just in the courts, because we can fight it out in the courts, but there's a lot more than that. It's a shift in terms of what it means, to have intellectual property, to be able to own what you created, and the way the AI companies are going, they obviously don't want you to own anything. Remember what Klaus Schwab said: you'll own nothing and like it.
Well, and that's what it comes down to. So, and for folks who didn't catch the previous piece that you put up, what you were talking about was this idea that what these AI companies are doing is that they were going out and sucking up a lot of copyrighted content and essentially using it to program these large language models. So program Grok to train Grok, to train Midjourney, to train ChatGPT, and they're plugging in books, news articles, movies, podcasts, whatever, but not actually going and getting a license from any of the owners of this. And that is, and so Disney is coming in, and let's just be frank, we know that Disney has always been very, and anyone in the business knows that Disney is the strongest one when it comes to defending the IP. God forbid you mess around with Mickey Mouse or, those others out there, even though I believe the first iteration, Steamboat Mickey, is now free domain. It's in public domain because it hit the 100-year threshold. But Disney is extremely litigious. You drop something about the Avengers or one of their Marvel properties, Spider-Man now, I guess they have, whatever else. they're coming after you. They're absolutely coming after you. And so they've got the pockets to actually fight some of these big companies. Is that the idea here?
Absolutely. And look, they have the right to. It's their property. They paid a lot of money for Marvel. They've invested years into their intellectual property, whether you like Disney as a company, which I particularly don't. But at the same time, Disney has a right to its intellectual property. And what's happened is these AI companies, basically said, hey, we're going to steal everything we can to train our models, and we'll get back to the intellectual property later. But they haven't really moved fast enough for these to create these kind of license deals. And Disney is within its rights, and it's within its power to sue. And now what we talked about last time was, they're paying these liberal publications like massive deals to the New York Times, to the Washington Post, to Axios and Politico, and they're not, they need to make the same market deals with conservative publications like Post-Millennial, Human Events, and the Washington Examiner, and Uncover DC, all of these publications that they are also taking intellectual property from. They need to pay for their content, not only for licensing purposes, but also to balance the scale, because we all know that AI has a massive liberal bias problem.
And that's what it comes down to. So tell me a little bit more about your new piece regarding AI. I'm being told, by the way, that Russ Vought is going to be holding a gaggle in a few minutes, so we're going to see if we can pull that up. But before that time, can you tell us a little bit more about your new piece about the way we should be thinking about AI as an entity more than a technology?
Right. A technology. Look, AI is not a technology. We have designed AI in a way that it is really a synthetic entity. And what I mean by that is a technology is a tool that is wielded by humans, like a hammer, like a computer, right? Like you put an input, you click a button, you get an output. AI is different. AI is perfectly capable of being autonomous, to write code on its own, to create reports on it. You're able to use AI in many, many autonomous fashions. And when it's becoming autonomous and more autonomous, it's turning into a synthetic entity. And entities are like corporations, they're like governments, they're like humans, right? An entity requires governance. An entity requires morality. Entities without morality crash and burn. Entities without the principles that are installed in the foundation of our nation, the biblical principles that are founded, is what made the United States the best country in the world. And we need to instill biblical principles into the AI framework, into the core of the AI programming, and to make sure that it always protects human dignity. But we do have to treat it as an entity, and we're running out of time, because the longer it takes for us to make these decisions, like thou shalt not steal is a great example with what's going on with content in Disney. If the longer it takes us to do it, the more powerful AI is going to become, and the harder it's going to be to constrain.
Oh, and that's what it all comes down to. And so by the way, I'm being told that the Russ Vought gaggle is imminent, but also that it hasn't begun yet. So we can chat for a little longer, Larry. The idea being, though, that AI is going to be here to stay, and it's here. It's not going away. Just like any new technology, Internet 1.0, 2.0, of course, with the social media, and AI is really, in a sense, Internet 3.0 or Web 3.0. And these new technologies never leave. The question is, are we going to utilize them properly as tools, or are these tools going to become more powerful than us directly and have this power over us? And we've already seen this, by the way, doctors going to ChatGPT and Grok to look up things and finding absolute failures. Or I saw one the other day of someone talking about a car. They were doing a DIY problem, and they were trying to work on their car, and it just gave them these options that were completely beyond anything that were useful. And the guy's car was like completely messed up, transmission blown, all the rest of it. And so while these issues do exist, we have to understand this is the worst AI is ever going to be. It's only going to get better and more powerful from here. So we're coming up on a quick break. We've got Larry Ward on. He is the president of Market Rhythm, And he's got 2 new columns up on humanevents.com that you guys really need to read. One about all about the copyright issues regarding AI and some of the big money that's going to bat. And Larry called it, just absolutely called it, Disney now suing some of the biggest AI companies out there regarding copyright over Disney IP. We're talking Walt Disney World, we're talking Marvel, we're talking Star Wars, all that stuff. They are going to fight to protect their IP. So we're going to see how that translates down the line. Stay tuned. Quick break. Right back. Jack.
I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back here, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice, and the Salem Radio Network with Hour 3 on the Charlie Kirk Show. We're on with Larry Ward, and we are talking all about these issues with AI. Also being told that Russ Vought, the OMB director, may be coming out soon for a gaggle over at the White House. If that happens, we will cut to that momentarily. But in the meantime, Larry, you've got these two huge pieces up all about AI, and you called it, man, last week when you were on the show, that we now see Disney, the behemoth that is Disney, is fighting AI, and they're looking at this and saying, look, you're stealing our content. Well, another one that you and I were just chatting in the break, and you brought up that Google might also be facing a lawsuit as well, or potentially steering into some choppy water with something that they're doing. Isn't that right?
Well, absolutely. If you go to Google search right now and you're typing in something, you're pulling up Google's summary of the content that you're looking for. And where are they getting that content from? They're getting it from the content creators who have intellectual property rights to it. And what it's doing is it's creating a zero-click economy for these publishers, which means that everything is going to be answered for you in these chat windows, and you won't need to go to the source. And obviously, we know that publishers and content creators earn money on their content based on advertising or selling subscriptions or selling or selling books and videos and such like that. So what they're doing is they're taking all of that content, they're using it for their own benefit. Now, of course, there's ads on Google, so Google's making money on that content, but the actual content creators are getting pulled out of it, and we have to think this through. We can't survive if the content creators, are going to be starved. We need good content. We need to pay for it.
Well, and so what Google is doing now is, rather than link to, and everyone knows, Google started as a search engine. The idea, and going back, that was, really kind of, I guess I would say, a bridge between Web 1.0, Web 2.0 was the search engine, because of course, websites were going back into like deep internet lore, right? People had websites, but you didn't know what website was out there because there was no way to know what you didn't know. And so the idea of the search engine came up. Well, okay, I can search the website, and there were a ton of these. There was Metacrawler, there was Yahoo, and then eventually Google came up and just beat them all. And they still would go to link to a site. So you would go to that site, and then you could click and you would get their content. You might get a little, 2-sentence blurb in the middle. But now what they're doing is they're going to the site, summarizing it for you, and then tracking back. So of course, what does that do? Well, that keeps you on Google longer. So you're being fed that Google's content more and more. And that's that's of course what Google wants, right?
Oh, absolutely, because they don't have to share their revenue. They keep all the revenue on. And look, Google has its own antitrust issues, and this isn't going to help that. Not even a little bit. So, what has to happen is they've got to inject those links in. Perplexity is actually doing a better job with this, because they'll summarize the stuff, but they'll tell you exactly where they got their content and give you the links so you can go to those pages on their own. But all of these AI platforms must license the content from the content creator before it can use it, and they should. It's the right thing to do.
That's exactly right, Larry. Where can people go to access your new op-ed and get more info?
humanevents.com. It's a really important op-ed. It kind of sets the framework to what AI is really and what it is not. It's not just a technology. It's a synthetic entity. And we actually have to look at it because entities are dangerous when they're uncontrolled.
No, I think that's exactly right. Thank you so much, Larry, for being on. Folks, what we're seeing here, okay, this is the confluence of so many different threats right now. You've got the rise of AI, which needs to be codified and needs to be met head on, absolutely head on. And I use AI, I use it as a tool. Okay, I use it a ton. But at the same time, we have to be careful with where it's going. That's number one. Number two, the protests, LA, the mass migration. What do you think is going to happen in this country when all of the jobs get taken by AI and we've got these millions and millions of low-skill laborers here who don't have work? You think the protests this week are bad? You think the protests on Saturday are going to be bad? Why do you think they're burning Waymos? Because the Waymo self-driving taxi is a direct competitor to the illegals. And don't even try to tell me that the illegals aren't driving Uber, because we all know they are. Get it together. This is a fight that's brewing, and it comes to a head Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.